What is the freakiest / creepiest thing that's ever happened to you? Serious. I've told this story before, but it is still by far the creepiest thing to happen to me. When I was 16, I had just gotten my license as well as my first after school job. Since school ended about an hour before I had to be at work, I would sometimes park in the adjacent parking lot and take a nap. This was a shopping strip with a grocery store, restaurants, and a bank on a fairly busy Friday afternoon. As I'm sitting there drifting off, I see a black Denali pull up behind me, blocking my car in the spot. A gentleman jumps out in a business suit and asks if I can help him. He looks nice enough, and I'm assuming he is looking for directions. He starts to explain to me that his wife and he were supposed to be signing for a loan at the bank behind us today so that they can purchase a boat, but she is stuck in a meeting and can't make it. He then asks if I wouldn't mind posing as her and singing the documents for her. I'm completely blown away, but super shy, and feel the need to let him down easy. Stupid, I know. So I tell him I don't think they'll believe I'm your wife. He then tells me it's fine. He has her license with him, which he shows me, and she has the same hair / eye color as me, so they won't know. At this point I'm freaking out. I start to notice how disheveled he looks. He's sweating, and surprise surprise, no wedding ring. I just want him away from my car, so I start telling him I can't help him, that he needs to go ask someone else. He says it's fine, it'll be quick, just jump in my truck and I'll take you over there. Like I said, this bank was in the same shopping strip. There would be no need to drive to it. Even in my gullible teenage mind, I know this story is complete bull. I'm telling him no over and over while scanning the parking lot for anyone who might be noticing, but of course no one has. He then starts getting irate, telling me that I'm perfect and the only one who can do it, how beautiful I am, can he at least take me to dinner, and so on. I start trying to close my window, and he reaches through, grabs my shoulder and starts trying the door handle, which was luckily locked. I'm so frozen I don't even really react. I can't go anywhere as he's blocking me in. Suddenly, and I'm not really sure why, I just blurt out that I'm only 16. And for some reason that freaks him out. He slowly backs away, gets in his truck, and leaves. I called the police afterwards, but they never followed up with me. But I just know he had found that license and made up that story as a way to lure women into his truck, and it scared the hell out of me that he could have convinced someone before. Years later I spotted him on the sex offender registry for assault. My cousin and I were probably targeted for a scam, but I still don't know how or why. We are 6 years apart, but went to the same high school at different times. Small school, graduating class is about 60. Years later, we are on a road trip together several states away and decide to stop at a Huddle House for coffee. We walk in, and the guy at the next table turns around and smiles and says, "You went to Entertown High School, right?" When we say yes, he says he and his girlfriend, also at the table, smiling and not talking, went there too. We didn't recognize them, but smiled politely, commented it was a small world. He starts to rapidly talk about different things from the school, just disjointed comments that were a bit odd. He talked like a salesman, almost. At first, we smile and nod, but he had weird facts wrong. So we ask what year he graduated. He claimed not to remember. So we asked follow-up questions, and he gets cagey. Suddenly the girlfriend, "Oh yes, this isn't working," and they suddenly pay and leave. Food unto shade. We since have determined they didn't go to our school, and have tried to figure out how he knew what he did, to no avail. Edit, because I got some questions. Neither my cousin nor I lived in my hometown by this point. The car wasn't bought in our hometown, and didn't have any stickers etc. from there. The guy had just enough facts correct, 1 or 2 teachers' names, and a diner across the street, totally off the cuff, that we really questioned it afterwards. I was very close to my grandfather. He was easily the best person in my life. He was an amazing man, and went way out of his way to be supportive and connected. He wrote me letters all the time. We stayed at their house often. He encouraged my education and would send workbooks, novels, etc. for me. He had worked in education until he retired, a school district superintendent, and really believed in the importance of early childhood education and reading. He was very involved in my education and a very positive man. He died when I was 14, and I was devastated. It really changed a lot in my family dynamics. He had always been the head of the family. My dad, his son, was an alcoholic. I struggled with depression. It was a really hard time for me, and I missed him greatly. I still do. When I was 25, my first child was born. We named her Avon, not a super common name here, Canadian. When she was about 4 or 5, I was browsing through the discards at our local library and came across a book about a raven who thought she had ugly feathers and wanted beautiful feathers like all the other birds. The moral of the book being that we all have our own traits and abilities that makes us special, and that through accepting ourselves and our own individuality we will have a much better life than if we try to be something we aren't. I thought it was a touching book and really seemed perfect for my daughter, Raven, so I bought it and took it home. When I went to read it to her later that day, I opened to the front cover and saw a sort of sticker/plaque on the inside cover. It said that this book had been donated to the city's library system, among several others. In my grandfather's name when he died. I dropped the book in shock and a chill ran up my spine, but there it was. His name, his date of death, a blurb about how important children's education had always been to him, and how he believed our children are the future. He had left a sum of money in his will to our city's public library system to use to purchase books for the children's sections. I called my mom and told her about this. She was stunned. She knew that this had been a part of his will, but that was it. So I happened to pick up a book at my local library, out of quite a few libraries. It's a big city, about a raven, my daughter's name, who learned to love herself for who she was, which had always been my grandfather's message to me, that had been donated by my grandfather's estate to the library system 15 years previously. On the day that it was put out for sale as a used discard book, bought it and had not found the plaque inside until I went to read it at home. It felt like a gift from him to me and my child. I can't even fathom the odds of that happening. I have never been a believer of the supernatural, and I don't believe my grandfather's ghost somehow arranged this, but it does seem to be a stretch to call it a coincidence. I like to believe that his spirit somehow still checks in on me and my kids. I don't know how else to explain this. It still sends a chill up my spine. At the time I felt such a sense of love and comfort. I have missed my grandfather for many years now. My daughter is 14, the age I was when he died. She's long grown out of reading that story, but I keep it close just the same. When I was 14, I had just moved to another state. My bedroom was sparse. I didn't even have a bed frame, just a mattress on the floor. Next to my bed was an alarm clock that had big large red numbers on it. I laid down on my bed, put my head on my pillow and looked toward my clock. The time was 10:24. I blinked, literally blinked. The clock said 10:24, but it was morning. Light was coming through the window. I swear I didn't sleep. I literally blinked, and it was 12 hours later at the exact same time. I spent the rest of the day in a tired haze, like I had stayed up all night. All I know is I had just gone to bed and blinked and now it was morning. Every time I hear those conspiracy theory shows on the radio about time skips and wormholes and things, I always wonder if that's what happened to me. But it is by far the freakiest thing to happen to me. Edit. The reason this is freaky to me is that I take extraordinary amounts of time to fall asleep. I'm not one to just go to bed and fall asleep instantly. I envy people who can. Usually I'll feel sleep coming on, and in this case, I remember not even being tired. Couple that with the fact that it was a blink. I don't mean a "oh I'm tired, I'm going to rest my eyes for a few" blink. I mean a full on "I'm blinking" because my brain is saying my eyes need lubricated, and so it's time to enact the autonomic response to that blink. When it was instantly morning, there was no morning grogginess, waking up feeling. It was a sudden pass of time, no different from 1 second to the next. Also, the time being exactly the same is the thing that stuck out the most. 10:24 has always stuck in my head because of this. Two friends and I got bored one summer night and decided to drive up into the mountain to a spot that overlooks the town. It's a rough dirt road and we were in a VW Rabbit. We finally make it to the little clearing on the side of the road and pull over. There are no houses on this road for miles and we didn't see any other vehicles the rest of the night. So we get out of the car. It's pitch black, except the lights of the little town at the bottom of the clearing, miles away. We're all kinda bullshitting as we get out and something gets our attention. We all turn and look at the same time and see this thing running through the woods about 30 feet from us. Now this thing looked like a person, except it was glowing. Remember those glow in the dark stars you could stick to your ceiling? It glowed at about that intensity point. So we watch this thing run, pushing branches out of its way and whatnot. We all get back in the car without a word and start driving off in total silence. About 30 seconds later someone finally says, "What the fuck did we just see?" The best answer we could come up with, as crazy as it sounds, was that we saw a ghost. All three agreed we saw the exact same thing point. So a couple years go by, and I'm with the older brother of one of my best friends and we are just shooting the shit. I bring this story up expecting him to laugh at me, and he gets a shocked look on his face and asks if I'm serious. Apparently his teacher in high school had told him he saw the exact same thing run across that road in front of him one night. Made me feel a little less crazy. I was home alone sleeping when all of a sudden I felt a presence crawling up onto my bed. I can hear the sheets ruffling and feel the bed sinking. All while I hear a soft laughter getting louder and more intense as it gets closer to me. Finally, after what felt like it was literally next to my ear, I wake up. As I turned my head to look to see what the hell was laughing at me, I see this nondescript figure hovering over me and burst out in what I could only describe as the most aggressive laughter, all while shaking my bed violently. My head felt like it was being rattled from all the shaking. At that moment I wanted to scream as loudly as I could, but I could not summon the strength to so much as turn my head away from what I was seeing. I was terrified and angry. Angry at myself for being absolutely terrified and not being able to even attempt to defend myself from this creature that had spent what felt like minutes taunting me. When I was finally able to muster the strength to fight back, it had already disappeared from the room with its laughs echoing. Turns out I have schizophrenia, and this was the first of many hallucinations that plagued me throughout my late teens to my mid-20s. With therapy and the early realization that it might be mental illness, I was able to keep myself relatively sane. That was almost over 15 years ago. It's gotten better and these days it doesn't happen as often, but when it does, it usually whenever I get severely stressed in a short period of time or moderately stressed over a prolonged period of time. Edit. Thank you all for the well wishes about my mental illness. I should clarify, up until this point I had my suspicions that something was wrong with well before this happened to me. Mostly it was auditory hallucinations. Hearing familiar voices when the people whose voices they belonged to clearly were not there, such as at the doctor's office when I was sitting by myself, or a very loud foghorn like the ones on ships going off at home when I was by myself. Hearing distant and distinct conversations in rooms that were empty, and shushing would stop the moment I stepped into the room. Hearing static noise wherever you go, etc. And remembering events and conversations with friends that never happened. But this was the first full-blown sensory hallucination I ever had, with more to follow whenever I would try to sleep at night. Sometimes they would happen every day and sometimes they would happen every other day or week. With all the little things that were off, it's easy to see how some people with schizophrenia can become paranoid and spiral down even further. I guess it really boils down to whether or not the individual can objectively assess what is happening to them. I happened to be lucky. I was already going to therapy for my depression and PTSD. My alcoholic father, his family, and my older brother were my abusers. And at one point, when we were children, he had attempted suicide. I did as well not too long after. So yay, my stress growing up was through the roof. So thanks to the techniques and practices I learned in counseling, I didn't hesitate to bring this up to my doctor, because there is nothing wrong with seeking help. And the calming techniques really helped with bringing my illness to a manageable level. My experiences on medication, well, that is a story for another time. Oh, almost forgot. Yes, that was in fact sleep paralysis. I've had them before, but this was the first time I was fully conscious during it. Whenever I had it before, I would always be in a semi-conscious half-dazed state. This one I was fully awake, eyes open. I felt its weight and its breath as it laughed in my face. Smelled like cherry medicine for some reason. Also, before anyone distastefully asks, no, the voices never told me to do anything or harm anyone. A lot of berating though. And also not carbon monoxide poisoning. It's state law in California that every home has to have a carbon monoxide detector along with a smoke detector, and my bed was no more than 3 feet from the co-detector. If you don't know about the Ever Dream This Man website that was circulating a few years back, it was a website with an image of balding man explaining how millions of people see him in their dreams every night. This is important for later. When I was 12 I used to sleep with my bedroom door open. I also have a bad habit of constantly waking up in the middle of the night due to insomnia. My bed was always up against the wall, so I'd either sleep facing the wall or looking out at the rest of my room. One night, I wake up as usual, facing the wall. I turn around to shift sleeping positions, and there's a face just floating in the doorway, staring at me with a slight grin. I note the fuck out and immediately turn back around, terrified beyond belief, too scared to do anything except close my eyes and hope I can fall asleep again, which I do, relatively quickly. Now, onto that man from earlier. I didn't know it at the time, but that man on the website looked remarkably similar to the brief glimpse I got in my bedroom doorway. If that wasn't freaky enough, a few months after visiting that site, a bit after that terrifying event, my dad calls my brother and I into the living room. He wants to know who printed out this image, and he shows it to us. It was the poster from the website. I distinctly remember I never hit print when I visited it, so no one had any idea where TF it came from. All I remember is being scared shitless because I still had that disembodied face fresh in my mind, and I was convinced it was linked to that site somehow. After that, I've always slept with my door closed. The website later turned out to be a hoax, but the memory still lingers with me. Around a decade ago I experienced what can only be called an inner body hallucination. It started with a numb feeling in my ankle that slowly spread up my leg over time, but when the feeling got to my knee things got very weird. It felt like there was a direct link between my ankle and my neck to the point where if one moved, the other moved automatically at the exact same time, the exact same amount. It was not possible me to stop one from moving when I moved the other, and they would move at a precision that would take someone a very long time to be able to fake properly. Obviously this started freaking me out hardcore, and luckily I had already been taken to the hospital and was waiting in the waiting room while this was happening. But the feeling kept crawling up my body, now affecting both of my legs. Eventually it reached my ribcage, and that's when things truly started to get freaky. It felt like the bones in my ribcage were slowly starting to come loose and float around in my stomach in a clockwise manner that exactly matched the rhythm of my breathing. Now by this time I was completely hysterical, as it truly felt like my bones were coming loose and I was convinced I was dying. It was not for almost 30 minutes after that, when they took an X-ray of my chest and showed it to me, that I began to understand that nothing was happening to me and that it was all in my head. The doctors at the hospital obviously assumed that I was on some kind of hallucinogen, and so I was tested for every drug they could think of, but I came back completely clean. They were completely mystified as to what could have caused it, as I had never had anything remotely similar happen in the past. The scariest part was that it felt so real. It felt no different than any other physical sensation in my body, and it dawned on me that I would not be able to trust my physical senses. There was no difference between the hallucinated physical sensations and any other sensations I had or have felt since. Over 10 years later now, and I still do not know what causes it. From time to time, if I think about it too much, I will still have ripples of the effect occur. Specifically, it will feel as if a bone near my kidney or some other organ in that area is coming loose and revolving in a circle around that organ with each breath I take. I haven't really ever told this story to many people, as I know most would just assume I'm faking crazy. The freakiest thing that has ever happened to me so far is probably when I was around 10 years old. I had went to my mother's friend's house to help her prepare for her upcoming wedding. After a while, I see her husband going down to the basement, and I ask to go with. She says it's not a good idea, context that you'll get later. Eventually I talked her into letting me go down to the basement to go get some small, fake trees. The husband sees a blanket hanging up, then looks at me and grins. He asks if I want to play a game. Confused and innocent, I agree. I won't get into detail, but he tied that blanket around my head, restrained me with a weak copper pipe with my hands behind my back, thank goodness it was easy to bend, and asked how wide I could open my mouth. I showed him, every alarm in my head going off, and thank goodness, before he could do what he was going to do, my sister fell upstairs, and I used that as an excuse to go upstairs, as they could discover us. I broke out of the pipe, took off that blanket, then ran upstairs. He kept asking me the entire night, wanna go downstairs and play that game? I constantly said no, and my mother eventually came and got me and my sisters. A few years later, and my mother asked me if that man ever did anything to me, and I retold my story. Long story short, he was picked up from Florida and brought back up north to be put in jail. Thank heaven for the victim that spoke up. I was too afraid. As for that context from the wife, I'm pretty sure she knew of all the pedophilia her husband was participating in. A few years back we had a cat. He was an outdoor cat at the time and he would play in the field and barn behind our house. I'd play with him too, and I'd be the one to feed him. He would come to the door whenever he wanted food, and I'd go out our side door to the patio to set it down for him. He came to the door, meowed a few times, and we got him the food. He proceeds to run off to, I assume, the side door to greet me. I go out the side door and he's nowhere to be seen. He's just gone. At this point it's around 11:30 at night, so it's almost pitch black. I had a flashlight and started to make my way to the patio, and I felt this sense of absolute dread come over me. I froze and just listened. I couldn't see, I couldn't move, I could only listen. Eventually I managed to back up to the wall of the house, and I heard something moving a ways ahead of me. I turned off the flashlight so they wouldn't be able to see me. And I see, right at the point where the ground you can see just sort of fades into blackness, I see 2 feet walking past. But what gets me was that they weren't human feet. They were long and grey and shaped like the hind legs of a deer or a dog. The best example I can think of are Lupin's werewolf legs in Harry Potter. It couldn't have been a human because of the shape, and it couldn't have been any of those animals because there were only 2. They just kept walking right across in front of me and disappeared behind the shed. I stayed still for a little bit and proceeded to kite around in the other direction to see what the hell that thing was. I turn the light back on and make my way slowly around so I can see around the shed with a good amount of light. And a tiny orange kitten that I recognize as our neighbors comes strolling around the corner and looks at me, mews, and sits down on the patio. I feel intense relief and make my way back inside after setting the food down. To this day I have no idea where the cat went, nor do I have any idea what that thing could have been, but I felt legitimate fear at that time. Edit. Since multiple people asked, the cat was fine. He came back the next day. He unfortunately did pass away a couple years after this, but in this instance he was completely fine. So, I'm no stranger to bizarre experiences. I've done a whole lot of hallucinogens in the past. My family, including me, has always struggled with mental illness, and I'm pretty well traveled. Most of the things that have happened to me have been essentially explicable at the time, even if frightening. Hear an ex-boyfriend's voice in the car on a lonely country road at night. Well, you're tired and been thinking a lot about him lately. See a woman in the darkness of your bed, although there's no one there. Trick of the light. A man watches you every day from the next door window. That's Uncle Charlie, sweetie, he's a meth head. There is one experience, however, which truly terrified me at the time and made me fear for my mental health. Last year, in December, I lost almost 2 weeks of time. I work a lot, don't really have a choice, which is why I was driving home from my delivery shift at 4 AM on December 3rd. I had finally gotten no contact with my ex-fiancée a few days earlier. She cheated on me while long distance. Long story, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I was working all the time pretty much, and had slid into a pretty deep depression, which was only helped by the fact that I was smoking up whenever I wasn't at work. So, thinking about my ex, semi-stoned, exhausted, driving on the highway at 4 AM. I distinctly remember thinking about a new boyfriend and getting angry, and then it was like I woke up from a long sleep on my own couch at home. TV was on. It was daytime. I was in different clothes, obviously I was super confused, checked my phone, and found out it was the 15th. I literally do not recall those 12 days in between, at all. Apparently I still had gone to work, seen family and friends, been normal. And yet I actually remember none of it. I'm pretty afraid of it happening again, tbh. This will probably get lost, but here we go. When I was maybe 5/6, I was staying with my grandma, and I would always sleep with her in her bed as she was divorced, and I guess it's just nice to sleep with your grandkid. Anyways, there was one night in particular that faked me up. I still to this day have no idea what it was, and I haven't really thought about telling her, because she's alone in the same house to this day. I was sleeping, and I had an urge to wake up. I thought I heard my nan walking to the bathroom. I sat up still half asleep, and it was indeed my nan coming out of the bathroom, which was directly aligned with the bed as she slept in a master bedroom with an ensuite. My nan just decided to stand at the end of the bed with one finger over her mouth, as if she was telling me to shh. I kept asking her what she was doing, and she just did not answer me. I had another urge to look next to me. Again, I have no idea why I didn't notice this sooner, because it was a good 2 to 3 minutes of me trying to speak to her. When I looked to my left, my nan was sound asleep. How she didn't hear me having a full-on conversation, I don't know. The creepy thing is, when I realized that my nan was next to me, this thing that was impersonating my nan smiled, like a really scary smile, and I hid under the blanket and did not move. I eventually fell asleep and woke in the morning to find her still asleep next to me. I'm very open-minded. I believe in the afterlife, ghosts, supernatural, you name it. I believe it. But I still have no idea what this thing was. Even thinking about it now, it gives me the chills. Was it a shapeshifter, or did my dad watch too many episodes of X-Files around me? Dunno. I was at church for a Christmas service. Everything was going fine. Then this old guy that has been at our church for a couple of years starts yelling about sin and the end of the world. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Pentecostal, and I know we have a reputation of doing crazy things, but this dude sounded wrong. I'm used to listening to all kinds of preachers, from soft-spoken to yelling their voice gone. This old guy had something wrong. He started pointing to the crowd and claiming certain people had committed a certain sin. Then he started dragging people to the altar to pray the sin away. That's when the elders started to intervene. I felt terrified, and I didn't want him to drag me to the altar too. So I knelt down on my pew and started to pray to God to protect me. It was a really strange feeling of fear. Then all of a sudden he is kneeling down next to me asking me to tell the elders that he was good. I got up and went to sit with my dad. The elders continued to try to calm him down when my cousin came to me and told me to go to the church's kitchen. My cousin had taken upon himself to take all the children, youth group, and new/visitors out some time past, and my mom came out to see if we were alright and then went back. Then another teenager friend of mine, I was 18 when this happened, that had stayed came to us and told me that my mom had come to check on me because this old man, in his 40s, was now going up and down the church looking for me, screaming to the elders not to hide me because God had told him that I was going to be his wife, and there was nothing they could do to stop him from taking me. That freaked me out immensely. We then walked to my soon-to-be sister-in-law's house with the rest of the children and youth group. He didn't know where she lived. The elders were afraid that this old man might do harm to someone, not just me. They eventually restrained him and sent him home, where he continued to get worse. His delusion went as far as saying he was Christ. His family sent him back to his hometown, south of the country, where he stayed for about a year. I never felt safe there again. I developed anxiety over the event. I couldn't, still can't, close my eyes to pray in that church. This makes me extremely sad, since I grew up there. When he came back, and I saw him, I got an panic attack. I stayed in the van crying. To this day I have never felt afraid for my life as I felt then. I cannot describe the feeling of fear this man gave me. He felt wrong. Evil. I'm now married and going to another church with my husband and baby. And even now, years later, I cannot pray with my eyes closed for long periods of time. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't remember this. My parents went away on holiday for a few days. I was 1 at the time. My siblings were 8 and 11. My parents hired a live-in babysitter for the few days. Friends of my parents had hired her previously, and she came really highly recommended from them. Knowing my parents, they would have thoroughly vetted this woman before doing this whelp. Turns out she was an alcoholic who, after dropping my sisters to school, came back and helped herself to my parents' liquor cabinet. At one point I was crying a lot because I was 1 and she locked me in my parents' room and refused to let my sisters in to see or check on me. Oldest sister had the smarts to tell her teacher what was going. The teacher knew what parents my parents were close with and told one of them. This badass parent, let's call her Louise, went to our next door neighbor's house and used their phone to call our house. Louise told the babysitter that her daughter didn't take down the homework assignment for that day and asked to speak to my sister to find out what they needed to do. She then told my sister to only answer yes or no to her questions. She asked if we were happy. No, then asked if we would like to come to her house until our parents came back. Yes, so Louise rocked in, booted the sitter out, and looked after us for the few days until our parents came back. Not the biggest or most shocking story, but it certainly had the potential to be a lot worse. We are so lucky my sister knew to speak to her teacher, and that Louise handled it as well as she did. I have 2 stories to share. Till this day I can't wrap my head around what happened. Definitely still scares me. Story 1. I was house sitting for my aunt a couple years ago. My cousin and I decided to sleep in her room. I had work the next day, so we had gone to bed pretty early, like about 9 PM or so. During the night I felt myself waking up a bit, so I looked over to check the time. I see that it's only 2:45, so I start trying to go back to sleep. Then suddenly I hear what I can only describe as a loud demonic screeching laugh coming from the living room. My aunt's bedroom wall faces the living room, so the noise was definitely from inside. I was going to convince myself it didn't happen until I looked over to see my cousin wide awake and equally terrified. We were so scared we called the police. It sounded like there was someone or something in the house. They searched the house and it was cleared. I felt so bad wasting their time, but we were truly scared. I can't even compare it to anything. It was a demonic screeching laugh. Considered it possibly being an animal, but I have yet to hear anything similar. And the sound was in the living room, not in the backyard. I don't bother telling many people because I have a hard time explaining what was heard, because I'm still trying to make some sense of this story too. One night my cousin and I were in her room with the lights off. She was in the top bunk and I was on the bottom one. She had a stepping stool folded aside near her closet. I should add that there were no fans or windows opened. As we are in the room talking, she stops to ask me if the door is fully closed. As I turn to check, we hear footsteps and the stepping stool be knocked over as if someone ran into it while running out. We freak out and turn on all the lights. She said he wanted to know if the door was closed or not because she saw a shadow. The door was not closed all the way. I was visiting my brother in college and my dad at work in Minnesota. We decided, since we never really get to see the north much, we lived in Florida, and although my dad and brother had been living in Minnesota for years at this point, my brother went strictly for educational purposes and my dad went for work, then he'd fly back every weekend. So we had never been anywhere natural in the state. We'd go camping in Itasca State Park, which is where the Mississippi starts, if you don't already. No point, so we rented this log cabin right by a lake, and we had gone out to the shore around 11:50 at night after eating dinner. We were just sort of looking around, taking in the stars. When out of faking nowhere the star just starts moving in a very methodical pattern, as in it wasn't a meteor, and it had been stagnant prior to its rapid and seemingly sentient movements. I watched the star for a bit. It was more or less moving in a straight line, but that's when I saw the back end of this faking thing point. The star had moved to about 180 degrees left of me. That's important, because eventually, 180 degrees to the right of me, perfectly in line with this star, there was a huge orange patch lighting up the night sky. It was a perfect circle, with brighter orange, almost yellow in the center, and darker brownish orange protruding from its core point. It was insane. My family and I just looked at it in amazement, trying to figure out what it could be. I'm a fairly spiritual person, So if it wasn't aliens, then my only other explanation is it was some sort of entity telling me my 16-year-old dog had passed away a couple of hours prior. Sad story, but the point is he passed that day, hours, maybe even minutes, before I saw this thing. I really don't know what it was or could have been. If anybody else is camping in Minnesota and noticed some giant orange disc with a star moving in perfect union with it, let me know. I'd love to see it again, or at least know more about it. I experienced the weirdest creepiest night ever when I was 15. My friend lived out in the Boonies and our group would often make the drive and spend the weekend there. His parents were super chill and basically let us run riot. The closest neighbors were a 30-minute walk away, so the chaos we'd cause never bothered anyone. About an hour away was an old abandoned house. There were rumors a husband had killed his family, but was never found, and would go back there. There was an old overgrown car, a big garage, and from what you could see inside, the interior was very much the 70s. One of our friends decided we should break in and look around. We were all pretty tipsy, and though I was reluctant, I agreed. He smashed through the side window and let us in the front door. Mail was scattered everywhere, an old piano sat in the corner, and the whole place looked like it had been quickly up and left. He suggested we split up and look around. Being the only girl in the group, I had something to prove, and agreed. The house was huge and there were only 4 of us including myself, so it didn't take long for us to be very separated. I ended up in what looked like a teenage boy's room. Only a mattress on the floor, a few posters and 1 or 2 hoodies on the floor of the open closet. I was standing in the far corner looking at one of the posters when I heard my one friend saying my name. He was standing in the doorway, looking pretty freaked out, and said we should leave. I agreed. As I was walking from the corner of the room to the door, I passed the window. All 3 of my friends were in the driveway, including the one that was standing in the doorway. They were looking up at the house, I assume, waiting for me to come out. I froze and quickly looked to the doorway again, in time to see the shoulder of my friend casually walking from the room. I built up my courage and sprinted out of the room, down the hallway, down the stairs, out the front door. My friends were on the brink of tears. Even though I thought I'd only been in there for 10 minutes, 2 hours had gone by. They claimed to go in there looking for me multiple times, but they couldn't find me. I never went back to my friends' house in the Boonies, and even though it's a good scary story to tell around the fire, we don't talk about it anymore. We used to live in a 2-story duplex type building that also had a basement suite. The main door lead to our neighbor's door, but also lead to a flight of stairs which lead to our door. It can be locked from both the outside and inside, but the inside also has those hook locks on top part of the door in which only a person has to manually lock from the inside. Anyways, my siblings and I were home while our parents were attending a funeral. It was quite late, and we were eating dinner when all of a sudden we heard banging on our door. It sounded so aggressive, it genuinely terrified us. Following the banging, the doorknob rattled with great urgency, and I, being the eldest, peeked at the eye hole, but the light was off. Once more, the banging continued, freaking us out. I tried calling my parents. The calls weren't going through. I was planning on calling the police, but I had to calm my siblings down first. The banging stopped for a good 20 minutes until our parents returned. Thing is, my father couldn't get in through the main door because of the hook lock, which meant that somebody locked it from the inside. But here's the thing, my father is the one who locks everything at night when everyone's home, as our neighbor had gone on vacation for 2 months a week prior. My siblings and I had not once went down to lock the door, and the guy in the basement suite does not have access to that area as he has his own entrance. Still creeps me out to this day. It's a bit long. Backstory. In my hometown there's a myth saying that if you wake up around 3 to 4 AM randomly in the middle of the night, that means someone is watching you sleep. 10-year-old me thought it was just some random story to scare the kids, so they stay asleep at night, and never gave a second thought about it. One night, I go to bed as usual, roll half of the window blind down so sun can shine into the room in the morning, put my glasses to the side of my bed, turn off all lights, and tuck into my blanket. All of a sudden, I woke up randomly at 3 AM. It was completely random as I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, and this is the first time I've ever woke up like this. I remember the feeling I had. It was chilly, and I have goosebumps. I reposition myself to a sitting position and I look straight in front of me. Nothing was there. I'm still half awake, so I try to go back to my sleeping position and turn my head sideways to my right. That's when I saw a figure with a face about 5 feet away near the window. I didn't have my glasses on, but I know it's a body with a face. I was so scared that my entire body froze, and the goosebumps continues like crazy. I immediately close my eyes and pretend sleeping. About 10 to 15 minutes later, still covered in fear, I opened one of my eyes and the figure was closer now. It's still staring straight into my eyes. I immediately close my eyes again, and I'm basically paralyzed by the fear, and then it was already morning by the time I wake up. I kept this thing all to myself, never telling the story to anyone, but after that first occurrence it happens every now and then. From what I heard, everyone's story of this occurrence is pretty much similar to mine. 3 years later, my family moved out of the town and it never happened anymore. I have almost completely forgot about this story until couple months ago. I visited that town for some family event. I was out for jogging in the morning when I overheard children talking about that nightmare-like encounter on their way to school. That very same night, it happened again. The next day, I immediately lied about being called in for work and left that town. I was admitted to a mental institution a while back. I have an undiagnosed chronic depression disorder. My brain's default is depression and I eat handfuls of pills since childhood just to not kill myself. But that's how it is. At the time I was soon to be let out and were packing up my stuff for leaving the morning after. It was late, and I shit you not, it was a dark and stormy night. All of a sudden I hear upset voices and noises far away in the building. I tense up, but it's not uncommon for a schizophrenic or mentally disabled patient to get scared or angry, so I get back to my packing. Then there is running steps in the corridors and a banging on my door. I hear a young girl's scared voice outside begging me to open as soon as I do, so she runs in, locks the door and pulls a chair in front of it. The girl is Mathilda. She cries hysterically, and it takes a while for me to talk her down. She explains that one of the addicts has gone berserk and attacked personnel and other patients. Then he had looked at her and threatened to rap her. That's when we heard steps running upstairs. We retreat into my bathroom and turns the lights off, hoping that he will not care to check. Would he come in? All of a sudden we hear someone fiddling with the door and then trying to break through past the chair. I'm trying to figure out how I'm possibly supposed to protect the other girl when the person rams the door in. I feel close to fainting. Then I hear a familiar voice. Hey, Quirk. We have a bit of a situation. Mathilda has not taken her meds and is very scared. She tried to attack someone. Is she there with you? I have never felt so happy learning that I was hugging a mentally insane woman. You know, I went fucking batshit crazy last October. I had horrific nightmares over a week's time, and, the real nightmare was, when I was awake, I'd see something in the corner of my eye, something I knew didn't belong. Like catching a silhouette in a crowded hallway in my high school, but, it's kind of hard to explain. It was real subtle but obvious enough to the point where every fiber in my being was murmuring rumors that I was being watched. This never stopped. Whether I was in public or private, I felt invaded. Whenever I looked in the mirror, when I was brushing my hair and my teeth getting ready for school, or playing my games, then I went to sleep. Every night was a nightmare worse than the last night. I believe the worst one I got went something like this, but it's fairly simple without context. Hell, it doesn't even sound like a nightmare if you don't read between the lines. It takes place in the first person. The general feeling is I'm underwater. You know that feeling you get, and the sounds you hear when you're underwater? It was exactly like that. Only, instead of water, I saw varying shades of dark colors. Shades of black, dark red, around that wavelength. The colors would swirl around each other, as if they mixed together, and it gave me the impression of underwater waves. The colors would move together in this strange pattern slowly, taking its time. It was very grim from my perspective. But then, as the dream was coming to a close, and I was beginning to wake up, something else appeared in my dream. A golden eye, a shining symbol among these dark, swirling, wafting colors. Like I said, doesn't sound like a nightmare, but it still sticks with me. There's another one I want to share, though it's not really a nightmare, because I was in the middle of talking to friends in Discord, and not unconscious on the floor. Edema? Anyway, it started off with me thinking about mirrors. Don't ask me why, just came into my train of thought unannounced. It ended off with, first person again, me staring into a mirror. But, it wasn't me whom I saw, it was someone to be sure though. A humanoid with roughly the same features as me, but completely pitch black save for its eyes. Think silhouette, only its eyes are pitch white, so not? It was really unsettling though. I went so far as to slamming on the table, to knock it out of my head repeatedly. That said, another thing to note about this figure is that it had a branding on its forehead, that same golden eye I saw shining in the nightmare I just detailed last paragraph. Point. After it was all over, I can provide answers as to how it began and how it stopped in DMS/comments. I don't want to make my fucking essay any longer, lmayo. But it is important I'm the reason why it happened, though. It was almost exactly like I was bloody obsessed. I would have dreams, putting myself back into that damned situation. It makes me sick. It's almost been a year, and I'm having those same obsessions again. Writing this out. TLDR equals freakiest thing that ever happened to me was a week-long span of some of the most horrific nightmares I've ever had in my life, plus felt like something was watching me 24/7. I'm 99.9% positive I encountered my doppelganger. The lingering 0.1% is the fact that I wasn't obliterated on sight like the theory claims. I was at a restaurant with my ex-girlfriend, and she got up to use the bathroom. She returned a few minutes later and asked how I got back to the table so quickly. I asked what she meant, and she said that if I had to use the bathroom to, then why didn't I just walk with her? Then asked why I was acting like I didn't know her. I was super confused and told her I never left the table and that I had been waiting here the whole time. She laughingly called my bullshit and asked again how I got back so fast. According to her, I followed behind her to the bathroom, then gave her the cold shoulder when she made a flirty remark to me as I walked into the men's room. I once again insisted I had never left and was at the booth the whole time. She then told me if it wasn't me then it was someone who looks identical to me. I decided to scope out the restaurant a bit. It was a small restaurant, so I didn't have to do much walking, and sure enough, sitting at a booth about 6 booths away from us was a man who looked virtually identical to me. Seriously, we could have been identical twins. He looked up from his phone, met eyes with me, and we both gave each other a really confused look. We both realized we were basically looking in a mirror. Everything matched from our eyes to our facial hair to our hairstyle to our physical build. If I sent him home in place of me, my family wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The fact that he gave me an equally puzzled "wait, what?" look confirmed that he realized it too. I sat back down and ate with my ex and told her how freaky it was that this dude looked exactly like me down to the shape of our nose. I pointed out where he was sitting and she stood up to get a peek, then sat back down and said, "Holy shit. Dude, that's you." Mary_Dankmas 2.0 left before my ex, and I did, and I tried to get a peek of him as he left. I'm 6 feet 3 inches, so that's a physical trait about me that's easier to pinpoint. Watching him leave, I'd say he was roughly 6 feet 2 minus 6 feet 4 inches. Just in my height range. I know it was all coincidental, but good lord was it freaky. Improbably too late, but I like telling this story. A friend and I met at a gym outside of our town, because this particular gym was open much later than the one we regularly go to. For whatever reason we wanted to get a late workout in, which led to us working out at midnight. When we were done, my friend decided to head right home, while I stayed to shower at the gym. When I was done, I went to my car. The parking lot was empty and pitch black. I get in my car and start to head home. As I pull out of the parking lot, this car comes out of nowhere and cuts me off. Foolishly, I roll my window down and shout some not so friendly words at the car. Immediately the car pulls a U-turn and begins to follow me. Initially I think that it's just a coincidence and that he just happens to be going my way too, but as I make more turns he's still following. I can't see any details about the car because of the darkness, only the two headlights behind me. I start to panic. No cars are on the road except us. We are in the middle of nowhere because it's pretty much farmland on the drive back to my hometown. To ensure that I'm not crazy and that he's actually following me, I make erratic turns that no person going anywhere would make. The car follows me still. Now I'm terrified. I make another foolish mistake. I pull over and plan on confronting the driver. The car following me pulls over 20 feet behind me. I walk towards the car trying to put on brave face, yelling something along the lines of "What do you want, man?" The car door opens. The driver gets out, and it turns out it's none other than my friend who I went to the gym with. When he left the gym parking lot, he realized he didn't know the route home in the dark, so he waited for me to follow my car back home. He thought I knew it was him who was following me, and that it was hilarious that I worried he was some killer I happened to piss off. This happened a few months ago. One time I was laying in bed, chilling. I was certain to be alone in the house, since my mother left the house some time ago, and my dad was still at work. Then I heard a phone call. It was my dad, who told me he would be late. I hung up and was just about to go back to my room, but I just decided to go downstairs. For whatever reason I went to the kitchen to grab a glass of water when suddenly I noticed something on my right. There was a woman I had never seen before, standing behind the living room door. There is a glass frame in it. She just stood there and looked at me in a weird manner. At the time, my aunt was living at our house because of illness, so I thought maybe the woman was visiting her. Since this encounter felt kinda weird though, I tried to enter the living room to find out who she was when I noticed that the living room door was locked. I knew something was wrong here. I knocked at the door and told her to let me in. She slowly opened it. It seemed we were alone in the room, so I asked for her name and how she got inside. She didn't answer and muttered something like, "Where am I? Who's living here?" I had to ask her multiple times till she finally told me her name. I backed up slowly, considering the worst outcomes of this situation. After all, she could bluff, and if she got inside, anyone could. I backed up slowly to check if the front door was a possible escape option. It was locked. I immediately demanded her to hand me out the keys. Luckily, she did that and also signaled me that she wanted to leave. I opened the door and let her leave. Calling the police afterwards was not optimal behavior in hindsight. In the end, it turned out she had broken out of the psychiatry and was wandering around the neighborhood. My dumbass had forgotten to plug out the keys when entering the house myself. Scary thing, she cold been inside for over an hour or so. I think about it a lot. One night I heard my little brother, Foyo, crying like a soft cry down the hall in his room. My family usually just lets him cry it out, and he usually goes back to sleep. Well, that night he was crying for a while and I decided to go see if I could soothe him or something. I walk in, and he has his face buried in his pillow. I knelt next to his bed and asked if he was alright. My brother says no and that someone from the hall was watching him. I hop onto his bed and he cuddles next to me and he's still crying softly. I told him no one was watching him and that he was safe. He says no, he's out there. I said no one is there, look. He stops crying for a second, goes to look, and screams the most blood-curdling scream I have ever heard and yells yes he is, he's right there, and starts crying, but like hysterical crying. I grab him and pull him close, and I'm totally freaking out. I look out in the halls and nothing was there. I said no one is there, what's wrong? I look down at his bed and say this ugly looking stuffed frog animal. It was situated on the foot of his bed, sitting up staring right at him. I promptly kicked it off the bed and said he's gone, he's gone. My brother looked again and did the same thing, just started screaming. I didn't know what to do, so I just sat there and held him tight until my parents showed up not too much longer after that and were able to calm him down. It sounds like a long story, but it all happened in less than a minute. When everyone was calm, we all went back to bed, but everyone said no one was able to sleep that night. I still don't know what he saw, but I guess it happened one more time after that, after I moved out. Long story point, I had a friend who I had known for years and ate lunch with regularly. He was active in the Catholic Church and voiced wanting to be a priest, which should have been a sign. Anyway, he picks me up from my home to take me to meet our friends at the mall. However, he continued driving to a remote hiking trail. This was late October in Canada. No one was hiking, it was freezing. I realize something is wrong, but I don't feel scared, just uncomfortable and unsure why he would bring me there. We begin walking the trail, and as soon as the parking lot with a single vehicle in the parking lot was out of view, he says I could rap you right now and no one would hear you. Immediately I went into survival instinct mode. This guy was 6 foot. I'm 5 feet, 110 lbs. I know I'm at a huge physical disadvantage, and I'm going to have to be smart. So I laugh. I pretend it's a joke and continue walking. He's behind me now, and he pulls me onto his lap on a nearby bench. He proceeded to try to make out with me while I was talking about my boyfriend, who he knew. He says his girlfriend isn't ready for a sexual relationship, but I clearly was. I gave out these seductive vibes. He is trying to get under my top and into my pants. I allow him up my shirt, the lesser of two evils. I'm scanning for something I can use in my defense, but there's only large rocks, and I can't think of a way to make that work. The whole time he's in ecstasy that he is up my shirt and doesn't notice my distraction. Finally, I say, Jeremy, yes you are so right and I've fought it for so long, but I want you. The look on this man's face was pure joy. Then I say, but I've been thinking and dreaming of this moment and this isn't how I pictured it. Let's do this right. I want to make this as special as possible. Drop me at my house and I'll grab some things. Condoms. ECT. And I promise this night will blow your mind. He happily obliges and drives into my driveway. I leap out, scream what the fuck, and run inside and lock the door. I was 17 in grade 12. I didn't report it to anyone because I was a stupid kid. I told my youth pastor. I didn't tell my parents. I did tell my friends, who did nothing, and most people thought I made it up. To what advantage of mine? I'm not sure. I told my long distance boyfriend, who is now my husband. It was rough. I have PTSD from this incident and it haunts me always. Don't trust people. Just don't do it. Well, my story is not bad, but I bet it's up there with creepiest things. But at least 1 year ago I was in the house getting ready for school and my mom was in the kitchen and my baby brother in the living room. My stepdad was out for a business trip, and when I was getting ready I heard a very deep voice call for my baby brother. I remember the exact words, "Hey Rice, come here," name pronounced Rice. I put my toothbrush down and looked in the hallway, then looked at my mom. She asked if I heard it. My simple reply was a flat yes. I walked into my mom's room and the bed sheets were thrown around the room, laying on the floor, and my baby brother said something along the lines of, "Bubba, where is the man now?" I was startled and kinda scared. Fast forward at least a week, me and my mom were talking in the kitchen, and she had a small plastic bowl of rice on the counter perfectly in the center. No nudge or bump would make it fall off. Well, we were talking, and out of nowhere the bowl flies off the counter and hits the fridge. We kinda just looked at each other, and we stayed at my grandma's that night. Now, not too long ago, present time, around a few days, I was home alone for the week, and it was around 1 AM. I was in the living room playing some PS4, since the TV in the living room was near, so I'm just playing COD or GTA 5, and out of nowhere my bedroom light turned on and I freaked. I thought someone was in the house, so I went to my mom's room and went to the gun safe and grabbed my handgun. I then proceeded to my room and opened my door, and I swear to God I saw a man sitting in my room. So I shot once and I blinked and he was gone. I had to talk to cops what I saw, and they didn't really believe me, so I was in some trouble till the next day my mom and stepdad got home, and my mom was able to confirm that weird things have happened in the house. Quite a eventful night. Sometime probably around 02, I was 12 or 13, my friend and I were walking in the woods behind his house. There were long paths, and one we liked came to a lake that was a big hole maybe 40 feet across, usually full of standing water. So there were usually tadpoles or mosquito larvae or something cool to see. One day we went out, and most of the water had dried up, just mud at the bottom. A few days after that, we were walking that way, and it was totally dry, and there was a smashed and torn up tent in the middle. Not muddy like it had been under the water, but like someone had put it up and then it had gotten wrecked. That's not the creepy part. Around the tent were circles and symbols cut into the damp ground. Not like when you draw with a stick, and leave crumbled earth on either side of the line, but sharp lines about the width of a pencil with perfect 90-degree edges down about a half inch, like the soil had been excised with precision point. It looked like when people use edging machines or those big wheeled saws to cut into pavement. Neither of us can agree exactly what the symbols were. But it wasn't like the Key of Solomon seals, with big geometric symbols touching the circles, but like circles with 1 or 3 symbols in each, and each circle was connected with a straight line. I haven't seen anything like them in fiction or elsewhere ever. Scared the shit out of us, and we hoofed it. I thought they were devil circles for years, until I saw real magic symbols. Not even close. Okay, so this takes place back when I was in 6th grade. Me and 2 of my friends were home alone just hanging out when we heard a noise upstairs. The noise spooked us a little, but we forgot about it. 5 minutes later we heard another noise. This time we started freaking out a bit, so we went to investigate. We went upstairs, and every door was closed and every room, 4, had the light on, which we definitely didn't leave that way. When we saw that, we ran back downstairs scared shitless. We checked the front and back door, and they were locked. So we were very confused how someone could have gotten inside. But then we checked the basement door that is connected to the garage, and it was left wide open. So at this point we knew someone was inside. We made a plan to try and find the intruder. So we grabbed my dad's shotgun and a couple knives. We went back upstairs to where we heard noises, and this time one room had the lights off. So we slammed that door open while pointing the shotgun inside. No movement or sound. We slowly crept into the room, turned on the light, and decided to check the sliding closet. We did the same thing, slammed it open with the shotgun pointing at it. Nothing. At this point we are terrified and have no idea what to do or where to look, and then we hear a small noise in the room next to us. Sounded like a squeak in the floor, and we booked it out of there and ran outside to the neighbors to call the police. While waiting for the police and watching the house from the neighbors, we saw all of the lights in the house turn off. The police got there and searched the house and didn't find anyone, but they asked if we left the back door open, and we said no. So apparently the intruder fled out the back door just before the police got there. That was by far the creepiest situation I've ever been in. Lol. Keep in mind we were in 6th grade. I have no idea what would have happened if we saw the intruder, if we would have shot him, stabbed him, ran away, or hurt ourselves. I'm definitely glad we didn't end up seeing the person for those reasons. I used to live half a mile from a Dollar General. When I was a preteen/early teenager I would walk there. When I was 13 I was walking to the store to buy some candy. There was a problem with payment, so my cell phone didn't work. Thankful my mom made sure that she and my stepdad had service. Right before you got to the store you had to walk by this abandoned building. It used to be a store or something, but fell into disrepair. That day there was a white 18-wheeler. As I'm walking past there's a guy outside of it. Since it was a parking lot I didn't want some kind of awkward silence. So I had a conversation while walking past. Me, hi guy, how are you? Me, I'm good. Nice to have sunshine. It had been raining the past couple days. Guy, it is. How old are you? Me, lying. 14. Guy, want sech? Me, no thank you. I then just kept walking and did not look back in silent panic. As soon as I got to the store I asked the cashier to borrow the store phone. I called my mom and asked her to pick me up. She asked why, and I told her I would tell her when I see her. I didn't do anything wrong, but was still worried I would be in trouble. She was at a different store, so it took her a few minutes to get me. By the time she got me the truck was gone. She took me next door to talk to a neighbor who was a cop. He said with no name, license plate, or video not much could be done. He said we should go ahead and report it. I'm not sure if my mom ever did. He then told me I did everything right by not running or screaming from the guy as he could have chased me. I wasn't allowed to walk there until I was 19. I eventually got a job there, but that incident still pops in my head sometimes. Throwaway because I don't want this linked to my main account. This happened when I was 17 and still living at home. My parents had just separated. Dad continued to live in our family home, and my mom and I had moved into a place she rented not too far away from where we used to live. Safe area, nice side of town, quiet and boring street. Just to set the scene a bit, our new house was directly opposite a large park mainly used by soccer players and dog walkers. One night around midnight I was lying in bed and heard my bedroom door slowly being opened. I propped myself up on my elbows and faced the door so I could try and see who it was, though I assumed it was my mom, since we lived there alone. I barely made out who it was before they ran at me and put a pillowcase over my head and started punching me in the face. I was scratching his face and screaming for my mom and I guess fought him off because next thing I knew he was gone and my mom was running into my room. The police did catch him. He was a young, 20-ish guy who apparently had been watching me from the park for a couple of weeks. The cops also found a large knife under my bed and put it together that he'd broken into our house earlier in the day to scope out the place and leave his knife there. Faked me up for a long time. I couldn't sleep after that unless heavy furniture was pushed against the door and the lights were on. We moved not long after that. Also the guy was released from jail and allowed to return to his house, which was only around the corner from my house, so there's that. I bought a house from 1833 about a decade ago. It is so quaint and I still live there, but right when I moved in, and even now every now and then, some odd and unnerving things happened. Now, this house has a family vault on the properties. That is, the original family who built the house are entombed in the vault, in the back end of our property. Creepy to most, but I love that kinds of stuff, and it drove the price of the house way down to where someone like me could afford an historic home. It was a bit run down, as the older couple from whom I purchased the house were unable to maintain it in their old age as they used to be able to. I love historic homes, and did not plan on altering the house to the new trendy open format. Personally, I think that the new open format is tacky beyond all hell, so old houses are the way to go for me. The very first time I entered the house after closing, once it was officially my house, I walked into the front foyer and announced myself out loud. I said whom I was, what I doing there, what my intentions were, and specifically how I was not going to knock down any walls or make any major alterations. Nothing really happened in that moment, but still I thought it was the respectful things to do. So part of maintaining the house and the property was also visiting and maintaining the burial vault. It was built into a small hill in the back end of the property line and had large iron door leading into the earth. I had the keys for it, but felt a little weary about entering the vault. Why would I do that? What would I do inside? Should I do that? Was this off limits to me? Etc. All these things came into my mind. The old owners, however, told me they had several old markers in the basement, which I found, that should be replaced and moved to their rightful spot in the vault. So with this information I felt I had reason to enter the vault and a sort of duty to do so. They weren't my family, but since I was now the owner of property, my maintenance should not exclude them. I brought out the old markers and even knocked on the door. I remember feeling a little foolish doing this, but I knocked and again said who I was, why I was there, that I had several markers with me that should really be in the vault, and that I had wished to bring them to their rightful place. I said all this, nothing spooky happened. I opened the vault after a lot of effort. It probably hadn't been opened since the last burial there in the 1920s. It was a small marble room with a notched neoclassical niche in the center wall across from the door. I brought in the two heavy stone markers and saw instantly where they should have gone in the crypt niches. Apparently they had never been installed as planned. They were too heavy to lift above my head into the niches, so I carefully placed them below the empty niches. They would have to be professionally embedded into each niche and cemented in, so I knew at that point I would need to hire someone. I left them there and locked the vault again and left. I called a monument guy. He relayed me to another company that does grave monument maintenance, and they came after a few days and professionally installed the markers into the niches, inspected the rest of the vault, and gave me the okay regarding the vault's overall condition. That's when the odd stuff happened in the house. A friend I had came over one evening to chill and have dinner. He asked if I liked my neighbor, and I said I didn't really know him/them yet, as they lived like a quarter of a mile down the road. This is a countryside, so your neighbors aren't like right next to you. I said I didn't really know them yet and had not met them in person, and thought nothing of it. We eat dinner. We are chilling on the back/side porch watching the sun dip down, having a little blaze together. My friend is on my left, which is towards the backyard. He suddenly goes, "Oh, there's your neighbor again." I asked what he means. He says, "Oh, your neighbor. He must be a walker." He points my backyard, and I look and see a man just standing there in the yard. He wasn't scary or spooky looking, but it was an unannounced man in my yard, the middle of the countryside, which was a bit alarming, but not totally irregular to see people cutting through your property if they are hunting or walking, etc. I immediately stand up and go to address this man, whom I see walking away now away from the property. He's gone by the time I'm off the porch walking on the grass. I think, oh, he must be the neighbor from down the way. He didn't see me get up, and I didn't say anything to him, so he's just walking back home from an evening walk. My friend said something like, "Oh yeah, I saw home earlier in the day and figured it was a neighbor or something." Didn't think anything about it at all, and we go back to blazing and chilling. We ended up talking and blazing for a few hours on the porch. It's fully nighttime now, and we decide to have a bonfire out back. My friend goes inside to get something, while I stay by the fire pit setting up the paper and then the kindling. I light the fire, and it starts the burn, and I can tell my friend has returned and is standing behind me. I ask something like, "Yo, can I have one of those bigger logs over there?" But he doesn't answer or hand me anything. I turn around expecting to see my friend, but it's that guy again. I totally jumped back and was like, "Hello, hi, who are you?" He's really calm and really polite and says he's so happy with what I've done with the house. I thought this was odd as I had just moved in a few weeks ago and had hardly done anything besides trim the hedges, clean out the gutters, have a few assessment made, and move the crypt markers into the vault. I said something like, "Oh thanks, yeah, I just moved in. Lots more to fix and restore." I asked him where he lived, who he was, politely. I ask a few indirect questions that would tell me why he was on my property so late at night. I work in mental health, so I know how to ask certain questions without the person knowing what I'm actually trying to find out. He answered in a way that was polite and kind, but totally deflected my inquiry. This guy knew what I was after and was not answering me, and now I was starting to get creeped out. The next thing is where I was really freak out. My friend came out from the house and I called out to him. I looked away from the guy for 2 seconds, looked back, and he was gone again. I asked my friend if he saw me talking to someone, and he said he did see my talking to the neighbor guy and was coming out to meet him after he saw. So this wasn't in my mind that I saw him and spoke to him. I have never seen him again, and none of my neighbors turned out to be this guy. I wholeheartedly believe this guy was one of the men from the vault, whose niche marker I had installed finally. When I was 18, a good friend of mine and I went to a party on night. We hung out, had some drinks, and started talking to this one guy who lived in the same building on a different floor. He was late 20s/early 30s, just a normal dude. We kind of got a gay vibe, but this is a few years back when it wasn't as easy to come out. It got late, like 1 AM. The party was breaking up, and he asked us if we wanted to go hang at his apt. We said sure. We got to his apt, and he put on the TV, and we watched and talked, and after 30 to 40 minutes I started to feel, I don't know, uncomfortable. Like it was time to go. I said I was hungry and we were going to go get some food, and he was like, no, I have food. Do you like mac and cheese?" I was younger and not as good at saying no as I'm now, so I said, "Okay." He made us mac and cheese. We ate, hung another 30 minutes to not be rude, then said we really had to go and got up to leave. He looked upset, like he wanted to say something, but after a minute he said okay, hugged us both, and we left. A few months later he murdered someone in that apt. Apparently he picked up a guy at a bar, brought him home, they had sex. Then the guy wanted to leave, and he didn't want him to leave. He didn't want to be alone, so he killed him. Were we ever in any real danger? I don't know. On one hand we were female, he was gay, there was no relationship, no sex. On the other hand, he definitely didn't want us to go, and was bummed when we finally did. That's my creepy story. Well, one, it's not the creepiest, but my creepiest is a bit upsetting, and I'm not sure I want to post it. I had a weird thing happen that I still can't explain. When I was about 6 years old, I used to stay at my grandparents' most weekends while my mom and dad went to gigs. They would begin to rock music. My grandparents' house is really old and in pretty poor state, and there was an unspoken rumor that whoever lived there before had burned to death in the back bedroom where I had to sleep due to smoking in bed and falling asleep. I always had real bad nightmares when I slept in there and would more often end up in my grandparents' bed with them. Anyway, this one night I managed to sleep right through till morning, and I woke up, got out of bed, and looked out of the window which looked out over the acre of grassland at the back of the house. I looked down and locked eyes with myself, standing in the middle of the field, looking up at me. After what seemed like an eternity, I ran downstairs, through the house, and out the back door, ran out into the field to roughly the spot where I saw myself, and there was nothing there. I looked up at the window and there I was, looking down on myself as I had been doing moments before. It was at this point that I became hysterical and didn't calm down until my parents arrived to take me home. I can't really remember staying there again after that, although I must have. I know I certainly never slept in that room again. I don't recall telling my parents about it either. I still feel really uneasy when I visit and have to go upstairs to use the bathroom, and I always challenge myself to go in the room. There's definitely a strange atmosphere in there, but that could just be me. I've never seen anything strange since. A few years back I was dating a guy who was a bit on the eccentric side. Often, late nights I would hear him leave my bedroom and go into the other room. One night, I heard him in the kitchen talking to someone, but it got kind of aggressive and loud. When I woke up enough to understand what was going on, it sounded like two people, so when I walked out in the kitchen I was surprised to see it was only him. After that, it started happening more and more. Even when I would walk in the other room, he would have conversations with himself within seconds, but stop as soon as I walked in the room. The final straw. One night, I woke up, and he was pacing the bedroom in the dark, talking to himself in an intense panic, almost as if he was trying to calm himself down. He didn't know I was awake, but after about 2 to 3 minutes of listening I asked him what he was doing, and that he was scaring me. His reply was this deep elvish laugh as he said, "Oh, we're scaring her now. Great. She's scared. Good job." I pretty much stayed calm and got up, gave him an excuse that he should go, and we could talk more tomorrow. Fast forward 2 years later, I'm at a party talking to one of my mutual friends. She was talking about why they had to hire a security guard at her job, which happened to be the same place crazy guy also had worked out during that time. I find out that next morning, after he left, he went straight to work. Because his behavior had been off for some weeks, one of the hour girls pulled him into an office to let him know he was being fired. Apparently he freaked out and beat her face in for 5+ minimum straight, left her there to bleed out. She survived, but while in recovery she said the whole time he was doing it, he was saying slew of racist terms, sexist terms, but kept saying my name over and over. At the time, I didn't have the nerve to tell my friend telling me this that I knew him. To be honest, I have so much guilt because the girl he attacked is on my social media. I remember her posting about being attacked at work, but I had no idea it was him all that day. It makes sense because I never heard from him again, but that's because he's serving a jail sentence. I know if I hadn't acted calming that night it would have been me. I have so much guilt for her. Another more creepy thing. Smaller, in 8th grade I knew a guy in 11th grade whom in which I had a crush on, mainly because of his goatee. I'm a character creator, and I had more than a few goatee guys at the time. We become really close, always sat by each other on the bus, if my friend wasn't riding, and sometimes even when she was. I absolutely fell in love, but of course never considered a relationship with him, because I knew I'd get in deep trouble. Anxiety is useful in some places inevitably. One day he sees the bus leaving him behind on the way home to school. He runs as fast as he can, and when the bus stops, he comes on and sits next to me. This is how the conversation goes. Of course not word for word. GG, goatee guy. M, me. GG, hi, M. Want a cookie? M, no, I'm good. I don't like the school cookies. Thank you. We stay silent for a bit. GG, do you have a crush on me? I laughed and admitted the truth. thinking he would just laugh it off. 2.m. Honestly, yeah. At one point I did point GG. Well, we could date if you want. In private point. At this point he starts rubbing my thighs. On the school bus. I was some tiny 4 feet 9 kid sitting next to this huge 6 feet 1 teenager, and nobody seemed to notice or take care. Every alarm was going off. I've had experience on pedophiles from a previous life event, yet I didn't want to cause a scene. I didn't say anything about it. M. Haha, well, I have a boyfriend. Sorry. Which was true. He's an ex now, but a bit of an extremely annoying yet amazing guy. GG doesn't stop rubbing my thighs though. GG. Or, that sucks. Maybe you can break up with him. No point. I don't know if all I said was no, so rather than making something up I'll just leave a broken sentence I don't remember. Eventually he stopped rubbing my thighs. I don't know when, and my stop came up. I got off the bus, and having previous experience of being a victim, I called my mother, rather than staying quiet. She's a toxic mother, but she's still willing to kick us when needed. Inevitably, she called the school. Because the seats were very high, and you couldn't see someone was rubbing my thighs, we didn't get much evidence. I didn't get to press charges on him. However, he was required to stay 2 seats away from me at the minimum, and I always made sure to check. When he got on the bus, I started to sit up front. High schoolers, including 8th grade, sat in the back. The front was for smaller elementary school children, and GG began to avoid me in school, just as I avoided him. He knew my address for a while, but I inevitably moved away, still in the same town, but at least I'm not a mile away from him now. In hindsight, he was always weird. He always talked himself up, saying he had the best grades and all the teachers loved him, he was a great mechanic, etc. Vented about a recent breakup, and said he wanted a new girlfriend. Learned later on that he had never broke up with his previous girl. My friends were very supportive, and this damned guy even went after one of them. She moved away to a different town. Luckily, I grew to hate everyone that liked GG despite me telling them what happened, and despite them being nice and all that. Luckily GG's moved out of my high school being a junior then. So me and my 2 siblings get this great idea, let's play flashlight tag in the house. So we go, turn off all the lights and we start playing. Now let me introduce our cast. 10-year-old brother, let's call him older bro. 8-year-old me, it's a me 4-year-old sister, let's call her Lil C. So due to the rules of flashlight tag, the first person found had to be the seeker, so about at the 4th round, I was found first, and it was my turn to find my siblings. So I wait by the front door and count to 30. After I'm finished counting, I go to find my siblings. So since our front door basically leads into our kitchen, I check the kitchen first. So I'm checking everywhere, under the kitchen table and in cabinets. Now, the way our house is set up. We have 2 exits from the kitchen. One leads right onto the living room. The other one is a little hallway that leads to the bedroom/bathroom. So before I go into the living room, I check the little hallway, and the first thing I see is a very dark shadow, and since it was bigger than me I go, "Ha. Found you, older bro." And I shine my flashlight right where the shadow was, only there was absolutely nothing there. But I see the shadow run into the bathroom, so me being a curious little 8-year-old, I run after it into the bathroom, only to find nothing. So I think nothing of it. Now, time to check the living room. At the beginning of the game, we declared bedrooms off limits. Now keep in mind, the entirety of the game, my parents were in the living room talking. So I go to search the living room, and found my brother hiding under the blankets on the couch. So I say to him, "Dude, I found you in the hallway," and my dad goes, "Oh no you didn't. Older brother was there the whole time, and Lil C's is hiding behind the TV stand, and she hadn't moved." So of course me being scared, I break into tears and the game ends. It absolutely freaked me out. TLDR, I basically found a shadow of nothing, and the shadow ran away from me. It was actually about a month ago, a very dark and cloudy night. I was about to head upstairs, before getting a late night final snack, as I usually do. As I turn off the last light in my kitchen I walk around in my near pitch black house, only the sparse moonlight, to provide some sense of vision. I do this all the time, even after watching a scary movie, because I'm not really spooked easily. The last thing I usually do is check for the cat if he is outside that night. I open my large glass sliding door, give a whistle, and look for the glove is reflecting green eyes. I see some eyes this night after my whistle. As per usual, I turn on my porch light and open the door wide. The eyes get closer. I look away at my counter as I eye some wafer cookies. I go to reach for a couple. A few steps from the glass door I was waiting for the cat at. I suddenly hear a sharp deep bark from outside and think nothing of it. Stupid neighbor dog barking. Immediately after I turn to take a look at my cat, I see a hellhound looking creature sprinting towards the door. My body freezes with fear as I slam the door as he hits the porch. He smashes into the door, barking furiously and slamming the glass with his paws. He appears to be some feral dog I've never seen before. He continues to jump on the door as I quickly turn off the lights and run upstairs. He continues to bark for the next hour as I'm all wide awake in my bed. Me eventually leaves, but I didn't sleep that whole night just waiting on the couch watching the door. Now I have changed my routine to turning off the lights and running upstairs as fast as possible. Haven't seen the dog since, but did call our animal control about it. Don't know if had rabies or something. Just a warning, this is some crazy person shit and I know it sounds like crazy person shit, but bear with me. I've been smoking weed since I was a junior in high school, but it was never strong stuff and I never did a lot of it, or did it consistently enough to have a tolerance, but I didn't know any of that, yet because I was stupid and just thought I was a popularity point. Skip forward to college. I have a friend who's a mega stoner. He invites me to smoke with him. One hit. And I immediately went into the shadow realm. Everything was in second. I later related it to Paper Mario. Everyone had a black haze around them, and I couldn't look someone directly in the eye. We smoked in the dorm bathrooms, 3 of us, very small. I got claustrophobic, thought I was trapped in there for the rest of my life, started to panic really bad. I told my friend, and he said, let me know if you need anything, but I could barely speak. I put my hand on his shoulder and he became third again. I nearly cried. But then I let go, and I had the thought that I was the only one in this world who is real. I'm alone in this world. My soul jumped out of my body from the top of my head. I saw myself sitting in the bathroom, alone, and the room was floating through an endless and indescribable blankness, black. I had to crawl out of the bathroom on my hands and knees, and laid on his bed for about an hour. I couldn't remember what was real. He went downstairs to get groceries, and I had to keep asking the friend who stayed with me if that was real. Eventually I calmed down enough to go back to my dorm. Apparently I went and stood next to my roommate in bed and woke them up and started talking about complete nonsense for over 30 minutes before wordlessly falling asleep. My roommate told me the next morning I came home babbling and was riding around on my skateboard in the room. I don't remember the next month after that day, not a single detail. I still smoke weed, but I know my limits, and I'm more careful. I keep trying to push myself to get to the level of high I was on that night, because I'm convinced my soul phased out of my universe and into a different one. A little while later I lost my sense of smell. I'm worried I'm slowly fading away, and one day I'll wake up in a completely different reality. Sometimes I'm so afraid that I refuse to sleep until my body forces me to. I'm very slowly trying to make sense of what happened and push through this difficult period of my life, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. If I phase away from this reality and into another, look for me. I'm curious if there are people out there, drugs or not, who have had similar experiences. Edit. I wanted to say thanks to everyone who expressed concern about this post. I should have mentioned I'm an extremely spiritual person, and I was raised Buddhist and have, in all honesty, been experiencing weird spiritual things since I was a kid. Again, I appreciate the concern, but am not schizophrenic and it's dangerous to be throwing around that term. When I talk about realities, I'm being 100% serious. I do have a core belief about this stuff that came way before the drugs. I mostly approached my experience as being a lesson I needed to learn from. I think my fear of losing control and not being prepared to take heavy drugs was what made it a bad trip. I'm a functioning human with a job, bills to pay, a good social life, healthy parents, and no history of mental disorders in my family. I regularly see a psychiatrist. I appreciate what you all have to say, and I welcome the theories, but please refrain from commenting if you're just going to say I'm insane. Thanks. It wasn't super freaky at the time, because I didn't know what was going on, but if I just think through it, the whole thing is freaky. TLDR was almost kidnapped, but got out of it by pitching a fit over him claiming to be my dad and getting my name wrong. When I was a kid, around 8 years old, I went on a field trip with my sisters to this really cool museum / live action experience that you just got to wander around and see. We were allowed to run free in theory, but we had to tell a teacher, my mom, where we were going and get an okay from them. Mom didn't want us to split up. So when my little sister, 5 years at the time, got bored, I softly told my mom we were going to the gift shop and ran away. Technically I'd told her, so I'd done the rule halfway. Anyways, we were free and went to the gift shop. That's where the freaky stuff started. We'd been in the shop for a bit when I felt an adult hand grab mine and start to lead me out of the store. Time to face the music. Mom had me, and she wasn't saying anything because she was so angry, so I just kept my head down and walked alongside her. After a while I looked up for some reason, not sure why, but I did, and I saw that it wasn't Mom. It was some random guy with a baseball cap and shades. I tried to slow down, asked who he was and where we were going, but he just ignored me and kept walking me towards the exit of the park / museum. Eventually I started tugging and got some attention from other people who asked if everything was okay. Before you could say a word, Baseball Cap said, "Yeah, it's fine. I'm her dad and she just doesn't want to go home yet. Come on, wrong name, Mom's waiting on us." This upset me a great deal. People get my name wrong all the time because it rhymes with my sister's name, and when they get it right, they misspell it. And my dad is one of my favorite people, one of my heroes for sure. So this dude calling me the wrong name and claiming to be dad after pulling me was just too much. Not my name. My name as I spelled it out and everything, and he is not my dad. The guy got nervous, said something about me looking just like his daughter, and booked it to the parking lot. I went to check on my sister. She was fine. The reason it freaks me out is how he just casually took my hand and led me out, not giving off the awkward stranger vibe at all, and then had an instant answer for anyone who asked if something was wrong when I started trying to get away. I know I may sound a little crazy, but I have this sick feeling that he's done it before. If I wasn't so psycho about my name and people claiming to be my dad, I legit think I cold been kidnapped. This happened around 2 weeks ago. My 27 meters girlfriend, 22F, of 3 years, and I had just found out that we are expecting a baby, and and still are, super excited. I only mention this because in my mind it helps explain her behavior in this story. One of the things I love to do with my spare time is play video games. I've been gaming since I was 6 or 7. It has become such a favorite hobby of mine. We had started fighting about me spending too much time playing. So, as a compromise, I promised to only play on Friday and Saturday nights and reserve the weekdays for her. It was a Saturday, 2 days after finding out that she was pregnant. I had been playing all night in our living room, and it was somewhere around 2:30 AM when I finally decided to go to bed. She had already been in bed and asleep for close to 4 hours at this point. I turned off all of the lights in the house, said goodnight to the dogs, and walked into our bedroom. When I walked in through the door using my phone as a light, about 2 steps in she sat straight up in bed and stared at me. "Hey, baby, sorry I woke you," I said, but I stopped dead in my tracks because the look in her eyes sent chills down my spine. It was the strangest combination of terror, confusion and rage. I have never seen this kind of emotion on her face before. She usually has the best kind of bubbly personality. "What's up? You okay?" I managed to choke out. "Get out," came her demand in a cold, unemotional tone. "Wait." Nervous chuckle. "What?" I said, confused. "Who are you, babe?" "It's me." "Are you dreaming?" I asked, figuring she was having some sort of night terror. "Get out now." This time, a bit more anger behind her demand. "Ali," name changed for privacy's sake. "Wake up. It's me. I'm coming to bed." I said, getting a little worried / irritated. Point now, I've always kept a gun by my bedside since I can remember. I live in a small town with a great community, so the probability of someone breaking in is pretty much non-existent. I'm so confident in the good nature of my community I rarely lock my doors, except at night when we sleep. I still, however, feel much more comfortable knowing I have a 12-gauge short-barreled shotgun literally a foot away from head leaning against the bed frame at night. My girlfriend always has her .380 on her night stand. I'm an avid supporter of our Second Amendment rights here in America, and I would never condemn someone for owning guns. But what happened next, for the first time in my life, briefly, made me wish we didn't have guns so close to the bed. As I finished telling her I was coming to bed, she rolled across the bed with surprising speed and agility. She is not a fast person or athletic at all, lol. She grabbed my shotgun, loaded with .00 buckshot, and pointed it at my chest. At that ranged, approximate 6 or 7 feet, that load would have just about cut me in half. I could feel the blood drain from my face. I'm telling you, I don't think I have ever been that afraid in my life. I couldn't even speak. I didn't know what to say. I was so shocked I still can't quite believe what was happening. Get out now, she said. She didn't yell. She didn't raise her voice at all. That would have calmed me down compared to what I got. Dead calmness. She was completely cool-headed, not a single hint of panic in her voice whatsoever. I didn't say anything. I just backed out the door praying with every cell in my body that she wouldn't pull that trigger until I made it all the way out. I shut the door much to my dog's irritation. I slept on the couch with them that night. My parents bought a new house the summer I graduated high school. The previous occupant was an old lady, so we helped her get ready to move out after the sale was finalized. As she was packing photos of her husband, who was long deceased, she wondered out loud if he would move with her. Turns out she totally thought his ghost was living in the house and would close doors or walk around at night. It was freaky, but I chalked it up to her missing her husband and maybe being a bit senile. The next time I came home was for winter break. I stayed up pretty late gaming, and right as I was falling asleep, I very clearly heard footsteps creaking down the hallway floor to the bedrooms. I called out, thinking I had missed one of my parents getting up. But all I could hear was the air blowing through the heating vents. Then I remembered, my dad had warned me about the new security system, which had motion sensors across that hallway. Anyone walking around at night would trigger the alarm. Just as I was starting to calm down, my open bedroom door slammed shut. Freaking out a little, I stayed up for about an hour, but nothing else happened, and I did my best to fall asleep. It was hard, though, and I woke up a few times, convinced I heard a voice in the hallway, only for it to go away. When I actually lifted my head to listen, I asked my parents if they heard anything the next morning. But they hadn't, and I didn't want to go into detail because I knew they would make fun of me for having an overactive imagination. I heard the footsteps again the next night, and again for several nights during that vacation. The door to my room would slam shut if left open, and rattle sometimes even if kept closed. I'd hear the voice sometimes too. This repeated itself when I was home for spring break. I was actually a bit apprehensive about going home for summer vacation, but I didn't hear anything unusual for those 2 months. Even when my parents left me to house sit for a week alone, I got into the habit of sleeping with my bedroom door open again, and figured if there was a ghost, he'd realized we weren't his family and moved on. Christmas rolls around again, and my first night home, the same sequence repeats itself. Footsteps followed by the slamming door. A few days later, I hear the whispering voice in the hallway right as I'm falling asleep. Of course, it disappears the second I become fully alert. At this point, I'm convinced the house is haunted and babble about it to my parents over breakfast. They, of course, dismiss it as me being nervous and turning little sounds made by a very old building into something scary because I'm too impressionable. I left it at that, but I absolutely refused to stay in that house alone for several years. I kept hearing the same haunting sounds, but only very late at night. And never in the summer. A few years ago, again around Christmas, I was reading a Reddit thread about hauntings when I read a comment about how white noise, such as from fans or can sometimes be interpreted by the brain as voices or music. There it was, the common denominator for all the phenomena in my parents' haunted house, the heating system. I realized the sequence of events was always the same. I always heard the footsteps creak along the floor right as the heat turned on, and the door would always slam or rattle soon after that. The whispering voice also only made itself known if hot air was blowing through the vents. None of this happened during warmer months, when the heating system was off. The next week, my parents were out of town again, and I decided to run an experiment. I kept the heat off every night, only turning it on during the day. Lo and behold, no haunting, no odd events for the first winter since we got the house. So basically, my parents were right, and I was panicking over wooden beams creaking as they warmed. And the ridiculously strong airflow from the vents moving my door and making me hear things. I almost feel bad for the old lady we bought the house from. She probably didn't hear any similar noises in her new place and thought her husband's ghost had been left behind. It sounded like she liked having him around. I hope she wasn't lonelier without him. TLDR. Previous home marijuana made me think my parents' new house was haunted, but only on cold nights. Years later realized it was the heating system causing the very old house to make noise. Felt dumb I was scared for so long. This was probably 2 or 3 years ago. I was on my way to work and pulled into a Circle K to get a drink and some snacks for my night shift at work. A kid, probably no older than 19, approached me as I was coming out and asked me for a ride to the light rail. Normally I'd have him sit in the bed of the truck, but it was cold, so I'll let him sit in the cab point. As soon as he gets in my car he goes completely quiet, and as we start driving he would turn his head and just stare at me. He also stank and had a brand new hiking backpack. It was dark, so I quietly moved my sidearm to a position under my leg and reachable. While staring at me, he would keep fidgeting with something in his pocket. I was freaked out, so I decided to try out creeping him. Asked if he had ever killed anyone. Told him that I had in Iraq. Total bullshit, but I was trying to get literally any reaction out of him. We get to the light rail and he doesn't want to get out. He asks if we can keep going. I tell him that I'm going to work and that if he doesn't get out he's going to work with me. He stays quiet, and I'm convinced I'm going to die, but for some reason I don't make him get out. We start going toward my work, and he keeps staring at me and moving his hand to his pocket. I said, "Look dude, I don't want to offend you, but can you sit with your hands on your knees please?" He agreed with no problems, and we got to my work. The kid then gets upset because he wanted to go to the light rail point. As the night goes on I see this kid walking up and down the street in front of my work. I go out and stop him to ask if he wants anything warm to drink. He refuses to come close, and then he starts crying and begging me not to hurt him. He doesn't seem to remember who I am. I convinced him to sit down and called the EMTs. The EMTs wanted to take him to Community Bridges, a nice place for these kinds of people, where they would have access to counselors, medical professionals, the works. But to do this, they need his name and birthday. He goes from freaking out and pacing to sitting calmly, all while telling them to look in his bag. They pull me aside and point out that his bag is brand new and expensive. They were curious how a homeless kid would have such an expensive bag. Then they admitted they were pretty spooked and refused to open the bag, joking that there were probably heads inside it. EMTs called the police and the officers showed up and said the same thing. "We are not opening that bag." They let him walk away. I was off the next day, but my boss said that kid came looking for me. Never seen him since. Also, Maryvale Police Precinct sucks. I was about 7 and was on the bus with my little C's and mum on the way to school. My C's was only a few months old at the time, so my mum had to sit at the front with the pram. I was in the middle somewhere with 2 guys behind me and a nice old lady next to me. So everything was going good, me playing Pokemon on my DS. Then the lady got off and that left me with the creeps behind me. It was fine for a while except for the strong tobacco smell, but then I hear guy 1 tell guy 2 something. The laugh. Not sure what, but then guy 2 leans over and whispers in my ear, "Where do you like to sleep and be woken up at night?" Like what the fuck, it made no sense, but I just got a serious bad feeling about them. So I just tried to ignore them. Yeah, no, because never talk to strangers. Guy 1 then says loud enough for me, and Guy 2 to hear not much a talker then. A few minimums later we got off the bus and headed to school. I didn't tell my mom anything, because I just thought, yeah okay whatever. But then later whilst at lunch and break I couldn't help but feel watched. I don't know still if it was just me being paranoid or what, but yeah. Going home I again was on the bus, and halfway home, you know when bus drivers see a fellow bus driver and they slow down and yell hi out the window. Well yeah, that happened, and what do I see through the window? The same guys. They just kinda looked at me weird then smiled. Not like the sweet, oh yeah hi I've seen you before smile, but the I'm gonna kill you in your sleep smile. For like weeks after that at lunches at school I had an I'm being watched feeling, which I just narrowed down to paranoia. But yeah, after like a month everything went back to normal, but it was probably the creepiest thing to happen to me. When I was about 8 I moved from an upstairs bedroom to what was the family den downstairs. My parents put up some wall-mounted shelves for my piggy bank, coffee can filled with pennies, my books, and a long swing arm lamp clamped to the end, so I could read in bed. It was late, my mom and sister were out, and I could hear my dad snoring in the living room. As I was reading, I kept thinking I was seeing an orange light about 35 feet outside my window. I would turn, and it would go away. So I shifted my book and pretended to read while I side-eyed out my bedroom window. After 20 seconds, I saw the orange light up and then drop down. There was someone outside my window smoking a cigarette watching me. I was too terrified to walk by that window to tell my dad, so I just froze in bed and started quietly calling out, "Dad." As I did that, the cigarette moved 15 feet closer to my window. "Dad." More snoring. And the cigarette went out of my view again. About a minute later I heard the crunch of feet on some brush just outside my window, and from the light over my bed I saw 2 hands, and then a man's face inches from the glass. "Dad." 2 seconds later, my pop came into my room swinging a golf club. I screamed, "There's a man outside the window." My dad grabbed my lamp and pulled it toward the window. This released the shelf from its base, and like a faking Rube Goldberg machine, I was instantly bombarded with the coffee can of change and all of my books. I was already crying, but now I was screaming, as I thought I was being attacked. My dad tossed the light on the ground and said, "Stop crying and clean up. I'm going to take out the garbage." I felt like an idiot and was scared and covered in about $12 in pennies. My mom got home 45 minutes later, and both my dad and I told her conflicting stories. My dad went out a few times that night to check on the garbage. 5 years later, I rode my bike over to my best friend's house. His much older brother said, "I should steal your bike to teach your dad a lesson." I asked him what that meant. He said, "I used to sleep with your babysitter after you two went to bed. And one night your dad ran out, chased me out of your yard, and took my 10 speed. I had to walk home." I asked my dad about it, and he went into great detail. "Oh yeah, I found a bunch of cigarette butts and a bike. I locked up the bike at first, but I didn't want whoever was out there breaking into our garage, so I just propped the bike up on our fence out front." I asked why he never told me, and he just said, "I didn't want to scare you." Came home late one night in high school prob after midnight. We live in a 2-family home, grandparents upstairs and my family downstairs. My grandparents were away at the time. When I came home the garage door was open. I figured someone left it by accident or left it for me to get in. We lived in a quiet suburb town, so a lot of people never locked doors. I cut through the garage and went in, though my grandparents leveled to the door leading downstairs. I didn't hear the screen door to the garage close. At first I didn't notice it, but as the garage door was closing, I hit the button. It suddenly stopped. Someone must have tripped the safety sensor. I froze at the top of the stairs, and when I realized the screen door never closed I screamed at the top of my lungs and ran downstairs. My stepfather came running, and I said someone was in the house. He of course thought my 17-year-old self was crazy or drunk or both. He went up and checked and said no one was there. My mother and I went upstairs, searches around, and right by the door to get in and out of the garage was a coat closet with sliding doors. Well, the door was wide open, coats pushed to one side like someone was hiding in it. Also a planter in the hallway was knocked over, dirt everywhere and drawers were opened in my grandparents' bedroom. We realized that there was someone about 1 foot away from me when I came in. Luckily they just let me walk by and ran out. We never told my grandparents, didn't want to scare them. We just had locks installed on the inside door to the house from the garage. After that I always had someone walk me to my door, wait for me to get inside before they drove off. For me it was when I was 15. I had an alternative style. Back then it was, now it's common. And most of the time my hair wears some strange color and haircut. So this time it was mid-length colored bright pink/red. I'm in the bus returning home from school and there is an 60-plus-year-old man looking at me. He comes besides me and starts complimenting my hair. I thanked him and hit the button because it was time to get off on the next stop point. He continued talking to me like, how old am I? If I did my hair myself, I had. How I'm at school etc. point. And I respond politely but not encouragingly, cause I didn't feel comfortable to continue the conversation, and he got off in my stop. Don't think it was his stop too. He continued to talk to me, and I was embarrassed to just leave, though it would seem rude. I should have done it. He then proceeded to ask me if I had a boyfriend. I froze, and that he should take me for a ride with his car. At this point I understand I got to really go, so I thank him, but I have to decline, saying have a good day, and turning around to leave. I was 5 minutes from my home on foot. He starts immediately fooling me and still speaking. Couldn't hear what he was saying. I didn't want him to see where I live, so I continued walking 2 blocks past my house. He is still fooling me. And then out of nowhere I see a friend of mine. I almost run to her and tell her what has happened and ask her to walk with me to pretend that we are together until he leaves. He followed us 1 more block, so we speeded up and turned again until he lost us. I thanked her so much. She came with me till my house and continued to go to hers. I don't think I will forget how much I freaked out that day. I know there were many things I could have done, but I was 15 and I completely blanked. So I'm in 10th grade and this happened earlier this year. At school we have 5 lessons, 2 lessons, morning tea, 2 more lessons, lunch, then 1 last lesson and we go home. After morning tea, I blacked out. I didn't collapse or anything though. I was still walking and behaving normally because no one picked up on anything abnormal about me. But I wasn't completely conscious. Next thing I know, I'm sitting by my locker feeding pigeons with bits of my lunch. There's no one else around, so I check the time and it's 10 minutes before lunch. 2 lessons had passed, and I had no recollection of what happened. I had my bag and books with me too, so I couldn't have gone to class. Usually, if I go missing, the school sends out a search party due to past events, but no one even realized I had gone missing. That's 2 hours of no one seeing me, and no reports were made. I'd had something like this happen before, but I would have a general idea what happened. But this time I had absolutely no memory. I began checking myself for clues and found a belt in my blazer. I also had a pair of scissors with blood on it. I began freaking out and ran to the bathroom before throwing my clothes off. To my horror, there were bloody cuts all down my side and small stains on my shirt. I realized that I felt quite dizzy and very lightheaded, so I checked in the mirror to find what I was dreading. Bruises on my neck. They matched the belt point along with other clues. I put the pieces together and realized that I had tried to either self-harm through hanging myself or possibly attempt suicide. I don't know where I went or what else I possibly did. I still don't remember anything, but I do know now that it's possible I have multi-personality disorder, and that sometimes, when I switch identities, I have no memory of what happens. No one except for my therapist knows about this. I ended up going to lunch and sitting with my friends. No one had noticed I was gone, but they did notice that I was acting off and started asking about the new bruises on my neck. I know that they understand that I hanged myself because they know I've attempted suicide before. They don't know that it wasn't actually me who did it though. Basically, I switched personalities and tried to kill myself or harm myself and have no recollection of it. I woke up after 2 hours completely dazed with bruises on my neck and cuts down my side. I'll try to make this brief point. When I was 9 or 10, the room I stayed in as a child had the bed facing the doorway. I awoke one night between maybe midnight and 2 a.m. to see a large hooded figure standing in my doorway staring directly at my bed. I was too terrified to scream or run to my parents, so I froze up and dipped my head back under the covers waiting for it to go away. This happened 3 or 4 more times in about a year period. Every time the figure was either in the doorway or at the foot of my bed, and it got to the point I knew my mind was messing with me, so I would just try to ignore it and go back to sleep rather than alerting my parents of some intruder. I have a younger brother, 8 years my junior. Fast forward and I'm now 18 and headed off to college, and he is 10 and moved into my old room because it was bigger and now available with me being moved out. At this point I had been gone a few months and I get a call at 1:30 a.m. from my brother. He is whispering, but sounds terrified. He says he can see a dark figure standing at the foot of his bed, but it's blocking the doorway, so he can't get my parents. To this day I don't know what possessed him to call me rather than scream, run to my parents, or act in any other way a 10-year-old may. At this point I realized what he was seeing and told him to get under the covers and go back to bed when I was sufficiently convinced there wasn't an actual human intruder in the home. He and I are both adults now and have only discussed this once since it occurred, but he mentioned to me that he never screamed for my parents because it had happened before and he knew it wasn't real. I think my 10-year-old brother was basically giving me a middle of the night phone call to go, "Hey dude, your room is pretty haunted, right?" I have another brother and a sister that both stayed in that room during their childhood and have no recollection of an experience like that. I have a hard time believing in the supernatural, ghosts, gods, demons, anything I don't have a real tangible grasp on, but that shared experience with him still makes me question all of it to this day. One night me, F10 at the time, and my sister, 12 at the time, were laying in my parents' bed one night. My mom was asleep on the couch and my older brother, who was around 20 at the time, was upstairs in his attic bedroom. We were there to watch a recording of a concert on their nice TV. It was around 10:30 p.m. I had fallen asleep shortly after it started. About an hour later my sister gently wakes me up and whispers, "Do you see something in the window?" There was 2 in that room. One behind us and one to our right. There was blinds and curtains on both windows. For some reason I looked at the one behind me first to see the shades down and closed, so I obviously was like, "No, I don't." As I turned my head to ask what she saw, my eyes meet with a set of eyes looking at us through our window. We have cats, so they must have been shades, and it was enough to see through. Oddly we calmly went to the living room and was like, "It has to be mom pulling a prank." My mom has never once pranked us. Even to this day, we only got scared when we saw her still asleep. My sister was waking her up, and I was calling my dad, who was a truck driver and states away. When my mom realized what she was being told, she ran upstairs to see if my brother was around. He too was in bed sleeping. At this point my dad phoned the police to do a check on the house and stuff, and my brother bravely goes out and to the side of the house where the window was. It was full time and that side of the house was only about 2 feet away from the neighbor's fence, and the window was on the ground level. We had bushes basically filling that 2-foot gap, but there was a gap that was all crushed down, and it was right in front of the window. The cops came and asked a few questions and walked the house in and out and patrolled the blocks around us. I never heard what happened after that until I was around 14. My sister and her 2 friends would attend preteen parties at a local YMCA every other week. Turns out a man watched them and followed each one home. Ours was the only home that was ground level. He was found only a few weeks after we had called the police. He had rapped 2 and attempted to kill 1 girl in a surrounding county months prior. He gets released in a few years. I still live in this house and am now in that room. I find myself staring at it sometimes, wondering what it'd do if he had the nerve to come back for some reason even 13 years later. Probably the creepiest thing to happen to me. This happened more than 3 years ago, and I still don't know what really happened. I was driving home from a friend's house around 3 a.m. He lives in a small town outside the city about 25 minutes from my house. There are no street lamps in this whole town, so nights are very dark and creepy as it is. The only light I had were my car lights in front of me. As soon as I leave his block there is a long stretch of road, like 10 minutes driving, of nothing but 2 lanes for cars coming and going. On each side of the road there's nothing but tall grass that goes on for a few miles, so at 3 AM there was nothing to see but the darkness of the night. As soon as I got onto this road I got the spooks and chills. I had the feeling that there was someone in the car with me. I was getting kinda scared, and the only other car in my lane was far ahead, so I sped up to try and catch up to them so I wouldn't feel so alone. I caught up to the car and was driving fairly close, then suddenly I noticed another car show up and drive close behind me, which made me feel a little safer. Then out of nowhere I got the chills really bad again. I looked at my rearview mirror and saw a black shadowy face in my backseat. I got so scared that I swerved my car a little. I froze and then slowly looked behind me, but there was nothing there. As soon as I looked back to the front of my car there was a really bright light that blinded me. I closed my eyes until the bright light was gone. Then once I was able to see again I noticed that both cars in front of me and behind me were gone. There was nowhere they could have gone. There was no exit or different road for a few of miles. After realizing that the cars actually just vanished I noticed I was sweating really bad, breathing heavily, and my heart was pounding so hard I felt like I was going to have a panic attack. I drove as fast as I could all the way home. That was 3 years ago, and to this day I can't think of a reasonable explanation. Okay, so this long. Basically I was tormented at my house by strangers constantly when I was 15 over 16. At the time I lived in a shitty neighborhood. Behind me was a trail that led to a homeless camp, and our neighbors to the right had a meth lab. For reference, we were super poor and couldn't afford to buy curtains. We were only able to borrow enough for the living room. The homeless situation got bad. Or at least I think it was transients. It started one night when my friend and I went out at about 7 PM. We were just going to the top of our driveway because we wanted to hang out and talk outside. We end up getting super involved, having a great time under this tree eating cherries and telling secrets. Pretty soon it's dark, and like 11 o'clock. My parents are still awake and their doors open, so it's pretty safe point we are talking, and my phone starts playing this weird song. It wasn't my favorite, but I'd heard it before, and tuned it out. Suddenly we both stop talking, because we hear music that's not part of the song. I pause my phone and the music's still going. It's the ice cream truck song Do Your Ears Hang Low. It was in like a lullaby tune. We both start freaking the fuck out and start walking down to the bottom of my long ass driveway. The music stops once we get over this hill. We both look at each other in pitch black silence, afraid to move. Next to us, we hear someone whisper, like it's 3 feet away from us, and we bolt point. This was horrifying for me then point, but it didn't stop there. A few weeks later I'm sitting on our patio with another friend of mine, and we are looking at memes. It's about midnight. We went outside, so we wouldn't wake my parents. She's looking at me, and behind her I see car headlights. But no car comes up, and the headlights turn off. I tell my friend what happened, and we both watch the area. Then a light, probably a flashlight, shines down the driveway, turning on and off again, over and over again. We decide to go inside, and we can hear whistling from the hills behind us. That night we heard whistling outside my window all night. Point at this point I won't leave me house alone, especially at night. Point things have turned up a few notches. Now, anytime I'm by a window at night, something will hit the window. Anytime a window's open, we'll hear a baby crying sound, whistling, or whispering. It was terrifying. One night I went to the bathroom and heard the baby crying noise outside. I freak out as usual and start crying. I go to my mum's room and see that her window's cracked. I now immediately notice these things. I tell her what happens, and she says to go back to sleep. Point I get a water from the fridge and something slams against the window, so I duck behind the wall. I run back to my mom and now she's wide awake. I start explaining what happened when I hear the whistling through her window. I tell her I hear it but she can't. Then a flashlight shines through the window. Point this stuff happened constantly. Late to the party, and sorry for the wall of text. This is probably a long one. Point about 15 years ago I was on holiday with my friend and her parents. It was great. We had a lot of freedom to hang out late doing teenager Y stuff. One night we are walking along the beach when we come across a group gathered around about 7 people of different ages. They looked like a family, and what I gathered was the dad was preaching into a microphone. It was all, "Holy God, this word of the Lord, that yada yada." I, though raised a good Catholic, didn't hold any truck with this nonsense. I mean, they were fervent about it, so I started to question them. One of the girls, she looked a couple of years older than me, stepped away and started talking to me. My main point was how they could accept the Bible as gospel when the printing press was still in its infancy, when the English translation was first printed. I mean, what if they got something wrong that changes the whole tenet? She seemed puzzled, said she appreciated me giving her something to think about. She'd ask her father about it, and that was that. I went away happy that I may have at least made her question it. I never caught her name, nor she I. That was the extent of our conversation. I got home 2 days later and there was a parcel waiting at home for me. It was from that girl, and in it was a Bible and a letter with a photo. The letter said how she really searched herself for answers to her questions, which God answered for her, how her and her family prayed for me and my questioning soul, and how she had underlined passages in the Bible to help me and asked that I read them and pray. I flicked through it, and there were passages all relating to hell and souls going to hell and such like. A lot of Revelations was underlined. I have no idea how she found out my name, let alone my parents' address. I was with 2 other friends on that beach, nobody else, and we didn't tell her our names. Fast forward 4 years later, and I'm moving into a house share with 4 other people. We're all strangers to each other. As I start putting up my books on the bookshelf, one of my new flatmates is helping me. He comes across the Bible I kept cause of weirdness and freakiness. When he goes whoa, I start telling him I'm not a Jesus freak, but he runs off to his room and comes back with the same sort of Bible, same passages underlined, same type of letter. We swap stories and they are pretty much identical, except he met them in a different part of the country to me. Always creeped me out. Still does when I think about it. I have no idea who these people are, yet they seem to know me. When I was in high school I would walk home about a mile on a street that very few people took. It was my only way home, so I just put my headphones in and did it. One day a black car pulled up next to me and asked if I wanted a ride. It was a male voice, but I didn't see who was inside it. I declined and he left. I happened to be about a block away from home, but I didn't want to lead the man to my house, just in case he doubled back, because I would be alone. So, I just started to walk down the street I was next to, because I knew I could cut across a small field and get to my street. As I was cutting across the field I looked back and saw him coming up the decoy street at a slow pace. I booked it home, because I was far enough up the street where he wouldn't have been able to see me. It still haunts me. Second story is at my current house and many years later. I came home from walking my dog and immediately went upstairs and fell asleep. My neighbor had noticed me go in. While I was sleeping someone was looking into my backyard over the fence and looking in my front windows. My neighbor kept an eye on it and told the man he needed to go because no one was home and he's call the cops if he didn't. When my mom came home from work he flagged her down and asked if I was expecting company. My mom said she didn't think so, but she'd ask me. He told her about the man peering into the house and how he sensed something wasn't right. He said he was scared for me and almost came over to see if I was okay. Right when my mom pulled up, we had never spoken before other than polite hellos. He offered to give his phone number to me because he works from home, so if I ever felt unsafe him or his wife would invite me over. A few days later there were several break-ins in my housing development. I took his number the next time I saw him and thanked him for his kindness. February 2013, 3 days after my birthday. I had a friend staying over that night. I woke up around 4 in the morning because someone was yelling outside. I have an anxiety disorder, so it doesn't take much to turn me into a nervous wreck, and this guy just kept yelling. Couldn't really make out what he was saying, though. So I laid there, wishing he'd just shut up and go away so I could go back to sleep, when suddenly I heard a loud bang. Loud enough I felt my bed shake. At the time my bedroom was the attic. My first thought was car accident, but then a few seconds later I heard a second, equally loud bang and more yelling point. So I got up. My friend was still asleep, moved the curtains aside and looked out. There was a man standing on the opposite sidewalk, and the second he saw me, he started waving and yelling even louder. All I could make out was "Get out." This freaked me out, so I ducked away out of sight, and I stood there for like 10 seconds wondering what the fuck I was supposed to do. I turned to face the curtains again, and that's when I saw the glow point. The house was on fire. Photos here point I completely freaked. I shook my friend awake, yelling about fire, and bolted downstairs. My brother and parents were already up, and in the distance I could already hear sirens. I remember looking out of my parents' bedroom window and I saw the flames, but what really stuck with me was the god-awful noise. The sound of the flames, like very bad hail clattering on the windows. It was so loud. Police had arrived as well, and told us to only grab our passports and wallets and get out. You know how they say a lot of people get injured, or even die, because they go back into a burning building? That's exactly what I did. I had a rabbit, a cockatiel and 4 chinchillas in my bedroom, and we also had a cat somewhere, and all I could think about was getting them out. I ran back up the stairs. Police wasn't happy about this, and grabbed carriers out of storage, and my mom and friend helped me to stuff my pets into them, and all the while I couldn't help but think the roof was going to collapse on top of us any second now. Because the flames were already roof high, when I first realized the house was on fire, my brother saved the cat and we all ran outside in our PJs and socks. It was freezing and snowing, but I was in full panic mode at this point, and didn't even notice the cold in the freezing puddles I stepped in. Adrenaline rush. I guess the whole side of our house was burning, as was our garage, our neighbor's garage and car, and their side of the house. We moved to my uncle's house 1 block away to wait, and we later got a call from the police. The guy I had heard yelling had gone to police to give a statement. He had nothing to do with the fire, but he saw the neighbor's car smoking when he walked by and tried to wake us up by yelling. Our house fortunately didn't burn down completely, but there was a lot of damage. The car burned out completely, and after investigations were finished we learned that it was arson. Summer's holes. Put those little slow burning blocks you normally use to light a BBQ under the car's hood somehow and lit them. That's molded and slowly spread. Those bangs I heard were the engine and tires exploding from the heat. That splattered gasoline everywhere, which was why the flames spread so quickly. The police later said, had the fire department arrived 2 minutes later, both houses would have gone up in flames. They never caught the people responsible, but my town has been plagued by car arson for like a decade now, and they still don't know who is doing it. Every so often you hear about another car burning out, sometimes a few in one night. I've moved out since then, but my greatest fear is that Summer's hole sets fire to one of the cars parked outside of my apartment. 2 years ago a van burned out on the parking lot across the street, and I think about 10 cars were set on fire in my neighborhood in the last 3 years alone. When I was around 17 years ago, my older sister, 2.5 years older, got her first cell phone. She went bowling with friends that night and came home absolutely wrecked because she lost her cell phone. My parents were definitely peeved, but they were more upset at something else. My dad tried calling the number maybe 30 times. Each time, it was answered. It was 2 young women, maybe early 20s, by their voices, that just kept laughing at him and saying things like, "You guys will never find it, and we know exactly where you are, and it's not here. We are here," and just creepy shit like that. They were complete conversations and just taunting and laughing and weird stuff. This goes on for about an hour or 2 during a terrible thunderstorm until it's time for my sister and I to go to bed. She's obviously really upset, but we go to brush our teeth / put on jammers / generally get ready for bed. Our house was really nice, but a weird shape. It was essentially a big U with an outdoor courtyard in the middle. Think every horror movie you've seen where a babysitter goes to a creepy house. The living wing was on one long side, entry stuff was on the short side, and then the bedroom / bathroom / personal stuff was on the other long wing. Anyway, my sister goes to get ready first. I'm sitting with my parents in the other wing listening to what they plan on doing tomorrow. Go to the police, see if they can track it, cancel the phone, whatever, when, all of a sudden, we hear screams of bloody murder from the other wing. My sister comes sprinting from that wing, like she's been stabbed. My parents rush to her and ask what was wrong. Her phone was on her bed, just sitting there. No missed calls. All calls from my house phone had gone through and been answered. The call times were checked against our landline and their durations matched those of the log on our home phone. There was no sign that the phone had been anything other than used properly over the past 3 hours. We never did learn who we were talking to or where they went. TLDR. My sister lost her phone one of the first nights she had it. Dad called the number many times and fought with 2 young women who had stolen it for hours, only to have my sister find it sitting neatly on her bed. 3 instances, not sure if they fit, but it was terrifying. I've developed schizophrenia from the trauma point. When I was 8, I was in the living room. My mom was gone to the store just a few minutes away buying things for tomorrow's dinner. I was drawing in a coloring knot I had on the floor. Mom's boyfriend comes in, gets real close, sits next to me, rubbing my back, rubbing my stomach, when I sit up and eventually leads into rapping me. Now in prison. Moved. Mom has new temporary boyfriend for support. She's on a break. /husband she got with after first guy that rapped me. I stopped talking for a while from the first guy. Mom was sleeping, and I usually stayed up late. Mom's boyfriend comes to check if I was asleep, and when he finds me awake invites me to watch movies. Cuddles up really close and raps me. The husband I previously mentioned my mother was on a break with. She's still with him. A few months ago towards the start of the year I was in the living room on my phone watching a video while I drew. I'm 16 now, so I'm weary and paranoid. Developed schizophrenia 4 years ago. Started to transition just before that, because I was uncomfortable being a girl. It literally gave me random panic attacks thinking about it. Stepdad walks in and just says I like you. He tells me the usual I love you when he says goodnight. So I was like okay, love you too, thinking I must have misheard him saying I love you. He doesn't respond and just repeats I like you blankly and then walks away. Thankfully didn't rap me, but this occurred a week after he choked me until I passed out. I usually avoid being around him. When I was a kid, our house was burglarized one summer during the daytime when we had gone to the little general store about a mile away. We lived in a very rural area. Called the cops, etc. Eventually, we learned from a cop friend of the family that a small group of people were arrested for a string of burglaries in the area and sent to jail. Years go by, and I'm in high school. We learned from same cop friend that these folks have recently gotten out of jail. One day, I stay home sick all by my lonesome. High fever, so I'm in bed all day. At one point, I have a dream that a stranger is standing at my bedroom door looking at me. Later, feeling better, I go downstairs to watch some TV. Note, we had a big brick fireplace at the far end of the room, and built into the brick wall is a little cubby that holds firewood. This cubby has a door on the front, as well as a door on the back end, that can be opened from outside the house, and firewood can be fed into it from the wood pile my dad keeps behind the house. Note that on occasion, when we would lock ourselves out of the house, we would use this cubby to get in. I notice that I can see light coming in from the front door of the cubby, and assume that my dad has not fully closed the outside door that morning when he loaded up the day's wood. Didn't think anything more of it, and sat down to watch TV. When my mother comes home from work, she goes to check the wood burning stove in the fireplace, and asks why I was outside, and tracked mud all over the floor. I told her that I hadn't been outside at all. A few days later, our neighbor states that he saw a couple of weird people hanging out at the end of our long driveway. A few days after that, a cop friend states that those same people that robbed our house years ago were arrested for burglary. Long story short, my dream of someone watching me sleep from my bedroom doorway was no dream. It was those same people attempting to burglarize us again. I grew up in a larger than average house. All of the bedrooms were vacant because all of my siblings had moved out, so it was just my room and my parents' room on opposite sides of the house. At around 10 p.m., I came back into my room after taking a shower. My blinds were closed, but I had a sense someone was watching me through the window. I ignored it, but took precaution and went to change in the bathroom instead. I avoided going back for about an hour, but eventually went back to go to sleep. As I was laying in bed, dozing off, I heard a noise right outside of the window. I laid completely still and eventually started to doze off again. About 15 minutes later, I was startled awake by an anonymous number calling my phone. I didn't dare answer it. I was already rattled with fear. My bed was right under the window and that meant, if someone was outside, they could see me through the tiny cracks in the blinds. They called again. I didn't answer. 5 minutes passed, and my phone rang once more. I answered and it this time, and said in the most intimidating voice I could, "Can I help you?" No one responded, but I could hear faint breathing on the other side. I immediately hung up. My heart was racing. I didn't know if I was being paranoid or if the strange series of events had coincidentally matched up. I received one last call from the private number. I had turned off my ringer to avoid being startled again. But as I watched my phone light up with their call, I could have sworn I could hear the sound of a phone dialing outside of my window, like they were waiting for me to answer. That did it for me. I got out of bed and crawled across the floor and out of my room and slept on the sofa. The next morning, when I opened my blinds, I noticed the large fern outside my window had been stomped down. There was handprint on my window. I tried to smudge it off. I thought maybe it was mine, but it was on the outside. But the scariest part was, along with the handprint, the imprint of someone's face smudged up against the glass. A few months ago, I went into my husband's office to dust the surfaces. Above his desk he has this very deep shelf that's almost like a crawl space. There's nothing up there as it's a pain to get anything back down. It doesn't have access from anywhere. We live in an apartment, so there's no attic above us or anything. The lighting in there is stark, no shadows. Anyway, I'm dusting around, glance up at the shelf, glance away and then register. What I saw there was a woman crouched on the shelf watching me. I look back up but she's gone. It's so hard to describe. I only saw her for a second, but she was kind of like a black and white photo. Gray skin, black hair, big eyes. She was crouched in a very unnatural position, almost like a crab. The weirdest part is that I wasn't at all afraid. I was more surprised, and my impression is that she was equally surprised. She felt old, ancient, more nature than human. I just carried on dusting and only later felt fear. I didn't tell a soul. I did, however, go to the doctor to get checked out. After some tests, it was put down distress, and I kind of forgot about it until one evening I asked my 16-year-old daughter to grab something from the office. She point blank refused. After some coaxing and much embarrassment, she related the following to me. A month before, she was in the office, sat at the desk using the computer. Out the corner of her eye she became aware an arm hanging down from the shelf above, just sort of dangling limply in her eye line. It took her a while to register what she was seeing without looking directly at it. She described it as being grainy and grey like an old photograph. She bolted out room without looking up and refused to step foot in there again. My husband now dusts his office. About 10 years ago, I used to have plenty of nightmares. Most of them were pretty forgettable, but there was one that I remember until this day. In that dream, I was inside a helicopter which was hovering over some ruins in the jungle. They looked like a flat stone platform with maybe a remnant of the wall here and there. I remember feeling extremely guilty while looking at these ruins. They looked very old, but I was certain they looked that way because of me. The helicopter landed, and I was there, standing on the platform. 2 silent guards with body armors and automatic weapons checked my ID and escorted me to a metal freight elevator in the middle of the platform. Without a word, we stood in the center of the lift, and it descended into the darkness when it stopped. It was a normal elevator with sliding door, which opened. If you ever played Doom 3, the corridor behind them was pretty similar to the ones you could find in the game. Metal floor and walls, broken tube lights on the ceiling, a small fire raging in one of the corners. The end of the corridor was entirely dark. I didn't really want to check what was there, even with my minder standing on my left and right. Then a woman ran out from behind the corner at the end of the corridor. Her hair was tousled, her lab coat in tatters. She saw me and screamed a word that I barely heard. It had 2 syllables and somehow I knew it was bad. She started running towards me, screaming it over and over, each time more clearly. Panicked. I told the guards to shoot her, but they just stood there motionless. I started to hit the button to make the elevator go up while she was approaching. After several tries, the door finally started closing, weirdly slow. Just before it closed, she made a mad dash towards me, went inside the cabin, grabbed my head with both hands, and screamed the word in my ear. As soon as I heard it clearly, I started to disappear mentally, like parts of my brain were disappearing one by one. First I couldn't remember what I were doing there, then who was, then only a shred of consciousness remaining with no context. And then I woke up, remembering this feeling. The most faked up part was that, while I could remember the entire dream clearly, along with the feeling of slow disappearance, I couldn't even start to remember the word. Every time I tried, I had a panic attack and couldn't concentrate. After several days it stopped, but every time I tried to think about it, my mind would slip and remember something else. In fact, these after effects scared me more than the dream itself. 20 years ago this last June, we had an apartment fire and lost everything, except a few things that only had minor smoke damage. Now, normally, I would have been at work, but I happened to get that day off. My ex-husband would have been taking a nap with our son, who had just turned 3 at the time, in our bed, and our daughter, who was 5, would have been playing in the living room near our stairs. We lived in one of those apartments, where the door and entryway were on the bottom floor, and we had stairs up to the living area. The day of the fire, my ex-husband went to see the latest Star Wars movie with his mom, because she hadn't seen it yet. I had the day off, and it was lunchtime. So I made the kids and I some ramen noodles. After we ate lunch, they were still hungry and really wanted sandwiches. They insisted so hard, in fact, that we had to go get bread, because we were out. We went to get bread, and got a bunch of other food too, and when we pulled back into the parking lot, there were flames coming out the windows and firefighters punching holes in my roof. What makes this freaky is that we were there when the fire started. I smelled something burning, but dismissed it, because I dropped some of the tiny ramen noodles that were in the bottom of the package under the burner. It got warm in our apartment, and I thought that was just because it had been cloudy and cool all morning. And that was the same time the sun came out and burned off the clouds. Once we were allowed to enter the apartment to retrieve what we could, we found out that the major damage was in my bedroom, where my son would have been asleep with his dad. The flames shot out the door across the living room, where my daughter would have been playing, and where it would have cut off any escape, other than jumping from the balcony with 2 small children. We found out later it was caused by the 13-year-old kid downstairs lighting football cards on fire and throwing them on his bed. It was ruled an accident, but I think it wasn't, because once the fire started, he didn't even bother waking his mother up, who was asleep on the couch. She was awakened by a neighbor banging on her door and got out in time. I was walking down a local bike/hiking trail with my mom. This hiking trail goes through the woods and a small dirt road intercepts it. This road also happens to be the road we live on, so you have to cross the road if you want to continue on to the other half of the trail. We had parked our car on the side of the road. I was really thirsty and wanted to get to our car faster because we had bottled water in the trunk, so I started running to get there. I was close enough to our car that I could see it. My mom was close enough to see me, but far enough away into the woods that oncoming cars couldn't see her. As I was running, this old beat up looking car, not sure what brand it was, that was barreling down the road came to a sudden stop in front of me. It was this ugly grayish blue color with a white and red stripe going down the side. Anyway, it looked like there were 3 to 4 people in the car, 2 men in the front, 1 woman in the back, and another person in the back who I could just barely see. I couldn't tell who was driving, because it was getting kinda dark, about 6 PM, and they were all dressed in black. Someone rolled the driver's side window down, and I heard a woman yell out, "Hey, yeah, need a ride?" I didn't know what to do. I got this cold, icy feeling in my stomach and arms, like someone had injected ice water into my veins. I replied with a very weak, "No, thanks," and started to walk backwards towards my mom. My mom called out, "No, she doesn't need a ride." As soon as they heard my mom's voice, they hauled us out of there. I haven't seen their car since, but I had seen their car driving up and down the dirt road towards our house, real late at night, while I was outside giving my dogs their nightly walk a few days before this happened. I didn't catch their license plate, but my mom did, and she claimed that they were from out of state, Ohio. To be exact, I don't know for sure if they were trying to steal me, and I'm sure they were concerned to see this small girl seemingly running towards them, but it just seemed kinda weird that they sped off as soon as they heard and saw my mom. Mind point: when I was 7/8, my bed was left in my room as you entered. I had a small child-sized chair next to it that my mum would sit in to read me bedtime stories, and I would sleep with the landing light on and my door halfway open due to me being afraid of the dark. One night I go to sleep like normal, but naturally wake up around midnight, maybe later, and turn from facing the wall, my right, to my left. As I turn, I catch the glimpse of something in the chair next to my bed. I look and see a black figure of a man sitting there looking at me. No details on the figure, it was just pitch black, but 3D. The light from the landing illuminated the surroundings of the figure, but not the man himself. I jumped under the covers, curled into a ball, and held my breath hoping it/she would just vanish. After what felt like half an hour, don't worry, I stopped holding my breath. I decided to move to have a look at the chair where the figure was, but as I went to look, the figure was no longer sitting down and instead was standing looking down at me. Now closer to the source of light, the figure was still pitch black and now loomed over my bed. I jumped back under the covers, moving to the wall behind me, curling back into a ball, and started crying until I was so exhausted that I collapsed to sleep. The next morning I woke up still in the ball I was curled up in, and with sore eyes, but everything was normal. I didn't tell my mum for almost a year, but I don't think she believed me when I did, or maybe she did, I don't know. She has seen ghosts before, so if anyone is going to believe me, it would be her. This is my first post ever on Reddit, so if there is a better subreddit to post this in, please say. There is some extra story to this which I will put now, but I think it seems less believable and or not as interesting. A week after this, I then had a dream/nightmare that I was in front of a manor I decided to go in. The layout was strange. It was a large square room with stairs going up directly in the middle to nothing but what I assumed was the second floor. There were many doors on each wall, but they were all closed. The scariest part were the number of skinny decrepit men slowly walking around the room, not noticing I had entered. I decided, being the 7-year-old genius I was, and this being one of the dreams you felt like you could somewhat control, that it was a good idea to try and sneak past them and get up the stairs, not turn around and leave. So I somehow snuck past the gal-like men. So this happened when I was 7/8, so what I remember might be exaggerated, but it is ingrained into my using random objects that the dream had made to get around them and wait for them to pass. As I got halfway up the stairs, the dream was over and I awoke. However, the next night I had the exact same dream, but instead started just as I got up the stairs. I had this happen to me for a week straight, starting at the stairs and finishing as I got halfway up them. On the last day, I think it was a Friday, I went up the stairs halfway and it just ended. I woke up like the other times, and that night I didn't dream. I was/am very confused with why this happened. About a year ago I had the same dream again, but this time I forced myself to wake up and haven't had it since. Sorry it's so long. Had a lot to write. When I was probably 12ish or so, my family and I would have this weird hang we used to do. Just my mom, me and my 2 sisters. We would watch a movie with snacks and then fall asleep on a makeshift bed on the floor in the living room. So we were all sleeping, and the entire apartment was pitch black, and in the middle of the night I do one of those things where you feel like someone is watching you, so you immediately wake up. There by the window right in front of me is a weird transparent young girl in a dress with long curly hair. She looked like when you look at a light bulb then look at the wall and still see the light bulb, if that makes sense. Like a bright imprint on my eyes. She looked so much like that I moved my eyes back and forth to see if she would move with them. She did not, she just stood there staring. She did not move an inch the entire time, and I was so scared I couldn't scream or move. Eventually I gathered enough courage to nudge my sister next to me, and she didn't care. I was too tired to wake up. I didn't know what to do seeing as how I was the only person awake and too scared to move, so I just laid there, and I must have fallen asleep at some point, but I didn't think about it again until years later. I did some research and found out there was a fire around there in the 1800s. Don't know the exact spot, and people died. To this day I can't explain it, and I'm a scientific minded person. I know I wasn't asleep, and I've never hallucinated. When I was around 9 years old I went to an extra Saturday school for foreigner children. The point of it was so that young children of immigrants could still learn to read and write in their native language, as well as learn a little bit about our history. The entire thing was volunteered, and my dad was a teacher for the older years. We rented out a secondary school building and were allowed to use the classrooms. The problem was that not many of the doors were locked, and some kids discovered that they could slip out of the designated areas when the adults weren't looking. Me being one of those curious kids, it was break time when me and 3 other girls decided to explore the entirety of this school building. Every light was turned off, and we spent God knows how long walking those corridors, well past our curfew. The adults couldn't look for us because there was a limited amount of staff and nobody could leave their classes unattended. Meanwhile us 4 were strutting around, checking out the work displayed on the walls by these older kids, running up and down the stairwells, and generally having the time of our lives. We eventually made it to the art department, and we went into a strange display room. There were sculptures in glass cases and everything. What really freaked us out, however, was one of the walls. It was a mural of a field of glowy-eyed skulls and 2 explorers being consumed by them. They looked really terrified, as if they were in great pain. Props to the artist, though, and us being in almost darkness made it all the creepier. It was one of those paintings that the longer you looked at it, the scarier it got. We tried to get out of there, but one of the girls I was with had closed the door behind us and accidentally locked us in. Needless to say, we freaked out, screaming and panicking and trying to open that door. We looked for keys for any other way out, but unfortunately found nothing. We started to think we'd die in there, with that scary mural staring us down. I don't know how long we were trapped in that room, but eventually the janitor found us and opened the door from the outside. He took us back to our teachers, who had just wrapped up and were ready to go home. I know this tale isn't as drastic or scary as the others, but being stuck inside a little room with a scary skull mural was definitely one of my more freaky experiences. I still occasionally have nightmares about drowning in skulls. I'm probably way too late to the party to cash in on any of this sweet karma, but here's mine. When I was 8 I spent the night at my cousin's house, and they rented Fire in the Sky, a purportedly true movie about a man on a logging community who was abducted by aliens in the mountains about 4 hours from my house. To say this movie scared the hell out of me was an understatement. I couldn't sleep at all for days. I couldn't sleep well for months. I couldn't be alone in a room. I couldn't go outside at night for fear that I was going to be taken. I had recurring nightmares of being abducted the same way the guy in the movie was. Fast forward a few years to when I'm 11. This crippling phobia has mostly come under control with supreme effort on my part. Side note, I contribute my love of sci-fi books and movies to trying to get over this by reading everything I could about aliens. I can now go outside at night, though I still often feel spooked and have overwhelming urges to sprint back inside the house. One night, while having my usual nightmare, the first in a long time, I feel reality start to intrude on the nightmare. I'm cold, shivering, and the dream ends. When I open my eyes I'm sitting on a lawn chair on the back porch of the house. I calmly and rationally think I must have been sleepwalking. Trying to keep my panic under control I go to our sliding glass back door, only to find out that the door, which can only be locked from the inside, was locked. This destroys what's left of my calm, and I start pounding on the door to have someone let me in. My mom came to the door and let me in, and asked why I went outside. After discussing what had happened with them, we all decided that I had sleepwalked to the back door, unlocked it partially, enough to open the door, and when I shut it behind me it clicked closed, even though we could never replicate that. My mom to this day claims to have heard the back door open seconds before I started pounding on it for them to let me in. So I guess that's plausible. This all happened 22 years ago, and as far as I know I haven't suffered any long-term effects other than being a diehard nerd, possibly much more than I would have been. It happened at around age 11 or so. We lived in the country, basically on a ranch 3 miles out of a small town. My room was situated closest to the woods with no heater to speak of and poor lighting. I was pretty much a scaredy cat with an overactive imagination and had trouble falling asleep most nights. This night in particular my room was more than usually unkept, with a vacuum cleaner in the center of the floor. Draped over the vacuum was a robe or a towel or something. This of course created the illusion of a beast man, werewolf, Bigfoot monster thing. I must have fallen asleep with that on my mind, because I woke from a night terror at 3 AM, completely frozen. I swear I saw that thing growing, so I tried to get up for the light. Nope. I was paralyzed. I could not move, or scream, or any function whatsoever. This undoubtedly heightened my sense of terror and panic. I then remember waking again, as if I was now truly waking, where, before I had been in a dream. I remember a brief sense of relief followed only by the realization that I was in fact paralyzed still, and unable to move or scream. The garment-draped vacuum was definitely an evil entity staring through my soul. I tried to scream for mother, father, brother. Nothing. Not even a gasp. Heart pounding. Again I tried to move or scream, and suddenly I could move and summoned the courage to leap for the light switch to end this madness. On with the light, everything back to normal. The vacuum became a vacuum. I felt myself calming, but the terror still left a lingering doom, as if although I were now safe I still felt an evil presence. So to ease my mind I pulled down my Bible and opened it up for a few words of solace. To my utter dismay and shock I had opened to page number 666. Absolutely true story. Still gets me as I write this. One night I woke up to this intense vibrating sensation all throughout my body, like the TV static feel you get when you lean on a limb for too long, but amplified. I could see the wall in front of me, but I felt like my eyes were closed, and I felt like I was floating maybe a couple of centimeters off of my mattress. I started freaking out and trying to force my eyelids open despite me being able to see the wall in front of me. I saw my eyes opening extremely slowly, and I remember how hard it was to get them to open. They were so heavy. Then I saw them open completely, and I felt like I had been dropped back onto my bed. The vibrating stopped, and I could see the wall in front of me at the same angle that I could before. Then maybe 2 or 3 days later I woke up again. I could see the wall despite my eyes feeling like they were closed, and I was vibrating again, but I didn't feel like I was floating. Instead, I could feel a pair of hands on my shoulder and side shaking me, as if they were trying to wake me up. It was a woman who sounded like my mum saying, "Neon Graves, wake up, we need to fix it," over and over. At first, I almost turned around, because my mum sounded panicked, but I couldn't help but feel like something wasn't right. This went on for a while, until they changed their grip on me, and their finger landed my neck. It was ice cold. I started freaking out, and felt like I was forcing my eyelids open again despite still being able to see. Then all of a sudden I saw my eyes open completely, and I felt awake. I was in the same position, seeing the wall in front of me at no different angle than I was before. The vibrating stopped, and I couldn't feel or hear the person anymore. I built up the courage to turn around and nothing was there, so I flung myself around again, pulled the covers up over my head, and went back to sleep. I wasn't moving a single muscle the entire time, and I don't even know if I was capable of moving. It could be possible that I was having sleep paralysis, but I was in the fetal position and I've only had sleep paralysis once on my back around 11 years ago. I used to be best friends with this girl in high school who I spent all my time at her house. Her mom was completely crazy and was always kicking us out for dumb shit like drinking her soda lol. One time in the summer she kicked us out, so me and the friend started walking to my house, which was only 10 minutes away over a giant hill. I live in PA, everything's a giant damn hill. Halfway through the hill there was a path you could take through the woods that would lead to an abandoned road that connected to my street that was never finished, so people just dirt biked on it. The sun was just about done setting So the sky was that deep blue, but not quick black yet hue, and we started going through this trail with our phone flashlights on. We got decently far, until we stop on the trail, because I see some animal in front of me in front of a bushel, which I assume will just run if I make noises, but it never did. I stood and stared at it with my friend for a good 30 seconds, until it twitched slightly, and we started booking us out, and took the long way home. I got a good look at it, but was never really able to come to a theory on what it was. No fur, but completely black. A lot of people have told me it might be the bears with mange that have been popping up in Pennsylvania, but it was a small patch of woods definitely with no bears, and it was child size. I always hear about weird shit in those woods, including mass burials, graves of cats on and off trail. Might be innocent, but I don't know. Haven't been back, and people still think we were high, but we truly weren't. Damn Wendigus. I'm sure I've had worse things happen, but one I like to share is when I used to be in Girl Scouts. Technically it was called Brownies, but I don't think it really matters. Anyway, sometimes we did things like camping. And this one time we went somewhere in Wisconsin that had really small cabins for each group to stay in. Pretty remote area. So fast forward to the creepy part. It's the first night there. I'm trying to sleep. I had my hands resting on top of my chest over my sleeping bag. Sure enough, just as I'm comfortable, I felt something land on one of my hands. Then step by step, felt it crawling up my hand/arm. It was so big I could feel the two little claws at the end of each foot. I was too scared to move at first, but fight or flight kicked in cause I had to do something, so I grabbed it and threw it across the floor. I could barely see anything, but the moon was out, and in the moonlight I could see something all curled up on the floor, and one or two legs came off of it when I threw it. It must have been a spider. I'm not sure how to judge the size, but it was big enough to cover the whole back of my hand, and it looked even bigger curled up on the floor. One of the weird things about it though is it kinda looked like bunched up straw, hay, and the color of it too. The other weird thing about it is the next day it was gone. I didn't think I killed it, but I swear I saw one or two legs come off it when I threw it and land on the floor next to it, but I didn't find that either the next day. The other kids were already up, so it's possible they moved stuff around and possibly caused the leg or legs to be moved too unintentionally, like stepping on them, kicked them over, etc. But overall it was just something weird that happened. And before anyone suggests that it was a dream, it was definitely not a dream. I have tons. The most recent happened at a CT ranch known for paranormal and UFO sightings. We hear cheering, so me and my two other friends get out of our tent to join in for the UFO watching. We each pick up a chair and fold it, leaning it on the back on the tire, so there's a total of 3 chairs leaning by the gas tank. I open the back door to put on our sweaters, and I close the door. I pick up my chair, my friend gets hers, and that's it. A chair was missing. We look all around, and the third chair was about 30 feet away, open, facing the field. It all happened in less than 45 seconds with all of my friends behind me. The most vivid one happened in Sardinia in a 1,000-year-old Airbnb where we shared common area, but we had a whole little wing with a bathroom to ourselves separated by a partition from the other room on our floor and the kitchen. My friend was outside on the phone, and I was reading a book in our bed with the door open, since the partition is there. I look up and there is a woman holding a cat. She's looking at me, but she's kind of halfway out of view, like if she's too timid to come in. I ask her if she's lost, no answer, so I go back to reading. I look back up, and she's a little closer. She's wearing a nightgown, and has her hair up in a bun. The cat is just by her feet. I tell her that I think she's in the wrong room. I then ask her if she needs help. Nothing. She kinda just backed away all quiet. I get creeped out, since I heard no footsteps, and wait for my friend. My friend comes back making a lot of noise moving the partition to get into the room. I ask her if she saw the cat or talked to the lady, to which she responded that we have the floor for the night and everyone has checked out. I tell her about the lady and it dawns on me that I never heard the partition move. It's super heavy and made of wood. We definitely had weird vibes at that place for sure. Okay. I'm Australian and there's a shop called Kmart which is technically Walmart without food. It has clothes, furniture, etc. Basically I was there one night with my mum because my sister wanted to get some new clothes. Specifically pajamas. We got sidetracked and we started looking at swimmers for her. Lady maybe around 27 comes and talks to my mum and she looked like she was pregnant. They started talking about how it's hard to find the right size for my sister. Anyway she wanders off and later on when we are lined up and she's placed behind me with a man assuming to be her partner. My mum walked off my sister to look at something and I was told to stay in line and keep our spot. About 2 minutes go by and this lady touches my shoulder and starts rubbing it like as if I was her son. I just ignored her and inched slowly towards the back of another person I case that tried and BS. Right then and there I was convinced that there was something wrong. She then was speaking to her husband in a different language. Like any person I assumed they were talking about abducting me, so I kept my guard up. My mum comes back, and when we left the shop I told her what happened. Afterwards she told me, and my sister that is, why you trust no one. To this day I'm convinced these people tried to abduct me, but I don't think they would have been successful considering it was about 6 months ago, and I've always been a chunky boy. Pretty sure they wouldn't be able to carry a 70 kg 12-year-old who has common sense. I'm an electrician so spend a lot of time in roof spaces and underfloors. Very recently, maybe 1 month ago, I was working on a house that was an owner renovation where they were updating paint and a few odds and ends through the house on weekends. Nothing huge but they needed a new switchboard and lights etc. point. So I was there for a couple of days by myself midweek doing the works. After they gave me a key point on the second day there, while in the roof running some cable for new smoke alarms. I heard a lady talking really loudly. As if she was one of those loud mobile talkers like many older people. She was talking in another language that sounded Croatian or something. I couldn't quite pick the language. I just thought it was a real estate agent or a family member coming to look through the updates to the house and check on my work. She sounded like she was just below the manhole, so I yelled out something like I'll be down in a minute. Less than a couple of minutes later I got out of the roof yelling out hello, but there was no one inside. What? So I walked around the outside of the house. Still no one around. It really creeped the hell out of me because I know what I heard and it still freaks me out a bit thinking about it. I spoke to the owners after finishing the job and it turns out that the owner's grandmother lived in the house for over 12 years and had died about 3 months earlier. She was a very loud talker and of German heritage. I lived with a poltergeist. TLDR at bottom I moved to a house which was in the worst location in my city. Not more than 3 blocks from a highway. With apartment buildings in front of my house. Subsidized housing. Some regular people lived there. But I also saw a lot of drug deals go on by simply being outside. My house was on the corner. In the backyard there was an alleyway which divided these 2 apartments. There was a lot of gang activity around my house. I would never call this place my home because frankly thinking about coming back to this house was a nightmare. I almost was set up and kidnapped by someone I had misplaced my trust in. Long story short I still don't sit with my back anywhere except against a wall. Real ghetto shit. My dad rented this place as my mom had divorced him and taken everything she could possibly take. So yeah, my mental health wasn't 100% as my dad was physically abusive, but my mom was emotionally abusive. And I'd rather be physically ripped apart and live in the slums than be empty and feel useless while living in $1 million home. My dad was a long-haul truck driver. Admittedly he actually partied with the local serial killer once. This guy named Willie Picton owned a majority of my city's property 40 years ago as a convicted serial murderer. He enjoyed choking prostitutes with a guitar wire and convincing these young mostly native ladies to come to his farm. He would feed these women to pigs, and then he would sell the pig meat to the larger cities. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a dead prostitute who was buried under almost every block. My dad was on the other side of Canada. While my girlfriend was over she wanted to drink, because that's all she liked to do. She was a complete unit. I mean that in the least flattering way. We had been drinking rather heavily with my 47-inch tube TV on muted, while watching a movie on my laptop. She was tired, went to the bathroom, and asked me to come to bed. I had turned off the TV and put my laptop to sleep by going through the Windows menu. as my computer would take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to operate properly if fully shut off or even closed. I went to bed, had slept great, woke up next to my girlfriend in the morning, went to living room, thought it was strange my laptop was closed. My girlfriend walks into the living room and I ask her why she closed my laptop last night. She said no. She then asked me, have you seen my sunglasses? They were on the table next to your laptop last night. I said no. She accused me of trying to scare her or fool her all day and was quite bitter about me stealing her new sunglasses. This went on till I told her that there was more going on in this place than what she understood. She said something along the lines of this place isn't haunted, demons don't exist, poltergeists don't exist, God doesn't exist, and neither does the devil, because they are fictional characters. While she was saying this, bear in mind she was not speaking while looking at me, but looking all around the room, as if to antagonize this entity. I then said, I'm sorry, she doesn't know what she's talking about. I know you're here. You need to stay away from us in the name of Jesus. We are protected by the blood of Christ. Leave us alone. We will respect your space, but this is also our space. While I'm saying this, it's as if winter had hit, or there was a rapid decrease in temperature to the point of being on the verge of being able to see my own breath. She got scared, told me she wanted to go to bed. We got up, and she almost started to run. But I grabbed her hand and say, do not show it any fear, as we're walking past my dad's door. A growl from nothing I've ever heard come from my dad's room, and gust of freezing energy / wind hits my girlfriend and I. This is just the first event in that house, but by far the creepiest, because I feel like she let it in by calling it out and by feeding it the negativity that it craved. 10/10ths would burn this place to the ground if I could buy the house. Moved into a house. Dad was the only one with the key on the other side of the country working when a poltergeist stole my XGFS sunglasses, closes my laptop and steals my laptop cable. His girlfriend calls it out the next day thinking I'm messing with her, and the temperature drops 10 degrees Celsius. I apologize, but through prayer. And when we walk past my dad's open room, a gust of wind and loud growl comes from my dad's room. When I was around 12, I would go home from horse riding club via train after school. The club was an hour drive away from my house, so the journey back took some time, and the last few stops are basically deserted of people. I was all alone in the train station in the evening with my riding gear on when a guy approached me. From what I can remember, he was pretty scruffy and in his 40s. He started walking with me and asking if I liked horses and such, then claiming he owned Icelandic ponies and I could come over to see them if I wanted. At this age, I was well aware of stranger danger, but I was also a cocky little shit who thought me, a small child, could easily fight off a grown-ass man if things went sideways, so I was pretty calm about it. I answered him with only yes or no, and when he started asking me where I lived and where I go to school, I gave him vague answers like around, and it's over there, pointing in a random direction. When we reached the exit, I told him I had to go now, and I speed walked to the nearest bus stop and took the bus home from there. I didn't think much of it, and still don't. So when I told my parents about the encounter the next day, I was surprised at how nervous they got, so I left out the part of the story where he leans over me a lot and tries to put his hand on my shoulder a few times, which I shake off because I didn't want to freak them out. Honestly, it could have been just some guy who didn't understand that being all friendly with a random kid in an empty place wasn't the best look, but it makes for a good story. I still leave out the whole hand on shoulder part because I didn't want my parents to get any more freaked out. Not a very interesting story, but luckily that's the creepiest things have gotten for me. When I was 6 or 7, my dad and I had a friend who was getting on in age, around his early 70s. We would drive around the river on gravel roads while they had a few beers and shot the sheet. One day we all really had to pee and decided to go down a road we'd never went down but heard bad stories about. We get back to the truck and my dad decides we check out what's back in that part of the woods at the end of the road. Not even a quarter mile down the road, and 2 guys dressed in what almost looks like Arab military gear come out from the sides of the ditch with AK-47s and motion us to turn around. Dad drives just a bit further, like 10 to 20 feet just before the road ends, where we could see just one wall and a bunker on the side of it. At that point the 2 guys start pointing their guns at us. We turn around, and dad books it. I mean, I've never seen his truck accelerate so fast, easily hitting 60 before we break from the road entirely, with me and our old friend freaking the fuck out as these two guys chase us on foot, not even flinching from the gravel hitting them in the face. We then went to our town's gas station to take a breather and drop our friend off to his daughter when a Humvee pulls up with full leather-clad bikers hopping out covered in swastikas and cheaty prison tattoos. They walk in, glaring at my dad the whole way and just radiating, "We know you would buy our place. Don't even think of doing it again." Fuck, it was horrifying. Turns out there was a sect of neo-Nazis that had an armory there for whatever reason, and the two Arab-looking guys were hired guards. They got busted selling meth in my hometown not long after that. Now there's a steel gate protecting the road and a no trespassing sign there too. This was around the time I was 7 years old. Now for a bit of backstory. During the summer, I live in a small community by the river, and it's in the forest. During the day we hang out at the beach, then stay up late at a movie, or eating sweets at the lodge. The adults would drink, and party and do what adults do, and the teenagers have campfires on the beach. Our cabin is one of the farthest away from the center, where the lodge, path down to the beach, and literally all the nightlife is. We have all sorts of wildlife, and I love staying up till 2 AM till the deer would walk by our house. I could recognize the weight of an animal by how much noise it made. You know, the sound difference between a raccoon and a deer is a lot. We would get the occasional news headline of a mountain lion or bear sighting somewhere within a few hundred miles of our area. No big deal. So me, my dad, and my gruncle were walking home, maybe around 12. The adults had a few drinks in them, and we went up towards our cabin in a way we didn't normally go, because it was longer and way darker, and I was a child. And as a child, I didn't really protest to a cool night walk suggested by drunk adults. Keep in mind, my dad and gruncle are coming back from a party in a sense, and in no way are being irresponsible. We know the park like the backs of our hands, and have been part of it for 6 generations, when I was suddenly hit with that gut-wrenching feeling of dread and anxiety that our ancestors handed down to us from out hunter-gatherer days, to let us know when something is terribly faking wrong. I immediately started freaking out and grabbing my dad's arm, and I could tell he knew something was up. We were under a light post, but had to go up a wooded path up a hill to get up to our cabins. My dad and gruncle turned on the lights on their phones, and we formed a tight group as we walked up. Our survival sense must have been tingling or something, because we were all on edge, listening and not really talking, me gripping my dad's arm when we heard something burst out of the bushes just out of the way of the cell phones and run across our path. My dad had been looking in its direction, and one of my most vivid memories of that event was him saying that wasn't a deer. Next day there was an article about a mountain lion sighting in our area. Okay everyone, hold tight, this is a long story. I was over a friend's house for New Year's when I received a voicemail message. Pretty ordinary, but I wasn't used to getting messages at all, and I wasn't expecting one from anyone. This is genuinely the most terrifying thing I have ever listened to, and still to this day I can barely think about it without getting all shaky. What seemed to be 2 Indian men were on the other side of this voicemail, which went something like this: "We are in town near where I live. Something about a volatile bomb. Your close family member is having a fit." This, along with the location, was most scary, as this family member is epileptic. "It will blow your head off. We'll find you." As the call progressed, these voices became louder and louder, until they were eventually yelling down the phone, like a twisted crescendo, as they reveled in the idea of my death. As a boy of 13, maybe 14 years at the time, it was nightmarish. Anyway, I returned to the party, visibly shaken, but trying to ignore it, and when it was time for everyone to leave, we made our way back home. Once I got back to my room, I listened to the voicemail once again. The word shook me to the core. I was terrified, fearing for my family and my friends. I went to my brother to talk through it with him. At this point there were tears streaming down my eyes. I felt cold and completely unsafe. Eventually, we decided to talk to my parents about the message. The voicemail played once more. I was quaking. The police came soon after calling them, but the fear persisted. I had to listen to that clip more than 6 times that night, and even when I headed up to bed, the words rang in my head. I couldn't sleep, and ended up talking to a friend about it. I was so afraid, so upset by this, but this friend was very reassuring and helped me so much. Still to this day, while I don't always agree with him, I will never forget how understanding this friend was to me. Another time, when I was very much younger, attending primary school, I had an encounter with a man that tried to kidnap me, pulling me off the bus. I almost went with him, thinking he was trying to help my mother, who was also at the bus stop with my brother, to get me off the bus. I was so stupid looking back to it, but honestly I'm just lucky that I got home safe. I lost my phone once, traced my steps, and couldn't find it. I went back to the barber to see if I left it there when I cut my hair, but no luck. Went back to my room and started to look around, checked my desk, my closet, and even flipped the bed upside down looking for it, and no luck finding it. I lost my mind, couldn't find it anywhere, trying to call, and my phone is switched off. I went mad and started to shout and scream, since I remember bringing it home with me and placing it on the charger in my room. Went to the bathroom to check there, came back to see it on my bed, which I flipped, and it's now upside down in the middle of the room. I couldn't believe what just happened and thought the most reasonable thing to keep me calm, which was a thief came to my room, tried to steal it, and then felt guilty and return it. I know it sounds stupid, but it was this, or a ghost hide it from me. I picked the thief story to keep me calm. Few days later I started to lock the room door when I leave. I remember one day I was deciding which hand watch to wear and ended up trying both of them and picked one. The next morning, while I was ready to go to college, I picked the watch I didn't wear the day before, and it was cut into pieces. I was shocked and made a stupid explanation of the lighter was leaking gas, and since the watch was plastic it must froze it and got broken. This or a ghost theory, beside the other things happened to me in that place. The last thing that made me get the fuck out was when the kitchen window kept breaking every week or so after I repair it. I was living in the 11th floor. I left that place and now I can find my phone and my watches are safe. Sorry about the writing. Wow, my first silver. Thanks. A bit late, but as a kid my dad would take me and my sister to cricket matches that he played. These would be in quite rural areas, so I would always get bored, and my sister and I have a 3-year age difference. She's older, so she would never be interested in what I, male, would be. My dad's cricket team share a close bond of friendship, and everyone on the team was viewed by me, generally, as extended family, as they were friendly. One match while my dad's team is fielding, most of the team is on the field. A man approached me in cricket whites uniform, saying he played in my dad's team, and started talking to me very understandingly and nicely about dumb kid stuff. He mentioned he had a son the same age as me, and that he was hanging out in his house. Me being quite young, I got excited, and when he invited me to his house, a mixture of boredom and trust meant I accepted. It turned out his house was just off the area where they were playing, around a 2-minute walk. While he went inside to get his son and grab some snacks and drinks, I was jumping on his trampoline just outside. I couldn't hear any talking or any signs of a child the same age as me living there apart from the trampoline, which I figured out when I was older. I could partially see into his kitchen, and it didn't seem like he was there, even though it had been about 10 minutes and the house wasn't that big. So I got bored and just left and went back to the cricket field, where my sister screamed at me about stranger danger. I later described the man to my dad, and he said he couldn't remember anyone like that on his team. As I was young, I didn't know everyone on the team while being dopey. Not huge, but still freaked me out quite a bit. In high school about 6 years ago, I used to take money at the gate for our rec baseball field for little league games. One day this raggedy couple's in with 2 parents and 4 kids, all about the same age. Didn't think anything of it. Plenty of people have old beat up cars where I live. Walked up and told them how much it was to get in. They began to argue with me, eventually gave in, and gave me the money to enter. I remember their faces vividly, because not many people in my hometown shade their hair pink/electric blue, etc., which is what both of them did. Plus the lady has multiple facial piercings. Fast forward a few months, after a high school dance, I go to my friend's house to hang out. His mom is a police officer, has been for many years. So is her husband. I know them pretty well, so I got to talking with them about different things that go on with the job. They then started telling me about this one raid they did where the suspects were these crackheads with pink and blue hair. And they had murdered 2 people. She told me, when they raided the house they found multiple body parts throughout various parts of the house. And the man was a registered sex offender. Freaked me out knowing I had an argument with her. Fast forward again a few more months, back at the little league field again. Got assigned to taking food orders at the window for the day. Usually guys don't get assigned that. We usually take money and cook the food, and I see this woman in line. Pink hair, multiple facial piercings, without the guy this time, with 2 kids with her. Not even the same kids as the last time. Never saw her again after that. Glad I never did either. Oh boy, time for my adrenaline to come back. Sorry for the long read. 2 or 3 years ago I went over to my best friend's house, so we could just build random stuff and practice our skills. We are talking and having a good time overall. We both ended up getting goosebumps, and it wasn't the kind you get from the air doing its best ice impression. We chose to ignore it, but my friend lives next to this cornfield that was barren due to the season not being right point. So a couple more hours stroll on by, and we have all but forgotten the feeling we had, but we both nervously check both the field and the woods that border it out of some odd suspicion. Nighttime has begun to fall by now, so we decide to shut the large garage door, as the mosquitoes are going to come in a swarm meant to devour gods. We spend another hour until the sun is completely gone from view and everything is dark. I mention that I have to use the restroom, but I don't want to wake his parents, so I elect to go in the bushes outside. Sue me. We both get a very uneasy feeling at the prospect of leaving the garage, despite nothing ever happening prior. I leave and go to relieve a biological need when my adrenaline surges. My hair is standing up as I type this. This was horrifying to me, and I become short of breath. I'm on high alert, and I survey the cornfield when I see something that haunts me in my nightmares. I saw a lanky man, in a dead sprint at me. I couldn't scream, but I sure as hell could run. I sprinted back to the garage and practically slammed into it. After standing back up I slam the door shut again, lock it, and turn off the lights. No more than 2 seconds later another impact hits the door, followed by audibly frustrated noises, and then a blood-curdling scream. It didn't sound human. It was bone-chilling. His parents came into the garage as we all stay in the garage. The police are called, and upon the arrival we look out of the window of the house. The man is there, standing at the edge of the woods, before sprinting back into them. We couldn't see his eyes, but I felt them boring into me. I cannot imagine what would have happened had I not looked when I did. I have a few stories. I'm not sure if I'm gonna share them all though. This school year we had a new teacher who we will call Mr. J. Now he was nice, had a thick country accent, and everybody overall loved him. Me and my friends were leaving school, and since we were going to my friend who we'll call A's house, we were going out the back. We like to wait for all the other students to leave, to that way we can leave faster cause holes get stuff and we all would trip. Teachers were okay with this and just said to get off the campus as quick as we can. So we are leaving out the back and we see Mr. J banging on his car window in a panic. My friend, we will call Ick now. What here are the friends letter A, B, C, D, and the me. B was like, dude, I think Mr. J is either high, having a heart attack, or dying. She says, pointing. So my dumbass runs over to Mr. J and I'm like, dude, what's wrong? My friend's right behind me. He points and I look in the window and there's a dead cat. Poor cat. I've seen him around the area and we named his stripes cause of his orange stripes, and we hung around him mallet. He was a stray and some weird, alien, human looking thing. He looks at us and opens the back door and we legit run into the forest behind the school. You need to see the campus. In front of the school is all the houses and road, then around and behind it is the woods and mountains. Don't know why the school is right there, but close bracket. This thing is like a bright as white monster and was like 8 feet. Now we knew this had to be a human cause, like aliens aren't real, but like 8 feet. That's tall AF. So we are running, and Mr. J is like, I heard there's a tree house back here. I explored this woods back here, scared something like this would happen and we would need to run. There should be a medical kit in there that I'd place. You guys should keep your bags on. So we make it to this tree house, and we climb the rope. Mr. J up last, then we pull the rope up. This thing was just standing there looking at us, blood dripping down his face from the poor cat he ate. Him crying. Mr. J is screaming at it. A, B, and D were screaming at each other. C was looking for things to throw, and ends up reaching one of the branches and shakes the leaf of it, scaring it. But he still is right there, so he grabs the tree and breaks twigs off of it, and sticks and tosses it at him. He is now bleeding, and Mr. J calms me down, and him back to my am not so manly, but I'm useful so like him here mood. I wish I had footage, but I don't because I mean, what was I supposed to do? Mr. J makes the decision to distract the thing, and told us to run and empty the kit in our bag, then to toss the metal case at him, so he could catch up. We do so and shockingly works out, so we are running. We end up running far enough to the point where we can A, continue, B, go to the roads on the side, or C, go back. We decide to go B and end up in some part of town that none of us know. We head to the nearest shop, which ends up being a 7-Eleven. The guy in the front welcomes us and says he hasn't seen us before and asks if we are new or travelers. I'm assuming this is a small side of town, so we tell him everything. His face goes white. We locks the doors, turns off the lights, and then takes us into the back. He pours out this whole story and we are like, shit, we are going to die. He said that the monster thing we say, it's apparently a whole tribe that lives in the forest and we are one of the only people who know about it. He offers us a ride to our side of town so he can talk to Mr. J, but we decline, saying that we can call our parents. I then see the thing outside, though the part of the window I can see, and scream. Apparently I passes out and no one will tell me anything else other than that the guy at the front went out and attacked the thing, then it just went poof in midair. We thought it was a ghost, but that wouldn't explain the cat. Later that day, when I woke up, we buried the cat. Yeah, that was long. Sorry. Story time. For the past couple years I've been having really stressful and upsetting dreams, usually revolving around relationships I've ruined, or the people I've hurt, and it almost feels like it's done with malicious intent by another entity or personality. I have did, and my personality/identity has been splintering lately. My dad mentioned I should confront the people in my dreams and ask them for their names, as that might provide further insight into what's causing these dreams. He definitely meant it from a spiritual perspective, but I appreciated the advice for the potential psychological benefits. At the very least it would feel like I was making progress. So I'm spending the night with my friend then Jill friend at her sister's house when the dream happens. I'm in a school maze with doors opening into endless corridors containing lockers and crowds of school kids moving about. I would recognize one of my siblings from time to time, which caused me stabs of anguish. They are all estranged from me as a result of my actions. Towards the end of that dream I realize I'm dreaming, and remember the advice about getting a name. I followed my sister into the girls' toilets, cornered her, and demanded its name. I got a bizarre name that I had never heard before, but coincidentally was the name of a lesser demon-human hybrid in an obscure medieval fantasy series I knew nothing about, and immediately the dream changes. I'm lying in a bed and all my siblings are sitting in a half circle of chairs around me. I'm understandably confused and no longer lucid. My siblings all start making this bizarre wailing singing tone, like a shepherd scale going up, and I could feel it resonating with my atoms and changing me through vibrations. At that point my friend wakes me up asking what's wrong. Apparently I was wailing/yelling and sounded horrified. It was fairly horrific in a what the fuck sense, but I was more elated by the fact that I was lucid enough to ask for a name. I've gotten a few more name dreams since, but they haven't been very nice or interesting dreams, so I won't be reliving them, hahaha. It's probably going to get lost in the replies, but I was living with my ex in a 1-bedroom apartment a few years ago. The way it was set up had a door, a dresser with a big mirror to the right, and a bed in front of that. When we first moved in about a month previously, I had a really uneasy feeling about that mirror. It wasn't super old, maybe from the 70s or 80s, but it felt off. I refused to go in there alone after it got dark, and sometimes I slept with a nightlight in the living room. Keep in mind, this is not the first time I've dealt with the paranormal. Back in high school I caught a picture of what would knock on my bedroom wall for years on end. Anyway, this thing was different. One night I had laid down to go to sleep with my ex on the bed next to me. I was laying on the side closest to the mirror. I fell asleep surprisingly quickly. Normally I would lay there for about 45 minutes before nodding off. This time it was probably 10 tops. The next thing I know I'm opening my eyes, looking at myself from the other side of the mirror laying on my back, which I don't normally do. The fear hadn't set in yet, but I felt empty and sick. There was this hollow curiosity that wanted to see what happened next the way you do in a movie you're perfectly safe from. Before I could think about what was going on, I saw myself turn my head towards the mirror and open my eyes. My eyes were completely black, and where the pupils should have been were two small pinpricks of white. I smiled at myself, and that's when the fear set in. I couldn't breathe all at once. I felt weightless and cold, like I was floating in this black, swelling mist that was keeping me trapped. I couldn't even reach out and touch the glass anymore. Then I opened my mouth and said, "Next time be more careful where you put your things. The other won't let you go next time." I then turned back over on my side, and I was waking up back in my own body and skittering away from the mirror. I got up and ran to the light switch, shaking like a leaf. My ex asked me what was wrong, but I couldn't tell him. All I said was, "We are not sleeping with that faking mirror anymore. Where are the sheets?" I went to grab them from the living room, and when I passed the kitchen I looked at the clock. It read 1:23 am. I had only gone to bed a few minutes before, probably 1:10, because I was off the next day. My ex though, got up at about 3:30 for work. This meant that, as soon as I fell asleep, this thing whatever it was took over. And apparently it was not the only one that occupied the mirror. This was the first time anything like that had happened to me, and thankfully it was the last, but by far it was the most terrifying thing I ever experienced. For months, I felt this lingering darkness in me, like just a tendril of it never left. Every so often I still feel its smile, and it terrifies me. To this day I refuse to sleep in a dark room with a mirror. Part of me is afraid that it didn't live in just that one mirror. So this one time me, my brother Luca and my cousin Marina were at my grandparents' house. We were all having fun. Mind you, this was a few years ago, so I was around 11 to 12, and then suddenly I got the idea to play Ouija board. Since we didn't have it, we decided to play a similar game called Kokiri-san. We were really excited to play this game, and Kokiri-san was really nice. It was all fun until we asked, "Are there any other spirits in this room?" We didn't really like the answer. Kokiri-san said there are 2 more souls here, but they were evil. Turns out it was Zozo and another spirit. I just got chills from writing his name. Since me and Luca didn't really know who they were, Kokiri-san and Marina explained it to us. Later on we were still talking with Kokiri-san, and at one point my sister started answering questions instead of Kokiri-san. I was really freaked out at that point. Luca lost interest sometime before that. When Marina returned to normal I asked her what the hell just happened. She explained to me that Kokiri-san possessed her body for a bit to answer my questions, but it was with good intentions. By the end of the day we finished chatting with Kokiri-san, but the room we were in never felt the same again. That story was pretty long and of course I didn't get all the details, because I couldn't remember them. Sorry about that. I'm sure there are people who don't believe this story and that's totally fine. I was just talking about my experience with this game. And I think that people who played this game, Ouija board or anything similar to these games, will be able to understand my story better. Though I did have a great time playing this game, a few sleepless nights is a small price to pay. Thanks for reading this post. Have a nice day. I have 2. These were the only actual scary experiences that weren't horror movies, lol, that have ever happened to me. This happened a few years ago. I've always hated sleeping on my bed in my actual room, so for as long as I can remember, I've always slept on the couch. That is just what I've always preferred. Anyways, I'm sleeping soundly until I shoot up, wide awake and in a panic. Outside the living room window, which was right next to me, I had heard the most blood-curdling scream I had ever heard in my entire life. It wasn't anything like those horror movies. This almost sounded demonic or supernatural. It sounded as if someone had gotten hit by a car and stabbed repeatedly. Then, it just stopped. I looked out of the window, onto the road. We live in a neighborhood, and there was nothing. Everything was quiet and still. The next morning, I asked everyone in my family about it. I figured that, since it was so loud, someone had to have heard it too. I couldn't have been the only one. I was the only person in my entire family who had heard that sound. My family tried to play it off as me dreaming and just having a dream where I woke up. But you know how you can tell when you're 100% awake? Well, that was one of those times. This one also has to do with a sound. However, both my dad, my sister, and I all heard this one. It was late. This also happened a few years ago. I was getting ready for bed, and it was about 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. All of a sudden, my sister and I heard this sound. It's almost as if it was an animal screaming. When I say screaming, I mean screaming. Again, it didn't sound like any animal we had ever heard, and it went on for about an hour. My dad woke up and came out of his room, asking what was going on. My sister and I were outside looking for the source of the sound. It sounded almost as if it was coming from all around us. That's how loud and terrifying it was. My sister then saw a black figure walk into the woods and merely brushed it off as our uncle who lived next door to us, going to check out what could been making that sound. It eventually stopped and we all went back to sleep. The next morning, my sister asked our uncle about going into the woods, and he told us that he had never left the house and was sound asleep. Since we live in a neighborhood, our backyard is a bit of clear land and then vast woods. We have an overgrown trail leading back there. This is a bonus one that I just thought about. It never really seemed scary to me as a child, but as I think about it more, it's definitely bone-chilling. So, back when we first moved to our house, my dad, sister, and I all decided to explore the trail in the back of our home. We built our house, so that trail was there long before the house had ever been built. Anyways, this was back when it wasn't extremely overgrown, so it was semi-easy to walk down if you made sure to steer clear of thorny vines and possible snakes. Anyways, we are all exploring down the trail, and all of a sudden we stumble across this large, completely rusted car. The windows were shattered, the works. It looked as if it had been smashed up against a tree. My dad told us a few days ago that the car looked as if it had been set on fire to hide some sort of, well, evidence. He would never have told us that back then, because of course he didn't want to scare us, but that seriously freaked me out. We never actually looked inside of the car to see if there actually was anything in there. But now that I'm a lot older, I wish that I could go back there and search it, just out of curiosity. I haven't been in that trail for a good 8 to 9 years. I used to go back there a lot when I was younger, but not anymore. No one really goes back there, which is why the trail is overgrown now. I was hanging out with a buddy one night doing some gaming, and we decide to go get some back. On our way to back, we see these 3 lights up in the sky, just 3 perfect orbs of light staying in a constant triangle pattern. What's more, holding that pattern while constantly moving around. We are constantly trying to pull over to get a better look at what it is, but every time we do, there's trees in the way. Eventually, we just lose sight of them, like they just blipped out of existence. Later that night as I'm sleeping, I suddenly wake up with the urge to get out of bed. But I can't move. I'm trying as hard as I can to lift myself up, but it feels like something is just holding me down. I look around, and to the right of my bed, I just see this tall shadowy figure, staring down at me. My heart starts racing. Fight or flight is kicking in. I'm trying as hard as I possibly can to lift myself up from my bed. I get my body maybe an inch off of my bed, then just collapse back down. All the while, this shadow is getting closer and closer to me. At this point, I start to hyperventilate. My friend, who actually stayed over, was actually still up and was on his laptop on the floor. He heard me hyperventilating and asked if I was okay. That kind of snapped me out of it. I looked over to him, then back to where the shadow was. It was gone. I started to calm down and told my friend I was okay, but just as I went to lie back down, I saw the shadow sliding up my wall and out the window into my carport. I swear I even saw the motion lights out there flicker for just a moment too as that was happening. I know at this point the latter of the story was sleep paralysis, which if I may say, Fuck that noise. I'd never felt so weak and powerless before in my life. As for the orbs of light, still unexplained, but having all of this happen together as it did, freaked me the fuck out. TLDR. Saw unexplained orbs of light in the night sky on the way to get food, followed up by a possible shadow alien trying to abduct me from my room later that same night while I was sleeping, using its mind control powers to keep me still. So happy a friend linked me to this thread. I have had hallucinations of a hand grabbing my leg from under the bed once, and of bugs crawling in my bed many times after waking up or before going to sleep, and that seems to be similar to some of the others here. But there was one thing that happened to me about 4 years ago that was completely different from all my other hallucinations that I need to share because it made me question whether or not it was a hallucination or not. Up until now, all of my hallucinations have been projected onto the world, meaning that nothing that was already there in the world was altered or moved. For example, I saw strange large bugs on my pillow, but I never saw my pillow get up and walk around, because my pillow was real, and was not a hallucination. I have a wife and 2 daughters and we all sleep on the floor next to each other on mats. I live in Japan and that's normal here. One night I was sleeping next to my oldest daughter who was about 4 years old at the time. I woke up in the middle of the night and I could see her next to me sleeping on her side facing away from me. The ambient light from street lights outside made it very easy to see. I wanted to stretch, so I lifted my left arm straight into the air, and she did the exact same thing with her left arm. I kept my arm there thinking, whoa, she did the same thing and she's not even looking at me. Plus, she's asleep. I thought it would end there, but no. I then lowered my arm, like the hand of a clock moving counterclockwise from 12 to 10, and stopped, and she did the exact same movement at the same time. At this point I was like, what? Her arm and my arm were still straight out in the air with matched positions. So I thought, okay, I'll move it back towards my head, like a clock, clockwise from 10 to 2. There's no way this could happen again. But she did the exact same movement at the exact same timing. I'm freaking out. Finally, I put my arm down, and holy crap, so does she at the same time. 4 broad movements, all synchronized. All separated with 3 to 5 second pauses that were also in sync. Everything about felt 100% real. Anyone else have something similar to that? I was staying over at my GF's house to help her watch the dogs while her parents went on a cruise. Her house is already haunted and she has a lot of night terrors, seeing various creatures and people in her room. I had been there for multiple night terrors and would calm her down, but I had never seen anything. This one night, we had brought my newer puppy into her house, so I didn't have to keep going back and forth. My pup walked into her parents' room and just stood in the doorway, growling and barking defensively. So I walk in there and turn on the light. There's nothing in there, but I get chills like something is watching me. Later that night we forget about it and go to sleep in her parents' bed. One of her dogs was very old and needed someone to let them out through the night. Around 2 to 3 in the night I wake up to my girlfriend screaming this fearful, blood-curdling scream. I jump up and hold her to the bed to keep her from running away, and she stops screaming. I let her go and I noticed how cold the room was. It was bone chilling, and the room was darker than normal, even with the door left open. It was even harder to breathe in the room. After I get her calmed, I tell her I'm going to the bathroom to pee. Her mother has a large vanity mirror to do her makeup that faces the opposite corner of the room. I look into the mirror and see an elderly man, very angry looking, standing in the corner, wearing an older classical suit. He looked like he wanted to kill me or her. I turn back quickly and see nothing in the corner, but it was darker than the rest of the room and almost void black. So I turn back and go into the bathroom to pee. Then go back to the bed and lay down next to her. We both lay in the bed for about 20 minutes. There was something wrong. You could just tell something was up. So I asked her finally, what did you see? What spooked you this time? Her answer confirmed my fear. I still remember her exact words. There was this man. This old man with a black and grey suit. He came from the corner and was reaching for me. He wanted to hurt me. I could see it in his eyes. My stomach dropped. My heart began to race, and I still felt like someone was watching us. I didn't tell her what I saw. Now I've never been a particularly religious person, but my only idea was to start to pray, for safety, for protection, for the presence to leave. Her cat walked into the room, and laid across her chest, and glared at the corner. Her started to purr, and you immediately felt the room lighten up, and I physically saw the light return to the room. Eventually she falls asleep, and I do too. We wake up later in the afternoon, and continue along with life as normal. This isn't that creepy, but it's really weird and suspicious. In 8th grade, there was this kid who we'll call Dave. Dave was a total perv. He wasn't outwardly creepy to any girls, but he would just sort of act like he was friends with all these girls, even though it was clear none of them liked him. Once on a field trip he talked about how sad he was that he couldn't legally hunt bears or seagulls, two of my favorite animals, no matter how many times I told him to shut the fuck up about it. It probably sounded like I was kidding when I said it to him, but I'm strongly against hunting of any kind. He sort of stalked me for a little bit. Nothing ever got too bad, mostly saying hi in the hallways, accompanied by an empty, unsettling smile, but there were a few instances that gave me a really bad gut feeling about him. Note, I was not friends with him at all. I didn't like him, he creeped me out, but I was still polite enough to him that he thought we were on friendly terms. One day, Dave came up to me randomly in the hallway. He said, "So I saw you enter your house the other day. Are you at incorrect address or correct address?" Me, being an idiot, told him the right address, and I went about my day, a bit weirded out. It was so odd that he watched me enter my house and took note of my address and remembered it. Even if he just looked me up in the school directory, that's still weird. Another time, I was talking to a teacher and a good friend of mine about taking yearbook photos and stuff for the after-school musical which I was in. Important, there was no one else in the hallway with us that we could see. I even looked around a little bit and saw no one but us. After the conversation, I went to my locker a few yards away to grab a binder, and suddenly Dave starts walking toward me. "So you're in the musical and yearbook?" he asked. Then Hester did a whole awkward conversation. I was really freaked out by that we had seen no one in the hallway, and even if he did overhear something while walking by and I just didn't see him, why would he come up to me to talk about it? We were not friends. Why would he care anyway? I was only polite, not super friendly, like I try to be to most people, which should have been a big enough hint. It was just a little strange that he chose to listen in on a private conversation and then approach me about it. There are a few more stories, but this is already too long. I want to make it clear that I don't hate this kid. He can be relatively friendly, but I assume it's some r/naseguy's BS. I try to be friendly when I can, but I try to distance myself from him. I just have a bad feeling about him, not only for what he's done, but about what he might pull in the future. Sorry if I sound overdramatic. TLDR, creepy kid says he knows where I live and eavesdrops on private conversations, making me and others very unsettled. This was a very long time ago, though the main facts are burned in my brain. When I was 5, me and my family moved into a new home, and I had a very bad feeling about it. Even now, 8.5 years later, I still do. I hated going out of my room, cause I always felt watched. From the time 6:30 am to 8:00 am I felt safe. For some weird reason, I could wander all around the house and not feel watched. It doesn't help mom stacked a white and black towel on a hook, and it always looked like a little girl staring at me through the bathroom. Anyways, to this exact story, it was winter, 3rd or the 4th of January, and I had started school, 4th grade, tomorrow from out winter vacation. The time was around the 25th of October 10:30 p.m. and I was on my phone, browsing Instagram before I went to sleep. Being sleepy, I put it down and basically listened into the silence of my home. Mom and my little brother were asleep already. I've always hated silence, so it was majorly unsettling for me. I put on some music, hugged a few of my stuffed toys, and tried to sleep, but to no avail. There was light tapping on my window, but I ignored it, since I've had a thing for hearing stuff when I'm scared. I turned again, and the tapping grew louder. I was scared to get up and open my thick, silky orange curtains, despite having a decently bright nightlight for my sleeping in the dark troubles. The tapping stopped after I sat up and just stared at my window. It felt like an eternity, but I finally laid down and tried to sleep. The tapping started again, but I just ignored it. I eventually fell asleep after seemingly hours of torture with the tapping. The next morning, when I woke up, there were heavy scratches on both of my windows, with a few words engraved. I remember them exactly. Not today. We got my windows replaced, and I haven't had something like that since. A little late to the party, but I might as well post it here. So a few years back, when I was 15, I had a job as a dishwasher at a bar and grill about a mile away from my house. I lived about 5 miles to the nearest town, and with no driver's license it was the only place within reason I could work. Fast forward a few months, normally after work my mother or brother would pick me up and bring me home. But one day, after getting off work at about 10 PM, I tried calling both of them but no one picked up. After about 30 minutes of calling everyone I knew who might be able to get me, I just decided to walk home. Now there were 2 roads leading back to my house. The first was a major highway. Considering I had no reflective clothing and it was pitch black out, so I decided I'd rather not get run over and choose option B. As much as it sounds out of a horror movie, the other road was a crappy and winding back road pretty much only used by the small amount of people in the houses that happen to live off of it. So I throw on my jacket, turn on my phone's flashlight, take a hike down the road. It's cold and a little windy, but I was never one to be scared of the dark. But about halfway through I catch something out of the corner of my eye. I put my flashlight to it, and I see the most grotesque figure I have ever seen. It stood on all fours like a deer, but it was covered in a thin, white, extremely veiny layer of skin. Its face somewhat resembled that of a human, but extremely deformed and out of place. I got a shock through my body, like I have never had before. The hairs on my body shoot up, my senses all got 10x sharper. I was hit with the largest rush of adrenaline I have ever gotten. I was certain I was gonna die. After a brief period of not being able to move, I sprinted to my house the fastest I've ever ran before. For 3/4 of a mile straight I ran. When I got home I slammed the door and collapsed on the floor from exhaustion. After what felt like an eternity of heavy breathing I went upstairs to my bedroom and fell asleep immediately. I do want to mention that I was dead tired, had just worked for 7 hours, and had a fever of 102. But I was certain I saw what I saw at the time. Still not really sure if I was just hallucinating or almost got eaten by some devil creature. But I still think about it from time to time. I have 2. The first one was a few years ago. I was driving home late one day from my old job. I live 30 minutes away down mostly unlit country highways and back roads at about 10-10:30 PM. It was the middle of the week, so there was very little traffic and very few people travel those roads by foot because a lot of hicks and rednecks take the turns way too fast in their giant trucks. It was just me, my music, and a stretch of back road with no lights. It was full, and there were plenty of deer in the trees, so I was driving a little more slowly than I normally would. At one point I thought I saw a herd of deer off to the side of the road, so I slowed to a crawl in case they decided to cross. As I was creeping by, I saw 2 sets of wide, red eyes reflected in my headlights from within a bush. I stopped fully and examined the eyes for a good 2 to 3 minutes. They blinked and moved, like you would expect any living thing to blink and move, and I suddenly got a feeling like I wasn't supposed to be there, and floored the gas, and took off. The second happened a few weeks ago. I live by myself, with my dog, and was laying in bed around 3 AM. I have some issues with insomnia, so I'm usually awake around this time. However, I remember feeling the urge to check my phone to see the time, and it was exactly 3:33. I'm not sure if I was awake, but spaced out before that, or if I'd been slipping in and out of sleep off and on all night, but I heard screaming, blood-curdling, horrifying screams. Definitely a younger female, somewhere in my building, or very close by, not in my hallway but close. It was loud, and definitely of someone in pain or in terror. She was banging on a door. 2. My dog is an incredibly light sleeper. A bug hitting the window or the lampshade will wake her up from a dead sleep. Despite the volume of the screams, my dog didn't wake up. I was about to reach for my phone to call apartment security when it stopped suddenly. I was too scared to call after that point. What's terrifying is that I asked a few of my neighbors about it the next day and none of them had heard it. It was loud enough that it would have likely woken up a light or moderate sleeper. Yet none of my neighbors heard the screams at it. To clarify, I used to live in the country, but now live in the city. Sorry for the word soup. I was shopping at a local antique store, admiring an 1870s stereoscopic viewer, which is basically a pair of 19th century glasses worn to see special photographs in 3D. The price was $120 for the glasses, and over 30 3D picture cards, all of which were from the 19th century, some of them printed as early as the 1860s. The man selling them approached me and began telling me the cards were from France. They had formerly been in the possession of an elderly world traveler who acquired them during her time spent in Europe, but passed away, her family selling the contents of her estate. Without any haggling or argument on my part, I was going to buy them anyway. He proceeded to throw major discount after discount at my feet until I ended up buying the set for half of its original price, only $60. Some of the 3D cards it came with were worth over $20 a piece. I was wondering why I had gotten it at such a steal until I came home and opened the dog-eared cigar box of cards to find that, apparently, the original Victorian owner, a wealthy Frenchman and traveler with a large family, had potentially been a necrophiliac and a serial killer. There were mostly commercially produced photographs of scenes or picturesque destinations, but he had also had custom cards made. Some of them showing his family, some of them showing his travels, some of them showing important events, like weddings, and 2 of them showcasing his fetish. I understand that Victorian mourning traditions often normalized memento mori photography, or the photographing of a deceased loved one to remember them by, but there were numerous photographs of the original family that owned the set. And the victims pictured were not members. 1. A body of a woman in the 1860s had been dressed up in a wedding gown, laid limp across a chair, and photographed. Another woman stood over her, draped in yet another veil, her cheeks hand-tinted to be rosy. The man had eerily written on the back, "My favorite card." I know it wasn't later graffiti, because the handwriting matched that which appeared on the custom travel cards, describing, for posterity, where the photograph had been taken, and what year. Another from around the same year had a young African boy on his knees, begging, his eyes entirely rolled back into his head, only the whites visible. Absolutely terrifying. The man at the antique store had just wanted to get rid of this set. He didn't care about losing money on it. He died shortly afterwards, so I could never ask him about it. So, yeah, I think I accidentally bought an unknown serial killer's personal photos. We had an old court TV in the living room at my parents' place for a very long time. It was old, but was usually reliable. No one in my family sleeps very well, so occasionally whoever was up first would notice it was on and would turn it off and go about their day. One morning, my mom, who is a nurse who works overnight, comes home late and is thusly the first person to encounter the TV being left on. She's more annoyed than usual about the situation for whatever reason and believes my sister is the culprit. An argument ensues where blame tries to get deflected to me, but my mom points out that it happens when I'm away at school. Case closed. In the last week of my grandmother's life, she was in a nursing home, and due to a stroke and dementia and other things was refusing dialysis. The TV would occasionally turn off on its own. Mind you, it's an old house with bad wiring, so nothing too surprising. You could get it to turn back on right away. I'm visiting home the weekend of my grandma's services, and I'm playing a game of some sort in my room, when I start to hear this strange sound getting increasingly louder. It sounds just like a roar moving down the hall. I open my door and the animals are freaking out, and the sound is deafening and coming from the living room. I turn and look down the hall, and the living room is lit up fairly brightly. I run into the living room and somehow the living room TV is on and the cable box is off. So it's just static and the right arrow of the volume bar repeatedly flashing between green and red to indicate that it was getting louder. I try to get the TV to turn off, but none of the buttons are responsive. I can hear and feel them click. Eventually my mom is woken up by the horrible sound, and she asks what the hell I'm doing, and to turn it off. I was in one of those weird panicked, very scared places mentally, because I already have sensory issues let alone with something this loud, and I can't talk over loud things, to save my life unless I'm furious. I eventually unplug the TV from the wall and all is fine and happy. We eventually plug the TV back in, and correct the volume. And when the cable box is turned on it's on a shopping channel, which is weird, because we all hate those sorts of things, but my grandma loved them. Mom being somewhat superstitious and my father being a troll, to suggest it in the first place, tried to convince my mom that grandma was upset about something. TV never was found on or ever had any issues again. Lasted for another 4 years or so. I still reflect on the weird level of terror I had at a TV. I used to be horrified of static TVs when I was little. Like if you would be playing a video game on channel 3 and the channel would get changed, and it would be so loud. I used to get really angry if it happened by mistake, because of how much I hated that sound. When I was in middle school I remember waking up one night, and I was having a hard time getting back to sleep. I slept on a bunk bed on the bottom and my brother slept on the top with the bed being up against the wall. After I couldn't fall asleep for a bit I turned over to face away from the wall, and into the room. While turning over something on the ceiling caught my eye and I froze. There floating and bobbing against the ceiling like some kind of balloon was a disembodied head, with the entrails hanging from it like something had gnawed off the body. The eyes were open and the mouth was moving like it was trying to scream at me. My eyes hadn't been fully open when I turned over, and I just slowly turned back over like I was just tossing and turning in my sleep. While turning I noticed that the bedroom closest that my brother and I always kept shut was open, and I swear I saw what looked like a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt up against the back wall, like someone was standing the closest. The thing is, there wasn't anything to hang cloths on back along that wall and the rods for hanging clothes were on the left and right walls looking into the closet from my bed. To this day I've tried to explain away what I saw and come up with some logical explanation, and the best I could come up with was always that it was just a real vivid nightmare. I never really shared the story with anyone as let's face, it would possibly make me sound crazy to them. Fast forward about 15 years and my siblings and I were swapping creepy stories about that specific house and my brother piped up with his story, which was this exact story minus the fact the head wasn't staring at him while it was bobbing. Which would make sense if it was the same night I saw it as it was staring at me. This will probably get lost in the mass of other replies, but when I was maybe like 11 or 12 we lived in the corner of this neighborhood where there was a little bit of a nature park behind us. In this park there was a man-made pond with a big drain 15 or so feet from the shore and my friends and I would throw rocks at it trying to make it in. Well one day, my friend, let's call him Stan, and I were throwing rocks into the thing and two guys in their late 20s, if I had to guess, approached us saying they just took pictures of us throwing rocks in, and that it was illegal, and said we had to get in their car, so they could drive us home cause we were in big trouble. I explained that my house was right there, and we could walk, but they kept trying to get us to go to their car on the other side of the park behind the fences. Finally another adult came walking down the path and gave them weird looks and started walking towards us telling these dudes to get lost. They met the dude a little ways out of earshot and the guy kept looking at us worriedly. Finally the dude walked off and stood next to the bridge near the exit of the park. So these guys come back to us and told us to take them to my house, and we headed back towards the neighborhood and they followed us to my house where they proceeded to tell my mom that they were a part of the homeowners association and we needed to be supervised at the park and next time they would take legal actions and then dipped. Got in trouble by mom, but a few years later I was thinking about it, and those two definitely weren't part of the HOA, like they claimed, since all the HOA members of our community worked at the office at the front of the neighborhood, and wore red polos. And they were scruffy AF which wouldn't fly. I got to looking up some stuff, and it turns out one of the guys was currently in jail for distributing child porn that he was creating, and the other guy was at large, and was presumably the cameraman. They were doing this ploy in other neighborhoods, and then rapping children, and selling the videos to the highest bidders. I wish I knew who the random dude in the park was, since if it wasn't for him, things might have gone very differently that day. Pastor in a Cadillac offered me a ride home as I was walking down the sidewalk one sweaty summer day. Pretty sure Baptist minister or close enough. Immaculate suit, gold cross lapel pin. Older wrinkly guy, big brass skull ring, gold wedding band, short white hair, ruddy red complexion. Caddy had nice leather seats that I felt bad for sweating on. Yeah, I got in. The account worked. I realized only too late how naive I was, how badly I had goofed in giving actual directions to my real house. I started to feel simultaneously like a stupid kid, just another dumb sucker. Hook, line and sinker, but also actually fairly scared and creeped out by this old Christian guy point, because when we pulled into my driveway, he asked if I wanted company. He was not going to read scripture to me, the way he said it. This old married hypocrite perv definitely wanted that kind of company. If that's not enough to creep you out, you should have seen the way he was looking at my bare shoulders. Did everything short of actually licking his lips. I made sure to repeat that I had lots of family home at the time. Even though no lights were on in the daytime and there were no cars parked, no noise or other obvious signs of life. Lots of people are home. I gotta go. Time to get out. I very nearly ran my way right out of the seat to inside my house, yelling all the way, "I'm home, Dad. Sorry I'm late, Dad. Here I am." Once inside, I locked the door and had the phone ready. All that to save me like a half-mile walk and 95°F/35° summer sunshine. When I was a young kid, my dad would spend a lot of time in the garage at night unloading tools and such for working tuck pointing. I'd ride my bike around the driveway or just hang out and ask him what things were what. He had this old radio hanging crooked from a nail in the garage he would listen to while out there. One night the volume changed without anyone touching it, so I asked him why it did that. He told me it was the ghost out here, and he said, "Hi ghost." I thought this was so cool, because the thought of ghosts and monsters seriously freaked me out from watching too many scary movies with my cousin. A ghost being friendly, or being friendly with one blew my mind. My cousin and I clearly weren't watching Casper. Back then, we had those plastic window shades you pulled down a little, and it would roll up, and you would pull it back down to whatever desired length. That night as I was laying in my bed I said "Good night ghost," and to my surprise, the plastic shade on the biggest window in my room shot up, like it would if you pulled it down and just let it go. This obviously caught me by surprise, making me jump and pull the covers up over my nose so just my eyes were peeking out. I was so scared I felt paralyzed with fear. I began to get really hot under my blankets, but I did not want to move or run out of my room. I thought I would be chased and convinced myself something like It the Clown was going to come through my door. I eventually fell asleep, and that was that point. I think back on it as an adult now who doesn't believe in ghosts and leave this experience to a very unfortunate coincidence. When I was like 9 to 10, I woke up in the middle of the night because I heard knocking on my door. Irritated, I got up from bed, thinking who the hell would knock on my door this late. When I opened the door and saw nothing, I just went back to sleep. I concluded that it was either 1, wind, or 2, a dream. Despite that, it was hella creepy and I'm actually surprised I didn't run to my parents' room and just went back to sleep. The other story happened quite recently. I had a dream where I was walking down a street when a car passed me by and then drove backwards to catch up to me. The driver was an old man and he was hitting on me. I just ran and then felt super uncomfortable upon waking up. I think it was fueled by my friends telling me about elderly men trying to talk with them and how scared/uncomfortable they felt. One of them was even followed by an older dude, which is terrifying to me. Be safe, guys. Last but not least, I was walking from school to my dance class. The streets weren't crowded. I assume because it was the evening and people were home. When I just started walking from school, I started hearing whistling. At first, I just thought it was annoying. I kept on walking without thinking too much about it. I thought it was someone that happened to be walking behind me and whistling. No big deal, it was pretty crowded around school, so I didn't panic or thought much of it. I kept walking and realized that the whistling has been following me for a few blocks now. What creeped me out most was that when I tried to look back, I didn't see anybody walking behind me. I was scared because there was no one on the streets. Without looking back, I sprinted to my dance school, and that's that. When I was about 14, My friends and I used to play football all the time, and when it'd get too dark to see, we would head home. All of our houses are in walking distance, so us kids would just walk back home by ourselves. One night, I was walking home with my brother and his friend Mike, when all of a sudden they stop. I turn around, and all they do is point toward the street light in front of us, which had a chest-high bush under it, and isn't more than 100 foot away. "What's up?" I asked. "Didn't you see the guy over there?" No. They proceeded to tell me someone was by the bush, and then turned around and ran towards the direction of my house point. So we kept walking and stopped by my neighbor's house, whose driveway, if standing at the beginning of it, can look right at our house, since the neighbor is right on the corner. At the time, we had a car that broke down, that we never got fixed, that sat in the drive, which I had a feeling he might have been hiding behind. We stood there and watched, and after a while the small motion sensor light kicked on, to which we saw nothing. Not long after, every dog in the household started to go absolutely nuts. And I don't mean they were just barking like they always do. No, they were legit howling, snarling, and barking, which they've never done. At this point I was afraid whoever it was might have gotten into the house. So I, at this point very afraid and trembling, look at my brother and Mike, and say, "Go to Mike's now, and Mike, if you can, get your dad out here quick." They both nod and run off, leaving me to watch the house. In the meantime, I tried to call my mom, who is the only parent that lived with us and was at work on top of it, who didn't answer. Mike soon comes back and tells me something like my dad can't come out because all he has is a kid's bat. I am 14 years old. So I do the next best thing and call the father of the kid we played football with not long before all this. He says he'll be over. And within 10 minutes here he was, and we searched the whole grounds. Now mind you, this was colder weather, full time, frost on the ground kind of deal, so you'd think you'd see at least footprint or handprints on the door, or broken down car. We looked all over and found nothing. No handprints, no footprints anywhere on the property, and the whole time I was watching I didn't even see anyone move. Every time I think about or tell that story I still get chills down my spine. My time to shine, boys. Okay, so this is gonna be a long post, but I'll shorten it as much as possible. Shortened version. Friends own haunted woods. It's gotten to the point where everyone's too scared to go camping there alone. Lol. Long version. My friends own an old strip mine, let's call it the Q7, and a large patch of woods around it. We camp, fish and hunt there all the time. But it's haunted for sure. I've experienced a lot of creepy stuff out there myself, and I've also collected as many encounters and stuff from the others who go out there. I'll start with my experiences. 2 times I've heard a woman singing. First time was about 1.5 years ago. I was completely alone while I was just getting ready to fish. I just got to the boat dock and set me crap down, and then I just hear a woman singing. At first I thought it was my phone, but it clicked and I left it in the truck. So I turn around, and it sounded like a lady maybe 15 to 20 feet in front of me. I was confused, so I look around, and there's nobody, but I still hear the singing. I hear it for maybe 10 seconds longer, then it just fades away. Second time was about 5 months ago. I was out with my friends shooting my new 9mm. I pull up at the target and I faintly hear the same girl singing. Note I was on a different part of the property about 400 yards away from the first encounter. I turn around and point at where the singing is coming from. It's in a little patch of trees about 60 feet away. I turn to my friend and say I hear a girl singing again. Thankfully he could hear it too. Now my scariest encounter. From about 2 months ago. Me, my same buddy and his brother are all camping. On the drive to the Q7 we found 2 shopping carts that were turned into chairs on a curb someone was throwing out. So us being the redneck we are, grabbed them and took them with us. So we get there and we found a great little camping spot right next to a field. So we decided to camp there. Me and my bud made some lean toss out of sticks and tarps and his little brother slept in a tent. We put out new chairs next to a little fire pit and called it good. We went frog jigging, ate dinner and hung out till bedtime. So my bro and his little bro went to bed. I stayed up for a little long to watch the fire. Big mistake, lol. So I'm sitting in the cart chair and I can feel a slight tapping. I just thought it was the chair cooling off and creaking too. I adjusted and ignored it. Well, after about 20 seconds of tapping I was like is something on my chair. So I stand up, turn around, and the thing start violently shaking. I mean like this thing is almost jumping. In shock I just stare at it, and with it bounce for what felt like 10 minutes, but was probably about 5 seconds. So I start backing up, so go over to my bud, and then it just dead stops. Me being ready to pee myself, I just stand there and watch it for about 5 minutes. I then woke up my bud and grab a flashlight, and I just watch the chair. He asked me what was going on, and not wanting to scare him, I just told him I think an animal attached my chair, so I didn't sleep all night. I just sat next to his lean-to and watched the chair. After what felt like eternity it finally broke daylight. So when everyone was awake I pushed the cart about 100 feet into the woods behind us. That was the last time I've gone camping, and it's gonna be a long time before I can step foot into those woods alone or at night. About a week later at home I was doing research on the property, and it turns out in the 70s Aisha woman was kidnapped, wrapped, then murdered and left under a pile of board on the property point, and was found by chance by a mushroom hunter. I nearly crapped my pants. Time for other people's encounters. One group of friends see orbs appear then disappear on camping trip up on a rock ridge. Multiple accounts of whispers by 5 different people 3 multiple times. People get a huge amount of fear and feel like they're being watched for. 3 different people have seen shadow people out there. 5 out of people get nightmares out there. I've gotten them to 6 the sound of people or a person walking around at night, mostly in the tall grass at night. And you can tell when it's a raccoon or armadillo or a deer or something. These definitely sound like human steps. Well, that's all I got. If ya got any questions let me know, and if I can get any more info on Encounter I'll post it here. Okay, this happened when I was about 10. We had just moved into a new trailer that needed some work. My room was being painted at the time, so I had to sleep on the couch. We have a deck, and there is a window that overlooks the deck. I was sleeping peacefully when I woke up to this bad feeling I had. Now let me say that this wasn't the safest neighborhood. People here do drugs, violence, etc. all the time. When I'm outside I always feel like something or someone is watching me. Anyway, I'm not sure if I was awake or not, but I guarantee I was. I looked around my living room to hear my door knob start to jiggle and move. Someone was trying to get in. Thank God we always keep the door locked. It stopped after a few seconds and the blinds were of course open. I didn't dare even look out that window. I knew someone was looking in. After about 30 minutes of staring into the living room I quickly bolted into my mum's room and woke her up. That was 3 years ago, and I'm getting creeped out just reading this. I know I already told a story, but since this one is really creepy I want to tell another. So this happened about a year ago. I was taking my dog outside to use the bathroom. It was about 2 AM or so of course I got that watching feeling again. I felt like a human was watching me, but quite the opposite happened. When Poncho was all done I went to go inside, only the door was locked. I sighed and knocked on the door for my mom to let me in. I waited and I looked back at my shed and right beside it, I saw 8 pairs of glowing eyes. I froze. They all blinked at me. I was in shock. I didn't know what they were. Poncho growled. Right then I heard the most vicious howl I ever heard. It was a pack of coyotes. I will never forget that howl. I'm sure they were coyotes, because a few days earlier me and my friend found coyote paw prints in some mud. My neighborhood is overrun by stray cats. People would come and dump boxes of kittens and their mothers here, so we had a bunch. Recently one of them had kittens. Both went missing, and the mother. Only the father is here today. But I'm quite certain those poor kitties were snatched up by the pack. Anyway I started banging on the door as hard as I could, and they crept closer. I screamed no and my mom frantically opened the door. One of the coyotes came into the light, and she had a huge scar on her face. I saw she had babies, and she actually looked more terrified of me than I was of her. She was just protecting her young. They were so cute. But I ran inside anyway. I live in Ohio, so this was kind of out of the ordinary. I looked it up and there had actually been frequent coyote activity in my area. Later that week I saw one after school on the bus on the railroad tracks. Anyway I get the chills whenever I think back on these stories. Just yesterday at work, some old farch came stumbling into the store grumbling about our car pusher blocking his way to a parking spot, which could explain the obnoxious honking I could hear outside a few moments before, and then he completely flipped out when one of our electric scooters was blocked by a two carts. And by flipped out, I mean he completely flipped his lid. He ranted and raved like it was the most terrible thing to ever exist on the planet. Me being me, I walked over to push the carts out of the way to get him to shut up, especially considering he was freaking out a young kid who was in the self-scan area I was monitoring. By the time I shoved the carts out of the way, this old man turns, deadly intent on his face, and says, "You did this, didn't you? You deserve to get shot, and I'll be the one doing the shooting." I was ready to snap, my anxiety kicking in as well as the shitty morning I had before this guy made it worse. Before I could say anything though, I realized the store director and one of our security guys had heard the whole thing, and I got to witness the pure spectacular of seeing this guy getting into huge beef with both of them. To be honest, this guy looked so old and crippled, I cold easily knocked his ass to the ground before he could even manage to pull the hammer of a gun, if he even could in his condition. He tried to apologize, and I went full-blown beach on him, hoping he would get the message that if he ever tried to threaten me again, he'd regret it. Not really creepy, but it sure was freaky at the moment it happened, for I had never had this kind of threat from a customer before. My time to shine. But first, backstory. I live at home in a haunted house my grandfather bought when my mom and aunt were kids. Grandpa got a reasonable deal on the house because 3 years prior the previous owner hanged himself in the unattached garage. This was early 80s. Many strange things happened in this house while my mom was young, and I have plenty of other first-hand experiences, but nothing tops this. This was about 4 years ago. 17. Still had a curfew. Coming home late around midnight. First I have to explain the layout a bit. The front door opened into the living room. To the right was the door for one hallway. To the left was the dining room, and this is super important, 3 big as MF windows. Off to the right of the dining room was another hallway where my room at the time was located. So I walk into the house and immediately felt on edge. Stood at the door for a second and just looked around. All the lights in the living room were on. It was dead quiet as it was midnight o'clock. The hallway door in the living room was shut. I walked through the living room, into the dining room, glanced at the windows which reflected back into the living room. Standing there right in front of the hallway door was this faking thing. This huge faking black human shaped mass faking thing. It was shaped like a person, but it absolutely faking wasn't. It was standing with its legs shoulder width apart and his hands clasped in front of him. It had no face. It wasn't wearing clothes. It was literally truly just this black human shaped goddamn entity standing in the living room. So I saw it first in the reflection in the window, whipped around, and we stared at each other for at least 3 seconds. No more than 20 feet from me, in the empty room I was just walked through. Of course I ran into my bedroom and pushed my dresser against the wall like any normal person would. Did not sleep. Fast forward about a week. I have convinced myself I happened upon a burglar. I have decided we were burgled. I come home late, again. Walk through the empty living room again. Past the windows again. This time it's sitting on the arm of the couch, one leg casually extended. I turn around to look head on again. It turns its head to look at me. Turns that beach sofa to the side to look at me. No faking face. Just black craning its neck far enough to physically make me sick. It didn't move a single thing on its body, but for its neck. I can't even explain how wrong it looked. Easily the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Both times it never made a move toward me, but I have no doubt in my mind that it wanted to harm me. That I wasn't welcome. That this wasn't my house. That was a good couple years ago now, and I haven't seen it again since. Thank God. Hoping to keep it that way. Edit for clarity. This isn't some pity story or anything, and I'm not even entirely sure if this even counts, but here goes. So maybe a month or 2 ago my grandmother died. For the last year or so she was in a nursing home after a brain surgery gone wrong type of thing, practically trapped in her own body. People who knew her know that she was the most lively and strong woman. She was biking for hours on end at the age of 82, and she had been through breast cancer before, and losing her daughter. Looking back in it, I respect her so goddamn much. So around Christmas she tells my mum she's going to bike over to the hospital and get a surgery for this thing in her eye. This was the last time I ever heard her speak, and it wasn't even to me. A year and a bit prior to her death is when she really died. When she lost her spark, when she wasn't trapped and being feed mush and living in a place where people were left for dead. So sorry for the rambling, I just haven't really reflected much on it. This is somewhat therapeutic. Anyway, getting to the good stuff now. So one day my dad tells us she's had a seizure and they don't expect her to make it through the night. I had school the next day, so I couldn't go see her, but my dad and mum drove to the city to be with my family. Now I get to bed and expect to be woken up to the call that she had died. But then the next day came, and it went on like normal. So now it's very early Friday morning, and I thought she was in a better condition. So yeah, Friday morning and I get randomly awoken. I was facing my back to the rest of my room, and was facing the wall, and there was just something behind me. I could feel it, and it felt so dark. My heart starts pounding, I can't breathe, and I can't for the life of me turn around to see what it was. My room was completely enveloped in this darkness, I just can't explain it. I've never ever experienced sleep paralysis before, but I'm guessing this was it. So eventually, after being frozen in place, a wave of calmness, like genuinely I felt it run down my body, ran over me, and I could move. I checked to see the time and I believe it was around 2:30 am. So I go back to sleep feeling extremely calm, and I'm then woken up at 7ish by my mum for school. I knew in that moment that mum was going to tell me she was dead, and I asked her if she had come to tell me last night what happened, and she said no. Then I asked her when she died, and my mother said sometime around 2:30ish. I'm sorry for how long this is, but it's been eating away at me. Was I just creating something in my mind? I don't know, but I sure as hell know that I would not have coped as well with what happened if I hadn't had that little visit, if you will, the night that she passed. So yeah, that was genuinely the creepiest thing, just because how vulnerable I felt, and then how peaceful I felt. I don't know. Thanks for listening, I guess. Have you ever seen an actual person being possessed? I do, multiple times in the same day. I was never the biggest believer in the supernatural, but this one day changed me. It's an absurd and almost unbelievable story, but it's very real, and I can only wish it's an actual made up story. Here's a little bit of background from my country. Female from the countryside are usually cursed by their family when they leave the countryside. It's to prevent them from staying in the big city for good. The parents would go to a shaman and they'll make sure the daughters are susceptible to being possessed if they stay in the city. One way to lift the curse is to settle back in the countryside. I was 17 years old at the time. We were gathering in my parents' workshop and we have several female employees working for us. Two of them, in particular, are known to sometimes be possessed randomly and act out crazy. At first we thought they are probably just sleepwalking or sleep talking, but we were very wrong. In one particular spot of the workshop, these two employees sometimes sneak there to take a nap, and that's when they become possessed. Our workshop was built on a used land that was previously a mental hospital built on a graveyard during the war period. Short story, many died in the hospital due to lack of care. Back to the main story, my dad decides to take matter in his own hand. Remember that one way to ward off the curse was to go back to the countryside, right? The other one is to exorcise it. My dad then called an ustad to perform exorcism on these two employees. Both of them agreed to do it as it has been bothering their life for quite some time too. So it begins. The exorcist starts doing his prayer and said something in Arabic. All of a sudden the first employee is possessed. She goes on a rampage, basically screaming, jumping around, and tries to hit anyone who dares go close to her. It took 4 men, which were the security guards for our workshop, to pin her down completely, securing all of her limbs. Mind you, she is very skinny and only weight 100 lbs. Some of the men was kicked in the leg so hard that it became bruised several days later anyways. The exorcist continues chanting, and she was basically only able to move her head. She was furious and kept screaming while looking around. That's when she locked eyes with the other female employee we are planning to do exorcism on. That's when the craziest thing happened. The spirit possessed the other employee and the one that was pinned down blacked out almost immediately after. The men then quickly moved to pin the other employee down. It took them couple minutes to completely pin her down. The exorcist now continues chanting, and then all of a sudden she calmed down. The exorcist told the men to move the employee and sat her down on a chair. Then the conversation begins, and the spirit said that they liked both of these girls because they are fragile and are very easily possessed. The exorcist then continues chanting, and then all of a sudden the employee passed out on the chair. It was done at that time. The spirit has been warded off and all that's left to do is to lift this curse from them. It took another 20 minutes of prayers, chants, and holy water before the exorcism is completely done. Ever since then, these two employees never got possessed anymore. They still usually take a nap in that same spot, but nothing ever happens anymore. Okay, well I have two. Okay, so the first one was when I was between the ages 5 to 7. So my mom and dad got divorced, so me, my brother and my mom moved in with my grandmother, who also happened to be hosting my uncle. He used to look at me weird and always creeped me out cause he had a glass eye. So whenever I was alone with him, he used to make me sit on his lap while he would run my private region. I didn't tell my parents till he got arrested for something else. They never said what. But he was really creepy and always scared me. He would sneak up behind me and scare me all the time. The second one was when I was 12, right after my mom broke up with her boyfriend. So my parents always talked to me about what to do if someone broke in. You know what parents usually do. Like hide, call 911, that stuff. But I never thought I'd actually have to. So we had a porch with windows facing the stairs and the living room. So one day I was in the living room watching TV with my dog next to me when someone starts banging on the door. It's none other than my mom's ex yelling at me to let him in. If I ran upstairs he'd see my. So I turned off the TV, wrapped my blanket around me and hid on the couch against the wall so he couldn't see me. I texted my mom what was happening when I heard a loud bang and the door opening. He broke the lock on the door and got in. He demanded to know why I didn't let him in while I sat there sobbing, scared out of my mind. He then told me to call my mom, so I told him my phone was in the other room because I didn't want him to know I told her. So I got my phone, called her, and told her he was here, and she told to lock myself in my room. So I hung up and told her my hat. She asked me to clean my room so I could get there, and once I got in I locked the door and kept texting her. She wouldn't let me call the police and told me she was sending someone to get me. I jumped at the slightest sound for a month after that. Now she is going to Arizona to move in with him while I stay here and live with my dad. They were both crazy. I can't believe she wouldn't let me call the police. I still don't know why. She just said to stay calm and wait for the person who was picking me up. When I was 16 years old, one morning, before leaving for school, I kept on telling my mom that I loved her. I thought it was just because I was nervous, because she was going to be having surgery that day to remove a tumor. I just kept on having this feeling that I needed to tell her that I love her. On that morning I was driving my car to school, and my twin sister was driving her car. We usually drove to school together in her car, but that day I had to go to work right after school, and she had after school detention. She was in front of me, and when she went to turn onto the side road she pulled over, and when I pulled up next to her she told me to put my seatbelt on because something was telling her to tell me to put my seatbelt on. I just looked at her like she was crazy, but put it on and drove off, getting in front of her. I was driving really slow, like 20 miles per hour, because I was trying to annoy her because she liked to drive fast. I looked at her in my rear view mirror, and the next thing I see is my family standing around me in a hospital bed just watching me and waiting for me to wake up from surgery. I had hit a tree going 90 miles per hour and had died 7 times. I had broken both my legs, all of my ribs, my right foot, 7 toes, lacerated my liver, and my lungs had collapsed. Plus I was all cut up and had stitches in face, arms, and legs. I was lucky to be alive. but that morning I had a feeling that something bad was going to happen and wanted to make sure that my mom knew I loved her, but I kept thinking the bad feeling was because my mom was going to have surgery that day, and my twin sister also had a bad feeling and had pulled over on the side of the road just to tell me to put my seatbelt on. If she wouldn't have told me to put it on, then I would have went through the windshield and hit the tree head first. This happened almost 22 years ago, and me and my twin sister have always been able to warn each other that something bad is going to happen. It just sucks that we don't know what is going to happen, just that something is going to happen. When I was about 25, I accompanied my mom on a trip to Northern California, lived in Southern, because my stepdad at the time's mother was in the hospital and it was her final days. I never met my stepdad's parents, so I thought it would be nice to spend some time with them. During the drive I had to listen to my mom on the phone tell her marital problems, the same story, to all 6 of her close friends. Turns out my mom and stepdad were getting a divorce, which my stepdad's parents knew, and we were also surprising them by driving up and spending the night with them, aka being totally unwelcome. We arrived at the house and proceeded to have the most uncomfortable days I can ever remember, so I was quick to get to sleep and get the day over with. I'm laying in their guest room and there is a window which points to a semi-busy street. Every once in a while a car would drive by and a beam of light would make its way around the room. I can feel myself starting to doze off when a car is driving by, and right when the beam of light is about to go around the room, it illuminates a human-shaped dark object in the corner. There's still enough light in the room for me to know this thing is not moving and just staring at me. All of a sudden it starts to move closer to my bed and around it. I go to scream and can feel something blocking my mouth from actually letting any noise out. I can't move and can't do anything. All of a sudden the object disappears and I regain full control. The next morning I got the hell out of there. I thought she definitely passed away that night, but she didn't for another week. 8 years old, played on Ouija board one night with my older brother, 11 at that time, the one and only time I've ever touched one of those things. Of course he was moving it to get answers and spook me, and it probably worked. Can't remember. The next morning we went to have a snowball fight a few houses down with other neighborhood kids, my brother's age. I was standing alone close to the house, not really interested in playing, while everyone else was running around further down in the backyard. A squirrel ran by, and I noticed it had 2 tails. I'm not even sure if squirrels are out in Virginia in the middle of winter, so the whole thing could have been imagined. Then a small, 2-foot tall man appeared from behind a tree maybe 10 feet away, and then I sat down. I know another 1 or 2 small men were around as I was seated, but I was gone. Long gone. One of the older kids found me just sitting there and asked if I was okay, to which I apparently responded, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. Blackout. Next 15-second clip of memory was my grandfather carrying me out of the backyard, over the fence. Blackout. Next 15-second clip in the backseat of his car throwing up in a paper grocery bag. Blackout. Then a lot of memory. Bright white hospital type room. I was one of 3 boys getting the same procedures done at the same time. I saw my own spinal tap and the 2 other kids being performed from an elevated position, completely out of body, like I was floating in the top corner of the room. I didn't even know what a spinal tap was, but I saw the giant needle, us laying there, procedure happening. Apparently I had a doozy of a brain seizure. Didn't bump my head, wasn't hit in the head with a snowball, wasn't drugged by the older kids. All things I remember my mom telling me much later. The doctor's initial theories. Completely unprovoked brain seizure. I simply short-circuited. And yeah, they did indeed perform a spinal tap. I initially was fighting the doctors and nurses with superhuman strength upon arrival, so I've been told, but I couldn't have seen a needle getting stuck in my own back and 2 other kids at the same time. I was conked out for sure when they did that, and presumably conked out for most/all of what they did trying to figure out what was wrong with me. But I saw all of it. The spinal tap part just has stuck with me, and I can still see it. I guess the Ouija board doesn't have much to do with the story, but my mom burned it while I was still in the hospital. Had my grandmother and pet dog visit me after their death. The night my grandmother died I eventually fell asleep on my bed. I was going through this phase of sleeping with my head pointing north despite my bed's arrangement. So my head was at the foot of the bed, and just off the foot was a piano bench about the same height as my bed. There was a bright moon that night and the blinds covering the window adjacent to the foot of the bed were tilted down letting light in the slats. I was laying on my stomach, and at some point I just woke up out of a deep sleep and looked towards the piano bench. Sitting on the middle of the bench about a foot from my face was a ball of light about the size of a grapefruit. You know when you buy a bed set, sheets, duvet, comforter, they come in clear plastic zip-up tote? The ball of light looked like that material, but bunched up into the ball. You could see the folded / crumpled plastic / cellophane material with the light mist in and around it. It sat there for a few seconds. I wasn't scared or terrified, nor overwhelmed with emotion. After a few seconds the ball of crumpled plastic light unfolded at a 45-degree angle toward the window and dissipated into a mist in the moonlight leading through the window. I knew it was my granny saying goodbye. My family dog was a yellow lab named Holly. She was born round Christmas 1991. She died in 2004 from lung cancer. About 3 years later, when I was 26, I visited my parents' house unannounced. My parents weren't there, so I decided to make a sandwich and hang out hoping they'd come home while I was there. I got the bread, mayo and other makings on kitchen counter. When you have a dog you get used to all the noises they make. Panting, their claws / nails tapping on tile or hardwood flooring as they walk, the jingle of their dog tags. You get so used to them that at some point you don't notice them. So I'm putting the mayo on the bread when I hear the rattle / jingle of dog tags down the hallway near the bedrooms. Only the sound didn't register with me for a few seconds. When it did I wrote it off as some other sound or imagination. Then the jingle of dog tags happened again, and it wasn't just any old rattling of metal or keys. It was distinctly the sound of Holly's dog tags. I put down the knife and walked into the TV room and sat down on the couch. I could feel her energy in the house. Specifically down the hallway past the kitchen. Dog owners have a special way they say / call their dog that gets the dog excited. Zoom as I think they're called now. I called out Holly girl in this high-pitched way that did it for her, and immediately after calling her a flash of light like an incandescent light bulb burning out happened about 10 feet in front of me, and the sound of jingling dog tags, dog claws on the floor, and her energy came running down the hallway, through the kitchen, and into the room I was in. I could feel her zoomy energy running in little circles by my feet, just like she did when she was alive. Then just as fast as she came she left. I felt her and her energy go back towards the kitchen and make a right at the hallway entry exiting out the front door. I did get emotional at that one point. I also had a demon pull me out of a dream and sit on my chest while pushing my chin up so I couldn't look at it. That no one will convince me was sleep paralysis. Stereos with no alarm wake me up blaring Jimi Hendrix, a fish tank heater that was sitting on the top of my wood TV center before flat screens turn on and almost started a fire while not being plugged in. A face blowing on my foot hanging off the edge of the bed in the night. All in the same room. Well, being a dumb person, I got a message from this dude on Grindr to meet me, and I foolishly accepted without asking for pics and age and stuff. I went to the place and found out he is a middle-aged man, and I was like, okay, we will just go and eat something and I will go home. He asked me where I wanted to go, and I was like, I don't know, and he said, okay, come to my scooter and we'll go someplace and eat. I foolishly accepted the offer and he took me to the other part of the city, and I started panicking. I messaged my sister on WhatsApp to call me, just so I can make an excuse to get out of the situation. He stopped in a shop and purchased 2 juice boxes and took me to his office, which was in a very secluded area inside a house. So I went inside thinking just when the phone would ring. I saw the time, it was 5:30, and I said to him that I need to be home back at 6 p.m. He is like, no worry, I will take you, and I just sat there scared, and he kept looking at me. He started closing on me, touching my thigh and stuff. I didn't really object, I just thought that he would stop. But then he just like hugged me super hard and said I'm so handsome and cute and whatever. He started kissing me, and he was a very hard kisser, like full sucking my mouth. I just avoided, and he started biting on my neck and stuff, and he kept saying don't worry, and I repeated I don't feel comfortable, and I have to go, it's getting, and late we are far. He just picked me up, and made me bend, and I immediately got scared. I stood up, and said that I don't want any sucking, or sex or anything, and thank God my sister called at the same time. I sighed and pretended that my sister wants me home, and asked him to drop me home. He was disappointed, but he agreed reluctantly. I felt so relieved when he dropped me back. TLDR, met a guy on Grindr who catfished me and tried to fuck me. Rap, due to my own foolishness, made an account for this. This is a copy from a post I made on another thread. This really doesn't begin to describe the weird shit that happened. Jesus, I really have an insane story, but it's long, so I don't want to type it all out, because I'm on mobile. But I found some very sensitive information I shouldn't have. Weird things started happening. Became convinced people were following me. Made a spontaneous trip across the country to talk to someone about what I found. Got spooked, made another trip about another 300 miles away for a single day to stay with an estranged family member. Went to a church the next day. I'm not religious and never go to church. I was there alone. After the service, a guy who wasn't there during the service stopped me to talk to me on the way out. After a few minutes he made it clear he knew who I was and what information I had, and pretty much told me I was a good person, but I was in over my head. He also made it clear he knew my deepest darkest secret. Now, I was halfway across the country and in this city for less than 15 hours, and the trip was spontaneous, but this group had someone in the area intercept me at my precise location, and this person knew all the important information they needed on me in that exact moment. Not to mention they had to know what I looked like. And that's just an extremely brief and vague description of what happened. I also had my car tampered with and videos of myself sent to me. Somebody wanted me to know that not only were they watching me, but they also knew almost everything about me. I think it's unexplainable, because they had to have resources, money, people, and be well organized and coordinated. And this doesn't even cover the weirdest stuff I don't want to mention, because people will think I'm crazy. Plus it leaves out creepy stuff happening before I made the trip across the country to get answers. But for real, this faked me up. I hated having the information I had because I couldn't do anything with it. I got paranoid, quit my job, started drinking real heavy, and then tried killing myself. I'm working on getting better now. I started working out, but that's pretty much the only time I leave my house. My counselor says I just need to accept that I'll always have questions about this that can't be answered, but that's hard for me to do. It's been a year and a half, and I still think about it every day. P.S. This might not seem unexplainable in the paranormal sense, but I left out some weird paranormal parts because the story is long, and honestly it felt like there was some creepy omniscient secret society following my every move. I'm actually a little paranoid posting this. Nothing suspicious has happened in about 5 months, but I'm still paranoid. I was visiting my grandparents for a week for Thanksgiving, and as we get there at 2 p.m. I was so tired I could not stay awake any longer, so I go to sleep. I wake up at 2 a.m. rested, so I go on my phone till 3 a.m. to sleep. As I was dreaming about playing a game, I forgot it, and it suddenly turns into this static screen of a picture of me was there making my whole body thumping perfectly on beat, and I couldn't move my body. I was trying to wake up but I couldn't. As it was getting worse and worse, I got more afraid of this. This static image starts to swell into darkness. Luckily I was able to move my legs slowly off the bed until I woke up. I was very scared but very tired. I just told myself to shrug it off to get some sleep. A dream starts as I was dropped off at school, and one of my friends and I walked past the front doors of school and we saw my ex. I ignored my ex, but Will said hi, and because Will was saying hi I wanted to do that too for some reason, but I still felt awkward about that first nightmare. Hey, Will. I mean, as I was interrupted by the static screen with a faint picture of my uncle smiling. I clenched my fists a little, but felt a little choking feeling in my throat that stopped. As the static continued I got more scared, and it showed a picture of a doll for a second, then back to the static. The thumping was getting louder and louder as my fear grew deeply. This continued and I was able to move legs until I was able to wake up. I was so scared I was sweating. This is not normal, it is like a sleep paralysis, but in a horrifying dream you cannot wake up to. I was still tired for some reason and trying to fight it off, but I wanted to rest. I gave in and kept telling myself it's just a big coincidence until I sleep. But instead of a dream it just cut straight to the point. The thumps was worse and the screen was more static with no known image I could recognize. It cut to some image cross flipping from each direction. Regular, sideways, upside down, other sideways and regular. It flashed to a sentence, but I couldn't identify it because it was flashing it repeatedly. I tried to open my eyes this time and it showed that same image of a cross but rotating. I couldn't speak at all either. I thought to myself my legs are my only way out as I panicked to move them. When I closed my eyes it was the static again but more creepy. I could recognize it as any childhood teddy bear, but I didn't have time to care about it because I wanted out. As I moved my legs the static got worse and worse. I was finally able to wake up. This time more tired, scared and weak. I felt like someone drained my energy. I decided not to sleep anymore because there is a good chance of it happening again. Sorry, it's a bit long. This was last year during my senior year of high school. I went to take my dog to the school park and have him run around with his ball. I don't know why, but I decided to just run there as it was like 5 blocks, barely less than half a mile. As I ran by a house, I saw this black man standing on his driveway looking like he was ready to go on a walk. He waved and I waved back and didn't think much of it as I ran on. I get to the park and maybe 15 minutes later, I see the man I waved at entering the school gates. I assumed he would just use the gravel track that the kids use to walk laps, so I kept throwing the ball around to my dog. I was sitting in an area that has tables under the shade and I see him coming towards me and he sits at a table directly behind me. He kept talking with me and was asking me questions. He started just talking with me and I made sure to bring my dog in, like I was giving him a break. My back was slightly to the man and made my dog sit to the right side of me, basically death staring him. I have a German Shepherd and at the time he was 4 and was very protective, and I could tell he was sending my nervous vibes because he wasn't panting at all. He was paying attention to me and this man the man kept talking and seeing my dog was saying how beautiful he was and sees us with him when we are in the front yard with him. This was creepy because even though he's a few houses down, I don't want to hear about how you see us in our front yard. He was from Africa and his accent was really apparent, and he asked for my name after giving me his. Not wanting to give my full name, I gave a nickname version of it knowing he probably wouldn't know the full version as it is a French name. Not French by the way. He was complimenting all my earrings as I had 7 piercings. Eventually he started talking about his home and his country and how he was here on a work visa and that he wished he had someone here to tie him to America. He asked my ethnicity and I said Hispanic, to which he asked if I was born in America. Stereotype much? It wasn't until he asked how old I was that I realized what he was trying to do, and I was shocked. I didn't really realize earlier as he also gave clear indications he was trying to find an American that could marry him to he had marriage rights to become a citizen. Literally gave me the chills, and while he made no advances towards me, I was really glad I had my dog with me who would growl occasionally. I know my dog gets defensive when strangers look him straight in the eyes, and I know the man did it a few times based on the quiet growls I would hear my dog do. Eventually I excused myself and booked it back home, and I never saw him after that point. For anyone that might get confused, this is what pulls up on Google when you search up if you marry an American citizen, can you become a citizen? The total wait time for a marriage-based green card ranges between 10 to 38 months, depending on whether you are married to a US citizen or green card holder, and where you currently live, not including possible delays. If you don't marry a citizen, you have to be a resident for at least 5 years. If you are married, then it's 3 years, and then you can apply for citizenship. TLDR. African immigrant seems interested in me and asks me questions before I realize he's looking to marry an American to get a faster citizenship. There's this house in the city we moved into. My mom and aunt found it, and they were happy because it's cheap for its size and location. I stayed there with my brother and my cousin. From time to time my youngest sister and my parents would visit too. It's a small 2-story house that looks like it's been renovated several times. The ground floor doesn't have any window, except the narrow slit above the kitchen sink that is facing an alley directly. The upper floor is real small, it can only fit 1 cabinet and 2 single mattresses on the floor. There's a window on the upper floor right beside staircase which is facing the roof of the neighbor. One afternoon it was hot as hell on the upper room, because the heat it reflected on the neighbor's roof into the window. So I dragged my mattress downstairs. It was dark and cool downstairs, just enough light coming from above. So I laid there drifting to sleep when I felt someone joined me on the mattress. At first I thought it's either my brother or cousin. They probably woken by the heat upstairs and decided to go down too. Then the thing that was next to me started making this deep groaning noise that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand. I felt a breath brush my neck as the thing makes this noise. I just know that's not a human making that noise. I opened my eyes and tried to move but I couldn't. I felt the thing's arm slowly creeping around my waist. I was so terrified I tried screaming for my brother, but no sound came out of my mouth. Then, the thing lifted its body and edged towards my face. It's an old woman, pale face, grinning, wavy long silver hair, a black tattered shawl draped on her head. She was so close to my face, her hair is dangling and touching my cheek and her eyes are just like moist sphere glass that's veiny. It was so real. I was so scared that no joke I almost peed myself. I felt so helpless I closed my eyes and concentrated on moving any part of my body. When I snapped out of it I ran upstairs and woke everyone. I never really slept right in that house ever again. I never had sleep paralysis before. I saw that woman again walking up the stairs. She stood there looking at me. I hated that house. One time my parents visited us, cause my dad needs a medical procedure. They slept downstairs. Then I was awakened by my father screaming my name. He's shouting, "Come down quick." He sounded terrified. I told my brother and cousin, who was also woken, to not go down, no matter what they hear. When I got down I saw my mother holding a knife on one hand and insecticide on the other. She's crying and like going mad. It was traumatizing. I had to wrestle with her to let go of those things. She was going absolutely mad. I never seen her like that. We left that house eventually. Seriously, fuck that house. Oh boy, where do I begin? First things first, my house is incredibly haunted. We moved out for a year, but are in the process of moving back in. The first thing I noticed was a figure that would sometimes move from the living room to the kitchen. It was blacker than black. Only my mum and youngest sister also ever saw it. When my youngest sister was still a baby / very young toddler, she would always talk about a man she would speak to, who she described as looking remarkably like our still alive grandfather who lived 3 hours away. What was odd was that the man who built this house also looks remarkably like my granddad. She would chase it up the stairs of the attached cottage before losing him. She likes people sitting outside her room before she goes to sleep. One night, when it was my turn to wait, I hear her giggling. I told her to go back to sleep, but she replied to me saying that she can't. The old man is on her rocking horse. We have a camera in her room to make sure she's safe, and lo and behold, the horse was rocking back and forth. I was immediately spooked. I asked her to tell the man to stop because she needed to sleep. I heard her repeat what I said, but the horse kept rocking. I heard her call to me saying, "I told him, but he won't stop. Can you ask him?" Oyo? The horse was still rocking. As I entered her room I looked directly at it and said, "Excuse me, but you need to stop. Francesca is very tired and you're keeping her awake." Once I said that, the horse stopped rocking. "He's not on the horse anymore, Oyo," she said to me. "He's right behind you." Upon hearing those words my blood ran cold. I didn't dare around, so I repeated myself, telling this old man what I had previously told him. I waited for what felt like an hour afterwards before Francesca said, "He's gone now." Oyo. The scariest experience I've had in that house was only 2 years ago. My mum had called me downstairs for dinner. As I got up from my bed to go down, an unknown force threw me against the wall, pinning me there. I have never experienced any fear that comes close to that. Since then it was so visceral I felt like I was going to die. It was only a few seconds, but after what felt like a few minutes whatever, had my pin released and any fear I had instantly vanished. As if nothing ever happened after that experience. I would sometimes hear vicious growling coming from my door, slowly progressing into my room, making it further in some nights than others. The closest it ever got was directly above my bed, where I swear I could feel the breath of whatever it was. My family has also had experiences like this, but mine were the most violent, since I'm moving back and I requested to be in a different room just in case. So I'm a 16Y/0 schoolgirl and this happened pretty recently. Anyways, there's a really popular shopping mall near my school and everyone goes there after school to the library, food court, etc. One day me and a group of friends went to get some food, and one of the shop's cleaners approached us and just started talking to us like it was completely normal. Also, this guy's like 5'8", looks around 45 and looks like a crack addict. Anyways, while he was talking to us, he brought up how he used to attend the same high school as us back in like 1995 or something, and proceeded to say how his best mate in school murdered his girlfriend. It gets worse. He states the exact name of the guy and girl who died, and explained exactly how she was murdered. It was so uncomfortable sitting there listening to how the 16Y/0 girl was murdered by her boyfriend. So a few days passed, and my friends and I decided to Google the incident, and it was in fact real. The girl was strangled and thrown off a mountain while they were on a date. One night my friend rang me after she went to the mall and said that the cleaner guy was staring at her while she was waiting for her bus, and that when she went onto her bus, he followed her and stayed on the bus until he got to her stop. Then it happened to me, except I didn't want the cleaner to know my address for many obvious reasons. I stayed on the bus the entire time and called my dad for him to pick me up. Bro, I was so scared I moved to the front near the driver and just sat there until my dad called me saying he was behind the bus. Anyways, when I got off the bus at the most random stop in dead as the middle of faking nowhere, so did this dude. He came up and spoke to me, but my dad was literally right there. My dad's a 6'5" monster and grabbed my arm and side glared the cleaner dude and just said nothing. My dad told the police, but they couldn't arrest him due to lack of evidence and blah blah blah. I spoke to some other girls at school and they said the same thing happened to them. The guy was fired from his cleaner's job after we told the school principal, and I haven't seen him since. It was so scary. OMG, I hate old men. My dad is a sailor, so he's gone from home with work for months at a time, 5 to 6 months normally. When I was 11 or 12 I was home alone when the phone rang. I pick up and it's a woman on the other side. I remember she sounded a bit nervous or scared, but she knew my name and sounded polite. She asked me if my mum or sister were home, and I said no. Anyway, she then proceeds to tell me that she and my dad have a baby boy, even told me his name, and that she's been meaning to make this call for a while. She told me that he's 3 and that she hopes that one day I can meet him, and was crying so loudly I could barely make out what she was saying. I immediately panic and tell her I have to hang up, then call my mum. I was crying hysterically by the time she picked up, and I explained everything that happened. I can't imagine what she must have felt like having to listen to her horrified child while at work about her husband having an affair and a baby boy with another woman, no less. I was old enough to start thinking about how maybe my dad was living with this other family whenever he claimed to be at work, and it took my mum quite a lot of time to convince me that it was all a lie. I remember feeling horrible about this whole situation, but I also remember wanting to meet this baby brother desperately, since I've always wanted to have a younger sibling. After I hung up with my mum, the phone rang again, and the same woman called back to tell me it had all been a prank for the radio, but she never did mention what station, only that my prank would be aired at like 6 AM the following day. I have no idea why anyone would do such a thing, and the more I thought about it the less credible the prank story seemed, since, after all, aren't these things supposed to happen live? 4 years after that I kept having nightmares about my dad running off to make a new better family with someone else, about him having secret families all over the world. I was obsessed with this idea. It impacted me more than I ever told my parents later on. It certainly gave me a feeling of not being good enough of a kid, so that he'd have to make a new one. I'm able to laugh and joke about it now, but back then it consumed me and it was exhausting trying to be perfect so that he'd never leave me. So yeah, that was insanely creepy for me since I never did find out what the point of it all was. Giant fuck you to the person behind that prank call. I have a few actually. I won't post all of them because they are hard to explain and would be on the ridiculous/unbelievable spectrum to anyone who is not from the same culture as I. My room has a balcony attached to it. I woke up in the middle of the night once and I saw a green, kind of glowy hand pressed against the balcony door. Just a hand, nothing else. What is also strange is that it was at the bottom of the door, like where feet would be if someone was standing. I don't remember how I fell asleep again after that, but in the morning, when I told my father, he went to the balcony in an effort to assure me that no one had been there and found a handprint in the exact same place I described. I was about 14. My house is on steep terrain. It is not on ground that is flat, so we have a balcony on the first floor. I don't think I'm explaining this right. My point is, it is very much possible to climb onto it. It is maybe 150 centimeters above the ground. That doesn't, however, explain the fact that it was just a hand and green at that. I don't know. My friend later told me it could have been sleep paralysis, but I was able to move and the handprint was there. Also, that one time a neighbor found an aircraft bomb in his basement. Police was called and everything, calling for evacuation as it was unexploded. I'm still confused as to how he did not notice it there. There have been wars in my country, so I know how it got there, but how did he miss it all these years? Luckily, nothing happened. I don't know any details as to how they removed it. All in all, I'm still alive. When I was 16, some friends and I went away on a surf trip a few hours south of where we lived. One night we decided to go to these big sand dunes we had heard about from some locals and play spot each other with torches. After about an hour we all sat down and watched the stars for a while. A big scrubland bordered the dunes with thick bushes that rose a few meters in the air. That stretched for a few hundred meters inland, locking the dunes in. One of my friends pointed out a shape that was hovering just above the tree line about 100 meters away. We stared for a few minutes in complete silence. It sort of shimmered and vibrated in the air and had a purplish sheen to it. The moonlight made it hard to see color, but it almost seemed metallic. The shape almost had the quality of a flag in the wind, but the night was unusually still and there didn't seem to be any ties to it. We all began whispering about what it could be and decided to get closer. After 15 minutes of watching it, it had drifted a few times down the tree line, but kept returning to the spot we had first spotted it. We climbed over the dunes to get closer, and as we got into spitting distance it began to retreat. The light didn't let us see much more, but it had the appearance of a satin rug and obviously had some way of moving itself around. The shape danced around as we got closer, and would only stay in the same spot for a few seconds, before retreating further away. We hit the tree line, and could not go further as it was so dense and too dark. Nothing could have been in the scrub beneath the path the shape had taken in its retreat. Looking back from a dune we saw it slip into black somewhere a few 100 meters from the tree line. We all agreed upon how it looked and behaved and decided this was something none of us could explain. To this day we still talk about it when we meet up. No one ever truly believed we saw something, and could tell from their reactions they thought that we were having them on. I don't believe in ghosts or other supernatural things, but that night we all saw something, and I have not come across any explanation that fits what I saw. Story from over a decade ago. I'm part of old Slavic faith, Rodzimaistvo, Slavic paganism, and was Zerka, someone like a priest. It is simplified, but don't matter for story. Usually duties include performing certain rituals, which for me, major in cultural anthropology, is a nice and spiritual experience. I got a call from a friend, what he would like to get a second opinion. I was surprised, as only professional opinion, back then, that I could give was about beliefs. We met, and he asked me to speak with friend of his, woman in early 20s, that I never met before. He was mentally dissociated badly, and my first response was she needs a professional help from psychiatrist as she is not really here. He later insisted that I at least try to speak to her now. I know that I might sound a little tinfoil here, but please remember that ICD-10 recognizes possession under F44.3 as medical condition, mostly related to one personality going on backseat, while other personality takes control. Woman was calm, but in really distressing way. Almost no facial expression, blinking, monotonous voice and mumbling something to herself, so quiet that I cannot hear it. I tried to ask her how she feels, but there was no reaction. Like talking to a brick. I tried a few more times, and then I was about to give up. She shouted a name, maybe at random, but it was a name of my passed away daughter, name that is not popular in my country, that she and my friend cannot known as it was quite fresh wound and known just to a few people. It was one shriek, and after that back to calm monotony. I was shocked and tried some chants and prayers that only resulted in some wild screams. It took me a lot of time to calming her down, and during that time she was throwing at me some curses or just sitting, mute and smiling. After getting her back into calmer state, I was able to convince friend to ask for help from psychiatrist, and as far as I known she was diagnosed with some mental problems, and after pharmacological therapy and psychotherapy at hospital, felt better. I talked with a couple of friends that are doctors, and they told me that sometimes then person mentality dissociated, it looked like that, and I did a good thing with pushing my friend for sending her to hospital. Point later, I got a similar experience with someone else, but it was more like a psychosis attack, and without using name. Might not be as creepy as the other stories, but one time I got in my car to fetch a friend from the train station. So as it was pretty hot that day, I parked and let my windows down a little and waited for her to come, when suddenly a man showed up and asked for directions. And I, like the nice human I am, of course tried to help him. First thing that was pretty weird was that he looked for a store that was all the way at the other side of the city we were in. I noticed he was sweating as he was standing at my window. I didn't exactly know where the store was, so I told him I'd look it up for him on Google Maps. And in the corner of my eyes I saw that he started touching and rubbing his penis. I then for the first time really looked into his eyes, and he was a pretty old guy mo. I tried to ignore the fact that he touched his penis and thought that it was maybe just itching a little, not judging at all at that point, but he suddenly changed topics and started asking where I'm from and that he and his wife were expecting. All I told him was, oh congratulations, when I noticed he didn't have a wedding ring. He then asked me if I myself wanted children and how many, and I shit you not, he started smiling like a psycho and drooling, and he was still touching his dicks. So now I knew that he really wanted something different and was not just some weirdo. He was sweating out now, and all I wanted was that my friend finally came. He almost crawled into my car and tried to get as close to me as possible, and I am so glad I didn't roll my window down all the way, I swear. So I just told him that I have to go and drove off, called my friend to tell her what happened immediately. Jesus, I'm still scared of this disgusting person, and I'm not sure if I should tell the police about it. This day. Mine isn't really that creepy, but at the time it made me feel really uneasy. And it only happened about 2 weeks ago. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment and there is only one door that only locks from the inside with a deadbolt. Around 1 AM, my wife and I are woken up in the middle of the night by our door slamming shut. Like someone was angry and closed it as hard as they could. We were both dead asleep, but we both shot up at the exact same time, so I know I wasn't dreaming it. Our dog was also staring towards our bedroom door growling, and he never growls. I get up and search the entire apartment. Nothing. All windows are locked, and our door is still dead bolted. Weird, but whatever. Maybe one of our neighbors got home late and drunkenly slammed their door or something. It was a Saturday night, so seemed reasonable. It would have sounded more muffled if it was a neighbor, since the units are pretty far apart, but I figured my mind was interpreting the sound differently since I was asleep. Fast forward to the next morning. My wife is in bed reading a book, and I'm in the bathroom on the opposite side of the apartment giving our dog a bath. He didn't want to get into the bathroom today, which was weird since he loves baths, but I didn't think anything of it. As I'm bathing him, I hear what sounds like my wife's voice directly behind me, say babe. And I turn around real quick, kind of startled, since I didn't hear her coming. And she isn't there. No one is there. It sounded so distinct, and I know I heard a voice. So I walk over to the bedroom, and my wife is still reading her book. I ask if she called for me, and she says no. Whatever, I'm just hearing things, I think to myself. Go back to bathing my dog and the same exact thing happens again. I turn and leave the bathroom to see if I can catch my wife playing a prank on me, and I see what looks like a shadow blob move across the room and disappear at our door that I heard slam the night before. My wife swears she wasn't calling me and nothing like this has happened before. I'm the 2.5 years we have lived at this apartment. Not super scary, but was quite unsettling for me. I decided to go on a walk in my hometown by following the train tracks. It was about 3 AM and the moon wasn't visible. All I had for lights was the spill from the city lights that were slowly fading away as I was walking deeper into the woods. After a while, I get to a point where the woods basically looked like an entrance. On one side, where I was standing, there was just enough light to see my surrounding, but just past this entrance it was complete and total darkness. I was feeling good jamming to my music and breathing in the fresh air, so I didn't really pay much attention to this. Apart from the fact that it was really pretty. Anyways, I keep pressing on. Keep in mind that I have earphones in with music, so I don't really hear what's going on, but there's always the usual cricket sounds that make some form of background noise. 15 minutes after passing through the entrance, I get a huge chill down my spine that reverberates through my entire body. Again, I don't pay that much attention to it because I love that sensation, and it's getting pretty cold. It usually just happens like a wave and vanishes almost immediately. This time it stayed for what felt almost like an eternity. At this point my spidey sense is tingling like crazy, so I take out my earphones and I listen closely to the surrounding woods. The crickets have stopped. The birds have stopped. Complete silence all around me. I start to panic a bit and decide to head back. So I turn around, and as soon as I do I start hearing branches crack all around me. I'm pretty sure that if had started running I wouldn't have made it out alive, but I instead slowly and calmly backed away whilst picking up rocks and throwing them in the woods. With each impact I heard something move out of the way in the direction I was heading. So I kept throwing rocks and moving backwards on the train tracks till I reached the entrance again, where I could at least see a little. Now, I'm not one to be scared easily, but as soon as I came out of the woods I faking went back home and watched a shit ton of comedies and dumb things on the internet, because there is no way in hell I would have been able to sleep after that point. TLDR, went in the woods late, got surrounded by wolves, noped out in a smart way. Back when I was about 6 to 7 months pregnant, 5 years ago, my boyfriend and I worked at a restaurant down the road and didn't have a car. So we would just walk to work. It was only a mile and a half down the road, so it only took about 45 minutes to get there, and I genuinely enjoyed the exercise, because that's pretty much the only exercise you can get when you're that pregnant. We lived in a small town and knew a lot of people there, and if we didn't know them, they knew someone we knew. So on hot days, when people would see me walking, they would stop and offer me a ride, and sometimes I would take it, and other times no. Well, one day this man stops and offers me a ride, and I'm not really feeling the walk, so I take it. When I get in the truck he asks me if I have a boyfriend. I say yes. He starts asking all these weird questions like how old am I, and so on and so forth. It's literally a 5-minute drive, so I just bite my tongue and text my boyfriend. We get to the restaurant, and he tells me I'm beautiful and my boyfriend should feel lucky to have a baby with me. I say thanks and go to leave, and he grabbed my hand and kissed it. I haul ass out of that truck, grab his license plate number, and go inside and tell everyone about what just happened. Fast forward a few days, once again I'm walking, and I see his truck driving towards me on the other side of the highway. He pulls over and flips around so he can ask me if I need a ride. I say no and keep walking, but he pushes back a few times, then accepts the no and leaves. Once again I go tell my boyfriend, and we report it to the police, but they can't do anything because he hasn't done anything aggressive. So I go about a week without seeing him and bought some mace as well. So once again I see him coming towards me down the highway, and he once again pulls over and flips around, but this time he just drives by me. I take note of it and keep walking. I see him drive by me 4 more times on my way in. Now at this point I start walking in with my boyfriend because this is getting weird and I want him to see this guy. The first day I walk with him, we see the truck, but we see him about a 1/4 mile from the house and don't see him again. So we just kept walking in together and never saw the guy again. Until one day, where I need to walk in by myself, and the guy faking shows up outside my house. He pulls over and asks if I want a ride. At this point I'm pissed, scared and pregnant, so I held my mace up towards his face and told him if he ever approached me again I'd make sure this town threw him out on his ass. He skidded off really fast and I never saw him again. But I did see his truck parked about 1/4 mile away from this house out front of a trailer that had just been moved in. Come to find out this guy was a sexual predator and attacked pregnant women specifically. Point and for context, this was in small town America and the cops were corrupt as fuck. Like, they were in on the meth problem out there, so no faking help. Someone tried to kick in our door once and they blamed it on the windy LDR. When I was pregnant I got stalked and harassed by a sexual predator.